Hey my sleepy listeners, tonight we're travelling back to ancient Rome, but not to the battlefields or the Senate floor. Instead we're exploring something quieter, stranger, and infinitely more atmospheric. How Romans honoured their dead, celebrated the harvest, and acknowledged the thin places where the living world touched something beyond. This is a story about autumn in Rome, when the air turned cool and the spirits grew restless. Please like the video, subscribe, and tell me where you're watching from and what time it is for you, as it's gratefully appreciated. Now dim your lights, get comfortable, and let's begin. Imagine yourself standing on the Palatine Hill just as September slides into October. The brutal Mediterranean summer has finally loosened its grip on the city, and you can breathe without feeling like you're inhaling warm honey. The air carries a different quality now, sharper, cleaner, with that peculiar clarity that makes distant objects seem closer than they really are. This is autumn in ancient Rome, though the Romans themselves never used that word. They called this season autumnus, which originally meant the time of increase, referring to the harvest rather than the falling leaves. But whatever you called it, this time of year felt different from the others. The city seemed to exhale after months of heat, and with that exhalation came a subtle shift in the Roman psyche. The light changes first. You'd notice it in the way sunbeams slant through the columns of temples, catching dust motes and golden shafts that seem almost solid enough to touch. Shadows grow longer, stretching across the forum like dark fingers reaching toward evening. By mid-afternoon, the sun sits lower in the sky, painting the marble buildings in shades of amber and honey that make the entire city look like it's been dipped in some divine preserve jar. The vegetation transforms too, though not with the dramatic colour changes you might see in New England or the European North. Rome's climate is gentler than that, more subtle in its transitions. The laurel trees keep their glossy green leaves, but the grapevines in the surrounding countryside turn shades of rust and burgundy. Fig trees drop their last fruits, which split open on sun-warmed stones, filling the air with their peculiar musky sweetness that attracts clouds of wasps drunk on fermented sugar. In the markets, the produce changes with the season. Summer's peaches and cherries give way to pomegranates, those strange fruits that Romans associated with the underworld, thanks to the Greek story of Persephone. Vendors stack them in pyramids, their leathery red skins promising the jewelled seeds within. Quinces appear too, hard and astringent when raw, but transformed into something magical when cooked with honey. The smell of roasting chestnuts begins to drift through the streets, a scent that will become ubiquitous as the weather cools further. The wind shifts direction as autumn deepens. Summer's breezes come from the south, carrying the smell of the sea and the promise of rain that rarely arrives. Autumn winds blow from the north, down from the mountains, bringing with them the first real chill that Romans have felt in months. These winds have names, the Aquilo and the Chorus, each associated with different qualities and omens. Old women claim they can predict the winter by studying which wind blows strongest in October. With the cooler weather comes a change in daily rhythms. During summer, Romans wake before dawn to accomplish their work before the heat becomes unbearable, then retreat indoors for long afternoon siestas. Autumn allows for more flexibility. You can walk through the city at midday without feeling like you're being slowly baked in an oven. The baths become less about cooling off and more about social connection. Their heated rooms now appealing rather than stifling. The smell of the city changes too. Summer's Rome has a particular perfume, a mixture of sun-baked stone, human sweat, cooking oil, and occasionally, depending on which neighbourhood you're in, the less pleasant aromas of inadequate sanitation. Autumn brings relief from some of these scents while adding new ones. Smoke from cooking fires carries differently in the cooler, denser air. The first wood fires for heating begin to appear, adding a pleasant tang to the atmosphere. Rain, when it finally comes, releases the smell of wet stone and earth, a petrichor that seems to rise from the ancient cobblestones themselves. For Romans, autumn marked the end of the military campaigning season. Armies returned from distant provinces, and the city swelled with soldiers bringing strange stories and stranger spoils. Ships arrived from Egypt and beyond, their holds full of grain for the winter, along with exotic spices, textiles, and occasionally wild animals destined for the arena. The city's population fluctuated with these arrivals, creating a sense of gathering and preparation. But beyond these practical changes, autumn brought something else, a shift in the spiritual atmosphere that every Roman could feel, even if they couldn't quite articulate it. This was the season when the boundary between the living and the dead grew permeable, when certain rituals had to be performed to maintain the delicate balance between worlds. The Romans might not have had Halloween, but they had something older, stranger, and in some ways more unsettling. The nights grow longer now, and darkness comes earlier. In a world without electric lights, this meant something more profound than it does today. Nightfall transformed the city into a place of shadows and uncertain shapes, where the flicker of oil lamps created dancing illusions and every alleyway held potential mysteries. This was the time when Romans told stories about the dead, about spirits who walked, and about the importance of proper rituals to keep the restless at peace. To understand how Romans approached their festivals of the dead, you need to understand their relationship with time itself. The Roman calendar wasn't just a tool for organising daily life, it was a sacred text, a contract with the divine, and a roadmap for maintaining cosmic order. Every month, every day, had its own character, its own requirements, and its own dangers. Picture the calendar as Romans saw it, not as a simple grid of dates, but as a complex tapestry woven from divine birthdays, historical anniversaries, favourable days and dangerous ones. The calendar was maintained by the pontiffs, Rome's religious officials, who had the responsibility of determining when festivals should occur and which days were safe for public business. The Roman year was divided into 12 months, though it hadn't always been that way. Originally, Romans only counted 10 months, with winter being considered a vague period that didn't count as real time. This created all sorts of problems, as you might imagine. And by the time our story takes place, they'd added January and February to bring things into better alignment with the solar year. Though honestly, Roman timekeeping remained something of a creative exercise throughout the Republic. Each month began with the calends, from which we get our word calendar. The calends was followed by the nonas and the ides, and Romans counted days, not forward from these markers but backward toward them, which made announcing dates sound like a mathematical riddle. You wouldn't say October 10th, you'd say 6 days before the Ides of October, counting inclusively because Romans included both the start and end points. It was the kind of system that made perfect sense if you grew up with it, and absolutely no sense if you didn't. But the real complexity came from the calendar's religious designations. Days were marked as either fastus or nefastus, lawful or unlawful. On fastus days you could conduct legal business, hold assemblies and generally go about your public affairs. Nefastus days were different. They belonged to the gods, and mortals were supposed to tread carefully. Some days were divided, with the morning being nefastus and the afternoon fastus, or vice versa. Imagine planning a wedding or a business meeting when half the days on the calendar are essentially religious no-go zones. The calendar was packed with festivals. Romans celebrated about 60 major religious festivals throughout the year, plus countless minor ones, anniversaries, and special observances. Some were public spectacles involving the entire city, while others were intimate family affairs. Some required animal sacrifice, while others called for simple offerings of cakes and wine. The calendar was so crowded with divine obligations that it's remarkable Romans found time for anything else. Each festival had its own rituals, its own requirements, and its own story. The Lupercalia in February involved priests running nearly naked through the streets, striking women with strips of goat skin to promote fertility, which sounds bizarre until you remember that most ancient religious practices sound bizarre when removed from their original context. The Saturnalia in December was a wild carnival, when social norms inverted and slaves dined with masters. The Vestalia in June honoured the goddess of the hearth with ceremonies that only women could attend. But our focus is on the autumn festivals, the ones concerned with death, the underworld, and the harvest. These festivals formed a loose network of observances that acknowledged something important: the approach of winter, the dormancy of the earth, and humanity's need to maintain good relations with the dead. Romans didn't have a single festival for the dead like modern Halloween or Dia de los Muertos. Instead, they had several scattered throughout the year, each with its own focus and flavour. This reflected Roman pragmatism. Why have one festival when multiple festivals mean more opportunities to address the problem? The dead were not a once-a-year concern, but an ongoing presence that required regular attention and appeasement. The religious calendar also reflected agricultural realities. Romans were fundamentally an agricultural people, even as their city grew into a metropolitan colossus. The harvest determined survival, and the gods who controlled the harvest needed to be honoured, thanked, and implored for future blessing. Autumn festivals therefore combined two concerns: honouring the dead and celebrating the harvest, acknowledging that both involved transition, transformation, and the mysterious processes by which life emerged from apparent death. Understanding this calendar means understanding how Romans experienced time differently than we do. Time wasn't a neutral medium through which events flowed. It was thick with meaning, dangerous in some moments and propitious in others. You couldn't just do anything on any day. You had to consult the calendar, determine whether the gods approved, and proceed accordingly. This created a life structured around ritual observance, where religious duty wove through daily existence like threads in cloth. You couldn't separate sacred from secular because the sacred permeated everything. When autumn arrived, it arrived not just as a meteorological event, but as a series of religious obligations that had to be fulfilled if you wanted the gods to remain favourably disposed toward you, your family and your city. In late February, just as winter begins loosening its grip and the first flowers start appearing in the Roman countryside, the city observed a festival that modern Halloween enthusiasts would find hauntingly familiar. This was the Feralia, the culmination of the Parentalia, a 9-day period dedicated to honouring dead ancestors. Picture the atmosphere in Rome during these 9 days. The usual bustle of city life didn't exactly stop, but it muted itself, like someone had turned down the volume on the entire metropolis. Temples closed their doors. Magistrates didn't conduct public business. Weddings were forbidden. Who would want to celebrate new beginnings during a time dedicated to endings? Even the Vestal virgins, who normally kept their sacred flame burning bright, let it dim. The entire city oriented itself toward the dead. The Parentalia began on February 13th, and for the first 8 days families made private observances at the tombs of their ancestors. But it was the 9th day, the Feralia, that marked the festival's climax. This was when the entire city participated in public rituals meant to ensure that the dead remained peaceful and well-disposed toward the living. You need to understand something about Roman attitudes toward death. They didn't sentimentalize it the way modern culture sometimes does. Death wasn't a peaceful sleep or a joyful reunion in heaven. It was a transition into the underworld, a shadowy existence as a shade that was neither fully alive nor completely extinguished. These shades could become restless, even dangerous, if the living failed in their obligations. Romans believed that the dead needed sustenance from the living. Not physical food exactly, but something. Offerings, remembrance, proper ritual observance. Without these things, the dead might become what Romans called lemias, angry, wandering spirits who caused trouble for the living. The Feralia was insurance against this possibility, a collective effort to keep the boundaries between life and death properly maintained. During the Feralia, families would visit the tombs of their ancestors, which in Rome were always located outside the city walls. The dead were not allowed within the sacred boundary of the city itself. It would pollute the living spaces. So Romans built their tombs along the roads leading out of the city, creating these strange avenues lined with monuments to mortality. The Via Appia, Rome's most famous road, was essentially a highway through a city of the dead. The offerings brought to these tombs were specific and symbolic. Families carried wreaths of flowers. Violets were particularly favoured for their association with death. They brought wine, which they would pour directly onto the grave, letting it seep into the earth to reach the dead below. They brought bread, salt, and sometimes wine-soaked bread, which they would scatter around the tomb. Some families brought rose petals, believing that their beauty and fragrance pleased the dead. But the key offering was something simpler: remembrance. Family members would speak the names of the dead aloud, recounting their accomplishments and expressing continued devotion. This act of naming was crucial. To be forgotten was the worst fate a Roman could imagine, worse than death itself, because it meant a kind of second death, a final extinguishing of existence. The Feralia ensured that the dead remained remembered, their names spoken, their lives acknowledged. The rituals had a practical component too. Families would clean and maintain the tombs, making repairs to damaged monuments, pulling weeds, and generally ensuring that the resting places of their ancestors remained dignified. This was partly piety and partly practicality. A well-maintained tomb reflected well on the living family, demonstrating that they honoured their obligations. As darkness fell on the Feralia, the atmosphere grew more intense. Romans believed that the dead were most active at night, when the sun's protective power waned and shadows gained substance. Families would light lamps around the tombs, creating islands of flickering light in the darkness. These lights served multiple purposes. They honoured the dead, they guided living family members safely through the dangerous nighttime streets, and they helped maintain the boundary between the living and dead worlds. The poet Ovid, in his calendar of Roman festivals, described the Feralia as a time when ghosts demand their due. He wrote about simple offerings being most effective, not elaborate sacrifices, but genuine devotion expressed through modest means. An old woman, he said, could perform effective rites with just a few grains of salt and bread soaked in wine, as long as her intentions were pure. There was something both solemn and comforting about these rituals. Yes, they acknowledged death's reality and the dead's continued presence, but they also provided a structured way to process grief and maintain connection with lost loved ones. The Feralia wasn't morbid. It was practical, a necessary maintenance of the relationship between generations. During the festival, Romans also told stories about what happened when these rituals were neglected. There were tales of houses haunted by unquiet spirits, of families plagued by misfortune because they'd failed to honour their dead properly, of entire cities suffering because some crucial observance had been overlooked. These stories served as reminders that religious duty wasn't optional. It was the glue that held reality together. The Feralia concluded with a sense of relief and accomplishment. The dead had been honoured, the boundaries had been maintained, and another year of proper relationship between the living and dead had been secured. Temples could reopen, weddings could be scheduled, and life could return to its normal rhythms, at least until the next time the dead required attention. If the Feralia was Rome's collective, orderly approach to honouring the dead, then Lemuria was its dark twin, a festival born from fear, superstition, and the practical acknowledgement that sometimes the dead didn't stay peacefully in their graves no matter how well you honoured them. Lemuria occurred in May on 3 separate nights, the 9th, 11th, and 13th. Romans scheduled it for odd-numbered days because they associated even numbers with bad luck and supernatural danger. This was a festival specifically concerned with the Lemures, those angry, restless ghosts who had not been properly buried or who had died violently or prematurely and therefore couldn't find peace in the underworld. The atmosphere during Lemuria was completely different from the solemn piety of Feralia. This wasn't about maintaining family connections with beloved ancestors. This was about protection, about keeping malevolent spirits at bay, and about performing the right rituals to ensure that the dangerous dead stayed away from your household. Picture a Roman house on a Lemurian night. All temples are closed. This is purely domestic magic, performed by individual families without priestly intervention. The household slaves have been sent to bed early. The master of the house, the paterfamilias, waits until midnight, then rises alone to perform a ritual that has been passed down through generations. First, he makes a protective gesture with his hand, thumb tucked between fingers in the fig sign, that Romans believed warded off evil. Then he washes his hands in pure spring water, ensuring ritual cleanliness. He walks barefoot through his house, and here's where the ritual gets specific and strange. He places 9 black beans in his mouth without chewing them. Why black beans? Romans associated them with death in the underworld. The colour black itself had funeral connotations, and beans were believed to contain the souls of the dead, a belief so strong that Pythagoras reportedly forbade his followers from eating them. 9 was a sacred number associated with the underworld and with completion. So, 9 black beans, the colour of death, held in the mouth to prevent speech that might anger the spirits. Walking through his darkened house, the paterfamilias would spit out these beans one by one, saying each time, "With these beans I redeem thee, and mine." The beans were offerings, ransoms paid to the hungry ghost to leave his household alone. He wouldn't look back as he dropped the beans. To look back might invite the spirits to follow him, to notice him, to take an interest in his family. After dispensing all 9 beans, he would wash his hands again, then clash brass pots together. The noise was meant to frighten away any lingering spirits. Finally, he would repeat 9 times, "Ghosts of my fathers, depart!" Only then, with the ritual complete, could he look back and consider his household safe for another year. This ritual reveals something important about Roman religious psychology. They understood that not all the dead were beneficent ancestors waiting to bless their descendants. Some were angry, confused, or malevolent. Some had been denied proper burial and therefore couldn't enter the underworld. Some had died in ways that left them frustrated or vengeful. These spirits needed to be dealt with, but carefully, with the right words and gestures that acknowledged their power while keeping them at arm's length. The Lemuria rituals varied by household. Some families would make additional offerings, milk, honey or wine poured onto the floor as libations to the restless dead. Some would hang protective amulets over doorways or place iron objects, which spirits reportedly couldn't cross, at strategic points around the house. Some would burn special incense believed to purify the air and drive away supernatural contamination. Children found Lemuria simultaneously terrifying and fascinating, the way modern children feel about Halloween. Parents would tell them stories about the Lemures, how they looked like twisted shadows, how they could slip through the smallest cracks, and how they hungered for the warmth and life they had lost. These stories served to keep children well behaved and respectful of religious observances, but they also tapped into something deeper, the universal human fear of death and what might come after. The odd timing of Lemuria, 3 separate nights rather, than one continuous festival, reflects Roman belief about supernatural power. Evil had to be addressed multiple times, from multiple angles, to ensure complete protection. One night of ritual might not be enough. 3 nights, separated by days of normal life, created a pattern of observance that was more likely to be effective. Interestingly, during Lemuria days, all public business ceased. It wasn't just about individual household protection. The entire community acknowledged that these were dangerous times when normal activity should be curtailed. Marriages were forbidden during Lemuria, just as during Feralia. Who would want to begin a new life when the air itself was thick with death? The festival also reveals Roman attitudes toward poverty and proper burial. Many of the Lemures were believed to be spirits of people who couldn't afford elaborate funerals, or who had been buried improperly due to poverty, war, or accident. In a sense, Lemuria was society's acknowledgement that not everyone received the death rites they deserved, and that this created ongoing problems for the living. It was a kind of collective guilt and collective protection rolled into one observance. After the 3rd night of Lemuria, Romans would feel a collective relief. The dangerous period had passed, the proper rituals had been performed, and life could return to normal. The Lemures had been fed their beans and sent away, at least for another year. The boundaries between living and dead had been reinforced, and people could sleep soundly again without fear of ghostly visitors in the night. As autumn deepened and November approached, Roman attention shifted from the dead to the harvest, though, as we'll see, these concerns were more intertwined than you might initially think. This was the season of Pomona, goddess of fruit trees and orchards, whose festival represented a very different aspect of Rome's relationship with the natural and supernatural worlds. Pomona was an unusual deity in the Roman pantheon. Unlike many gods who were borrowed from the Greeks or other cultures, she was distinctly Roman, her worship rooted in the Italian countryside and the practical concerns of people who depended on fruit harvests for their survival. Her name comes from pomum, the Latin word for fruit, particularly tree fruit like apples, pears and plums. The Romans imagined Pomona as a nymph who cared for nothing except her orchards. She carried a pruning knife rather than a spear or sceptre, and she spent her days tending fruit trees with the focused devotion of someone who understood that proper care meant the difference between abundance and starvation. She was practical, this goddess, less interested in grand mythological dramas than in the simple miracle of flowers becoming fruit. Her festival didn't have a fixed date in the way Feralia or Lemuria did. Instead, it roughly coincided with the final fruit harvest, usually in November. The exact timing varied by region and by which fruits were being gathered. Apples in some areas, late-season pears in others, and quinces that needed cold weather to become properly sweet. The festival followed the harvest rather than dictating it, a refreshingly pragmatic approach for a Roman religious observance. Imagine visiting a Roman orchard during Pomona's festival. The trees, mostly bare now, stand in ordered rows, their branches dark against the autumn sky. The ground underneath is carpeted with fallen leaves, and the air carries that peculiar scent of decomposition mixed with the clean smell of cold weather. Here and there, late fruit still clings to branches, apples so ripe they've begun to wrinkle, their skins deep red or mottled yellow. The orchard's owner would make offerings to Pomona at the base of the oldest, most productive tree. These offerings were simpler than those made to other gods. No animal sacrifice was required, just the first fruits of the harvest, some wine, and perhaps some honey. The point wasn't to impress the goddess with elaborate ceremonies, but to show gratitude and ensure her continued favour. Farmers understood that Pomona valued results over pageantry. Romans approached fruit cultivation with the seriousness they brought to all agricultural matters. They had detailed knowledge about pruning, grafting and orchard management that wouldn't look out of place in a modern horticultural textbook. They understood that fruit trees needed specific care at specific times, that proper pruning increased yields, and that grafting could combine the best qualities of different varieties. This practical knowledge was inseparable from their religious observances. Honouring Pomona meant maintaining your orchard properly, which in turn required understanding her preferences and requirements. The harvest itself was a communal affair. Family members would gather to pick fruit, sorting it into categories: the best specimens for immediate eating or sale, slightly damaged fruit for making preserved foods, and fallen fruit for animal feed or cider. Nothing was wasted. Romans had an almost modern awareness of food security and the need to maximise every resource. During the harvest, workers would sing traditional songs, many of which invoked Pomona's blessing, or thanked her for the year's bounty. These songs weren't recorded in the way hymns to greater gods were, but fragments suggest they combined practical advice about fruit cultivation with religious devotion. Instructions for pruning techniques nestled alongside prayers for protection from frost and blight. The connection between Pomona and the dead becomes clearer when you understand Roman beliefs about agricultural cycles. Growth, fruiting, harvest and dormancy mirrored the human life cycle. Birth, maturity, death and potential rebirth. Fruit itself was a kind of miracle. Sweetness and nourishment emerging from flowers, which emerged from apparently dead wood. The whole process suggested that death and life were not opposites but phases in a continuous cycle. Romans also associated certain fruits with the underworld. Pomegranates, as mentioned earlier, had connections to the story of Persephone and her forced marriage to Hades. Apples appeared in various myths involving death and transformation. Even the sweetness of ripe fruit suggested a kind of necessary decay. Fruit becomes sweetest just before it begins to rot, as if approaching its own death makes it more valuable to the living. During Pomona's festival, Romans would preserve fruits for winter using techniques that involved both practical knowledge and ritual significance. Fruits would be dried in the autumn sun, stored in honey, made into preserves, or carefully packed in straw for cool storage. Each preservation method had its own traditions and prayers, acknowledging that keeping fruit through winter was a kind of suspension of natural decay, a small victory over death itself. The festival also included offerings at household shrines. Urban Romans who didn't own orchards would still honour Pomona by placing fruit on their family altars. Even poor families would try to acquire at least one perfect apple or pear to offer, understanding that neglecting any god, even a relatively minor agricultural deity, was risky business. There was something particularly Roman about Pomona's worship. Practical, focused on results, integrating religious observance with technical knowledge. The goddess didn't demand elaborate temples or priesthoods. She wanted properly maintained orchards, careful harvesting, and gratitude for her gifts. This was religion as partnership rather than supplication, a working relationship between humans and the divine powers that governed natural processes. As November progressed, and the last fruits were gathered, Romans could look at their stored provisions with satisfaction. The harvest was complete, winter could be faced with full storerooms, and Pomona had been properly honoured. The orchard could rest now, its bare branches dormant until spring's return, and in that dormancy, in that apparent death, lay the promise of future blossoms and future harvests, the eternal cycle that connected all living things. As autumn deepened into the time we'd recognise as late October and early November, Romans engaged in customs that might look surprisingly familiar to anyone who's ever attended a Halloween party or a Thanksgiving dinner. These weren't single festivals, but rather a complex of practices centred around gathering, feasting and fire, the three anchors that helped Romans navigate the transition from autumn's abundance to winter's scarcity. Fire held special significance. During this season, in a world without electric heating or lighting, fire was life itself during the cold months. Romans marked the transition to winter by rekindling household fires with deliberate ceremony, acknowledging that the flame that would warm their homes and cook their food for months to come deserved proper respect and ritual attention. The hearth, the central fireplace in a Roman home, was sacred to Vesta, goddess of the hearth, and by extension to the Lares, the household spirits who protected the family. As the weather turned cold, families would gather at their hearth for a small ceremony that marked the beginning of the fire-scented season. The paterfamilias would make offerings of salt and grain to the fire, speaking traditional words that thanked the gods for past protection and requested continued favour. These hearth fires were not supposed to go out during winter. Letting your hearth fire die was considered unlucky at best and potentially disastrous at worst. It suggested negligence in honouring the household gods and could leave the family vulnerable to supernatural and natural dangers alike. So Romans tended their fires carefully, banking them at night to preserve embers that could be blown back to life in the morning. The smoke from these fires, rising from thousands of homes across Rome, changed the city's atmosphere. In autumn and winter, Rome wore a perpetual haze of wood smoke, which at least had the benefit of masking some of the less pleasant urban smells. The smoke carried with it the scent of burning oak and olive wood, occasionally mixed with aromatic herbs that families would throw into the flames as offerings, or simply to improve the household air. Around these fires, families gathered for meals that increased in importance as the days shortened. Dinner in a Roman household was never just about nutrition. It was a social and religious event that reinforced family bonds and acknowledged divine presence. But autumn dinners had particular significance because they marked the transition from outdoor to indoor life, from agricultural labour to the more sedentary occupations of winter. The autumn feast, not a single event but rather a type of meal that occurred repeatedly during the season, centred on harvest foods. Roasted chestnuts, mentioned earlier, were ubiquitous. They'd be cracked open to reveal their creamy interiors, eaten hot from the pan, their slightly sweet flavour a perfect accompaniment to conversation. Grapes, both fresh and in the form of new wine, appeared at every level of society. Even poor families could afford must, the freshly pressed grape juice that hadn't yet fully fermented into wine. More prosperous families would feast on roasted pork, which Romans considered the perfect autumn meat. Pigs were usually slaughtered in late autumn, their meat preserved for winter consumption, but the slaughter itself was an occasion for feasting, with fresh pork prepared in various ways, roasted with herbs, stewed with autumn vegetables, or made into sausages that would be smoked and stored. The Romans were masters of charcuterie, and autumn was when their skills particularly shone. Vegetables from the last harvest appeared in abundance. Leeks, cabbages, beets, and various legumes. Romans had sophisticated ways of preparing vegetables that modern cooks might envy. Stewing them with herbs and spices, mixing them with eggs and cheese, or serving them dressed with garum, that ubiquitous fermented fish sauce that added umami depth to nearly every dish. Mushrooms, foraged from autumn woods, brought their earthy flavours to tables wealthy and humble alike. Bread took on special importance at these autumn meals. The summer's wheat had been harvested and milled, and the resulting flour made bread that tasted subtly different from bread made later in winter. Fresh bread, broken and shared around the table, symbolised the earth's generosity and the family's participation in the harvest bounty. To waste bread was considered almost sacrilegious. It represented too much labour, both human and divine, to be treated carelessly. These family meals incorporated ritual elements that acknowledged the presence of the divine and the dead. Before eating, the paterfamilias would place a portion of food into the hearth fire as an offering to the household gods. Sometimes he would also place food on the family altar, or even leave offerings at the door for passing spirits. The meal itself was thus a communion that included not just the living family members, but also their gods and their ancestors. The atmosphere at these autumn dinners combined coziness with awareness of the world outside. Inside, the fire crackled and conversation flowed. Outside, darkness came earlier each evening, and the night held uncertain dangers. The contrast made indoor spaces feel especially warm and protected, creating the same psychological comfort that modern people feel when they're safely home during a winter storm. As dinner progressed, stories would be told. Romans loved storytelling, and autumn evenings provided perfect opportunities for narratives that range from family history to mythology to ghost stories. Older family members would recount tales of ancestors, keeping their memory alive. Someone might tell a traditional story about the gods, perhaps explaining why certain rituals had to be performed or certain days avoided. And inevitably, especially if children were present, someone would tell a ghost story. These ghost stories served multiple purposes. They entertained, certainly, but they also educated children about proper religious observances and social behaviour. A story about a man haunted by angry spirits because he neglected his family's tomb was simultaneously frightening and instructive. It taught that actions had consequences, that religious duties mattered, and that the boundaries between living and dead required careful maintenance. Music sometimes accompanied these autumn gatherings. Not elaborate performances, but simple songs, work songs from the harvest, lullabies, and traditional melodies that everyone knew and could join. The human voice, lifted in song around a fire while darkness pressed against the windows, created a sense of community and continuity that connected the present moment to countless similar moments stretching back through generations. As the evening wound down and family members prepared for sleep, there was often a moment of collective gratitude. Not formally expressed, perhaps, but felt nonetheless. The harvest was complete, the storerooms were full, the fire burned bright, and the family was gathered safe and warm. Winter was coming, with all its challenges, but for this moment, surrounded by abundance and familial love, the future could wait. To truly understand Roman attitudes toward death and the dead, you need to step outside the city walls and walk among the tombs. Roman law, as mentioned earlier, forbade burial within the sacred boundary of the city itself, so the dead gathered along the roads leading into Rome, creating these extraordinary neighbourhoods where the living passed constantly among monuments to mortality. The Via Appia, the Appian Way, offers the most famous example. Walking along this ancient road even today, you're surrounded by tombs in various states of preservation, some intact enough to read their inscriptions, others reduced to romantic ruins overgrown with wild herbs. In ancient times, this road would have been even more crowded with monuments, a constant reminder to travellers that death was not something to be hidden away, but rather integrated into daily life. Roman tombs varied wildly depending on the wealth and status of their occupants. The very wealthy constructed massive mausoleums, small buildings with chambers inside where family members could be interred over generations. These structures were architectural statements, declaring the family's importance through marble columns, elaborate sculptures, and inscriptions that catalogued achievements and virtues. The tomb of Cecilia Metella, still standing on the Appian Way, gives a sense of the grandeur these monuments could achieve. Middle-class Romans couldn't afford such elaborate structures, but they still wanted permanent memorials. Many joined burial societies, essentially ancient versions of funeral insurance, where members contributed regular payments in exchange for guaranteed proper burial and a place in a communal tomb. These societies had their own rituals and traditions, creating communities bound by the shared understanding of mortality. Poorer Romans faced greater challenges. Burial costs money, and those without resources might be unceremoniously dumped in common pits outside the city. This was considered a terrible fate, not just undignified, but spiritually dangerous. Without proper burial and memorial, these dead risked becoming the very lemures that Romans feared during their May festivals. Poverty and death, as in life, created ongoing problems, but even modest tombs shared certain features. Almost all included inscriptions that spoke directly to passers-by. These weren't the solemn, formal epitaphs you might find in modern cemeteries. Roman tomb inscriptions often addressed travellers in surprisingly conversational tones. One famous example reads, "I was not, I was, I am not, I care not." A philosophical statement about death's finality. Others were more personal. "Stranger, I have few words to say. Stop and read. This is the unwelcome tomb of an unwelcome woman. She was named Claudia." These inscriptions reveal something touching about Roman attitudes toward mortality. The dead wanted to be remembered, to have their lives acknowledged by strangers as well as family. The act of reading an inscription, of speaking a dead person's name aloud, even silently in your mind, was a form of continued life. The tomb thus became a kind of bridge between past and present, between the dead who once walked these roads and the living who walk them now. Many tombs included portrait sculptures or busts. The tradition of creating death masks taken from the faces of the deceased ensured remarkable likeness. Walking past these tombs, you wouldn't see idealised or generic faces, but actual people. A merchant with a crooked nose, a matron with a stern expression, a soldier with a scar across his cheek. These faces demanded recognition and insisted on their continued presence in the world they'd left. The tombs were designed to be interactive spaces. Many included benches where family members could sit during their visits. Some had small kitchens or dining areas for funeral banquets, meals eaten at the tomb site where the dead were in effect guests of honour. The idea was that death didn't end family relationships but merely changed them. You still visited your relatives, you still shared meals with them, you still updated them on family news, and you still sought their intercession with the gods. During the Parentalia and Feralia, these tomb-lined roads would transform into something like an ancient version of a festival ground, families moving from tomb to tomb, making their offerings, reciting their prayers, and cleaning and maintaining the monuments. The roads would be crowded with people carrying flowers, wine, food, and lamps. Children would run between the tombs, simultaneously awed and fascinated by this city of the dead. The sensory experience of these tomb visits was rich and complex. The smell of flowers mixed with incense and wine poured onto stone, the sound of prayers and conversations, sometimes laughter as families shared stories about the deceased. The visual spectacle of hundreds of tombs, each different, each demanding attention. The tactile experience of touching cold marble inscribed with names and dates, feeling the connection to people who had touched these same stones decades or centuries earlier. Some tombs included small altars where families could burn offerings. The smoke from these fires would rise and dissipate, carrying prayers and messages to the underworld. On festival days, the roads outside Rome would be hazy with this smoke, the air thick with the smell of burning incense, rendered fat and various aromatics. It created an atmosphere that was simultaneously solemn and celebratory, mournful and life-affirming. The wealthier tombs often included gardens, enclosed spaces with plants, fountains and shade trees where visitors could rest. These gardens served practical purposes, providing pleasant spots for funeral meals and family gatherings. But they also had symbolic significance. A garden represented life continuing, growth emerging from death, and beauty arising from decay. The Romans understood that gardens required dead matter, composted leaves, aged manure to flourish. Death literally nurtured life. At night, the tomb roads took on a different character entirely. Oil lamps placed around monuments created pools of light in the darkness, making the sculptured faces seem to move and shift with the flickering flames. Shadows grew deeper, and the spaces between tombs became uncertain voids where imagination could populate all sorts of supernatural entities. This was when the dead were believed to be most active, when the boundary between worlds grew thin enough to permit passage. Walking these roads at night required courage. Most Romans avoided it when possible, but sometimes necessity demanded travel after dark. Those who ventured out would speak prayers of protection, make defensive gestures, and move quickly past the tombs without looking too closely at the shadows. Stories circulated about people who had seen spirits among the tombs, encountered restless dead, or heard voices calling from empty monuments. Yet there was also something oddly comforting about the tomb's presence. They represented continuity, the unbroken chain of generations that stretched back through time. Every family had ancestors, every living person would eventually join the dead, and the tombs were physical proof of this continuity. In a world that could be brutally harsh and unpredictable, the tombs offered a kind of permanence. The stones would endure even when flesh failed. The Romans' practice of locating tombs along roads was more than a practical necessity or religious requirement. It was a philosophical statement about the relationship between life and death. The living passed constantly among the dead, reminded with every journey that mortality was not an abstraction but a certainty. Death was not hidden in remote cemeteries but integrated into the landscape of daily life. Neither feared nor forgotten but simply acknowledged as part of existence. As Rome's empire expanded northward and westward, Roman legions encountered Celtic, peoples whose own autumn festivals bore strange similarities to and fascinating differences from Roman practices. This cultural encounter would eventually influence how all of Europe thought about the season of the dead, creating traditions that echo down to our own Halloween celebrations. The Celts, those tribal peoples who inhabited much of Gaul, Britain, and Ireland, celebrated Samhain at the end of October, a festival that marked the transition from the light half of the year to the dark half. Like Romans, the Celts believed this was a time when the boundary between the living and the dead became permeable. But their response to this belief differed in significant ways from Roman practices. Roman soldiers stationed in Celtic territories would have observed Samhain celebrations with a mixture of recognition and bewilderment. They'd recognise the offerings to the dead, the ritual fires, and the sense of communal observance. But the scale and intensity of Celtic practices exceeded anything they'd experienced in Rome. The Celts didn't just honour the dead. They seemed to believe that the dead actively returned to walk among the living during Samhain. Celtic communities would extinguish all fires in their homes as Samhain approached, creating a moment of complete darkness that symbolised the death of the old year. Then Druid priests would kindle a new sacred fire, and from this flame, all the community's fires would be relit. This practice of ritual death and rebirth had no precise Roman equivalent, and it suggested a view of time as cyclical rather than linear, each year dying and being reborn, each harvest containing the seeds of the next. The Celts built enormous bonfires for Samhain, far larger than anything Romans used in their more modest household observances. These fires served multiple purposes. They honoured the gods, they provided protection against harmful spirits, and they created gathering places for the entire community. Animals were driven between two fires as a purification ritual. Young people would perform feats of bravery by leaping over flames. The fires transformed the landscape, turning ordinary hillsides into stages for human drama played out against darkness. Around these fires, the Celts practiced divination, attempting to glimpse the future during this liminal time when normal rules were suspended. They would read omens in the flames, interpret the behaviour of animals, and perform rituals designed to reveal whom they would marry, whether they would survive the coming winter, and what luck the next year would bring. Romans practiced divination too, of course, but not with the same intensity or the same belief that this particular season offered special access to hidden knowledge. The Celts also left offerings of food outside their homes for the returning dead, but with a different spirit than Roman offerings. Where Romans made offerings with a sense of duty and respect, Celtic offerings often contained an element of appeasement or even fear. The dead were not just honoured ancestors, but potentially dangerous beings whose favour had to be secured through generous gifts. Tables would be set with the best food available, and portions of the feast would be placed outside for spirits who might otherwise cause mischief or worse. When Rome conquered Celtic lands, both cultures influenced each other. Roman soldiers adopted some Celtic practices, the bonfires, some of the divination techniques, and certain protective rituals. Celts, in turn, incorporated Roman religious concepts, creating hybrid festivals that combined elements from both traditions. This cultural mixing was most intense in the border regions, places like Roman Britain, where Celtic and Roman populations lived side by side for centuries. The Roman writer Lucan, describing Celtic religious practices, was both horrified and fascinated by their intensity. He wrote about sacred groves where the Celts made offerings, places so permeated with supernatural presence that even birds wouldn't land in the trees. His descriptions, though probably exaggerated, capture the sense that Roman observers felt they were encountering something older and wilder than their own relatively organised religious practices. But Romans also brought their own influences to Celtic lands. They constructed tombs along Roman roads in Celtic territories, establishing the same kind of relationship between the living and the dead that existed around Rome itself. They brought their calendar, their festivals, and their organised approach to religious observance. Over generations, Celtic and Roman practices blended into something new. Not quite either one, but containing elements of both. This blending accelerated with the spread of Christianity through the Roman Empire. Early Christians, seeking to replace pagan festivals with Christian observances, chose dates that coincided with existing celebrations. All Saints' Day was deliberately placed on November 1st, the day after Samhain, in an attempt to Christianise the existing festival. All Souls' Day followed on November the 2nd, incorporating elements of both Roman and Celtic practices around honouring the dead. These Christian festivals retained many pre-Christian elements. The practice of visiting graves and leaving offerings continued, just with Christian prayers instead of pagan ones. The bonfires continued, now blessed by priests rather than Druids. The sense that late autumn was a special time for thinking about death, and the dead persisted, even as the theological framework changed. What emerged from these centuries of cultural mixing was a set of traditions that combined Roman practicality with Celtic mysticism, Mediterranean order with northern intensity, and civic religion with ecstatic practice. When these traditions eventually crossed the Atlantic to North America, they evolved further, incorporating yet more cultural influences to become the Halloween we know today. But the Roman contribution to this evolution shouldn't be underestimated. The idea that the dead need to be remembered and honoured, that offerings should be made to maintain good relationships with the deceased, and that autumn is a time for thinking about mortality. All of these have Roman roots that reach back to the Feralia, Lemuria, and the countless household rituals that punctuated Roman life. As you nestle deeper into your blanket, perhaps wondering what all this ancient history has to do with the world you inhabit, let's trace the threads that connect Roman autumn festivals to the customs you might practice today without even realising their origins. Every time you visit a cemetery on Memorial Day or All Souls' Day, placing flowers on a grave and speaking memories of the deceased, you're participating in a tradition that leads directly back to Roman practices during the Feralia. The specific forms have changed. You probably don't pour wine on the grave or scatter grain, but the essential gesture remains identical. You're maintaining the connection between the living and the dead, ensuring that the deceased are remembered, and affirming that death doesn't end relationships but transforms them. When you attend a funeral and participate in a memorial meal afterward, sharing food and stories about the person who died, you're echoing Roman funeral banquets. The Romans understood something that modern grief counsellors have rediscovered, that communal eating in the presence of death serves important psychological and social functions. It reaffirms life in the face of mortality, it strengthens community bonds, and it provides a structured way to process grief. The Halloween tradition of leaving out food for spirits has direct parallels to both Roman and Celtic practices. When children place cookies and milk for Santa Claus, they're participating in a secularized version of offerings to supernatural beings, a practice that Romans performed throughout the year, but especially during autumn festivals. The form has changed, the theological justification has vanished, but the basic gesture persists. We leave food for beings we cannot see, acknowledging powers beyond our control. Jack-o'-lanterns, those carved pumpkins with candles inside, descend from Celtic turnip lanterns but serve a function that Romans would have understood perfectly. They're boundary markers, protective devices that create safe spaces surrounded by darkness. Roman lamps placed around tombs during the Feralia serve the same purpose, like pushing back against shadow, human craft creating zones of safety in a dangerous world. The modern practice of costume wearing on Halloween has multiple origins, but one thread leads back to Roman festivals where social norms were temporarily suspended. During Saturnalia, Romans wore different clothes and adopted different roles. Masters served slaves, serious people acted foolish, and normal hierarchies were inverted. Halloween costumes serve a similar function. They're permission to become someone else, to transgress normal boundaries, to play with identity in ways that ordinary life doesn't permit. Even our modern harvest festivals, Thanksgiving in America, harvest, home celebrations in Britain, echo the Roman practice of communal feasting to mark agricultural cycles. The specific foods have changed according to what different regions produce, but the underlying pattern remains. Gather the community, share abundant food, give thanks for survival, and prepare mentally and physically for winter's scarcity. The Roman calendar reform that gave us the Julian calendar, later modified into the Gregorian calendar we use today, means that our entire temporal framework has Roman origins. When October gives way to November, when you note that the days are growing shorter and winter approaches, you're experiencing time in a way that was deliberately structured by Roman innovations. Our months have Roman names, and our concept of when the year begins and ends reflects Roman decisions. The persistence of these traditions reveals something important about human culture. We're not as modern as we sometimes think. Beneath the technology and the secular worldview and the scientific understanding of death, we're still performing rituals that our ancestors would recognise. We still need to mark transitions, to honour our dead, to gather in the face of darkness, to eat together and tell stories, and to light fires against the cold. Rome's lasting contribution to autumn traditions wasn't primarily in specific rituals, though many of those persist, but in the framework for thinking about death, community, and the relationship between living and dead. The Roman approach was practical, structured, communal, and integrated into daily life rather than segregated into special spiritual moments. This framework proved remarkably durable, capable of absorbing influences from other cultures while maintaining its essential character. When Christianity spread through the Roman Empire, it didn't entirely replace these traditions, but rather incorporated and transformed them. Church calendars included saints' days that mirrored the Roman festival calendar. Christian funerals adopted Roman practices around memorial meals and tomb visiting. The veneration of saints' relics reflected Roman practices around honouring the dead and maintaining connections with the departed. The Renaissance and Enlightenment challenged some traditional practices around death and the dead, but even modern, secular societies maintain versions of ancient customs. Memorial Day, Veterans Day, Holocaust Memorial Day, all of these are essentially secularized versions of festivals for the dead, maintaining the principle that communities have obligations to remember and honor those who have died. The way we design cemeteries today, with permanent markers and maintained grounds, reflects Roman influence. Before Roman practices spread through Europe, many cultures buried their dead in temporary or unmarked graves. The Roman insistence on permanent memorials, on tombs that would endure, and on inscriptions that would preserve names and achievements changed how Europeans thought about death and remembrance. Even our ghost stories, a modern Halloween staple, echo Roman concerns about restless spirits and proper burial. The archetype of the vengeful ghost who cannot rest until some wrong is righted appears in Roman literature and persists in modern horror fiction. The tools for dealing with ghosts, protective gestures, specific rituals, and offerings of appeasement all have Roman precedents. The agricultural calendar that structured Roman autumn festivals has become less relevant, as most people no longer farm or depend directly on harvests. But the psychological patterns those festivals addressed remain. We still need markers for seasonal transitions, we still respond emotionally to shorter days and colder weather, and we still feel the need to gather and feast before winter's isolation. Halloween and Thanksgiving serve these functions for modern Americans much as autumn festivals served them for ancient Romans. What's perhaps most remarkable is how these traditions persist, even when their original meanings have been forgotten. Most people who carve jack-o'-lanterns or visit graves on Memorial Day have no idea they're participating in traditions with roots 2,000 years deep. The practices continue because they fulfill human needs that transcend specific cultural or historical contexts. As our journey through Roman autumn festivals comes to its gentle close, and as you prepare to drift into sleep, let's take a final moment to reflect on what these ancient practices reveal about human nature and our relationship with mortality. The Romans were not a particularly mystical people. They were practical, legalistic, concrete thinkers who approached religion as a contractual arrangement. Do the right rituals, and the gods will fulfill their obligations. Yet even these pragmatic people recognized that autumn was special, that the boundary between living and dead required careful maintenance, and that death was not something to be ignored but rather integrated into the rhythm of life. Their autumn. Festivals, Feralia, Lemuria, Pomona celebrations, and the countless household rituals represented a sophisticated understanding of what we might now call death acceptance. Romans didn't try to deny mortality or pretend that death was an easily overcome obstacle. They faced it squarely, acknowledged its power, and developed elaborate social mechanisms for processing grief and maintaining connections with the deceased. This approach has much to teach our own death-denying culture. Modern Western society often treats death as a failure rather than an inevitability, something to be hidden away in hospitals and funeral homes rather than integrated into daily life. We've lost the Roman comfort with mortality, their acceptance that death is part of existence rather than a violation of it. The Roman practice of locating tombs along roads, ensuring that the living passed constantly among the dead, embodied a philosophy that modern people might benefit from recovering. Death is not separate from life, but woven through it. Every generation joins the dead eventually. Remembering this doesn't have to be morbid. It can be grounding, perspective-giving, and even comforting. The autumn festivals also reveal Roman sophistication about ritual and its psychological functions. They understood that grief needs structure, that transitions require marking, and that abstract concepts become manageable when given concrete form. The bean-spitting ritual of Lemuria might seem silly to modern sensibilities, but it provided a specific action that addressed generalized anxiety about malevolent spirits. The offerings during Feralia gave mourning families something productive to do with their grief. We've lost much of this ritual sophistication, and you can see the consequences in how modern people struggle with grief and mortality. Without structured rituals, people often feel lost when facing death, unsure how to express sorrow or honour the deceased. The Roman calendar of festivals provided a framework that made death manageable without making it trivial. The agricultural dimension of Roman autumn festivals reminds us that for most of human history, survival was precarious and seasonal. Harvest wasn't a quaint rural activity, but a matter of life and death. The abundance or scarcity of the harvest determined whether families would survive the winter. Modern people, insulated from these realities by grocery stores and global food systems, have lost touch with the anxiety and gratitude that harvest generated. Yet we still respond to autumn on some deep level. We still feel the urge to gather provisions, to feast, and to prepare for winter's darkness. These responses are written into our psychology by thousands of years of seasonal living. Halloween and Thanksgiving tap into these ancient patterns, giving us culturally sanctioned ways to express impulses that no longer have practical survival value, but remain emotionally significant. The Roman emphasis on community during autumn festivals also deserves attention. Their festivals were not private affairs, but communal observances that strengthened social bonds. Families gathered, neighbours helped each other with harvest and preservation, and the entire city participated in festivals for the dead. This communal dimension provided support systems that helped people cope with death, scarcity, and the challenges of seasonal change. Modern life's increasing individualism has eroded many of these communal supports. People often face grief alone, process mortality in isolation, and lack the structured community gatherings that helped Romans navigate difficult transitions. Rebuilding some form of communal ritual around death and seasonal change might address some of modern society's epidemic loneliness. As you drift towards sleep, consider the Romans who once performed these autumn rituals. They're all dead now, of course, dead for 2,000 years. The specific people who poured wine on family tombs, who scattered beans to appease lemurs, who offered first fruits to Pomona, all gone, their names mostly forgotten, their lives reduced to archaeological traces and fragmentary texts. Yet in a sense, they're not entirely gone. Their practices persist, transformed but recognisable. Their understanding of death and seasonal change continues to influence how we think about these matters. When you carve a pumpkin or visit a cemetery or gather for a harvest feast, you're performing variations on rituals they would understand. You're part of a human story that stretches back through countless generations, all of them facing the same basic realities. The changing seasons, the certainty of death, the need for community, and the search for meaning in the face of mortality. The autumn festivals of ancient Rome remind us that we're not the first people to grapple with these eternal questions. We're not alone in our mortality or our struggles to make sense of death. We're part of a long human tradition of facing darkness with light, meeting death with ritual, and gathering together when the nights grow cold and long. Sleep well, then, knowing that the rhythms that structured Roman autumn, the harvest, the honouring of the dead, the preparation for winter, continue to structure our own lives whether we recognise them or not. The seasons still turn, the dead still require our remembrance, and autumn remains the time when the boundary between worlds grows thin. Tomorrow, when you wake to another autumn day, you'll be participating in that same eternal cycle. The specific forms may have changed. You'll check your thermostat instead of tending a hearth fire, and you'll buy bread instead of baking it from your own wheat. But the underlying patterns persist. Autumn is still a time of transition, still a season that calls us to remember our dead and prepare for darkness, still a moment when the veil between worlds seems permeable. And that's perhaps the most comforting legacy of Roman autumn festivals. They remind us that we're not alone in our experience of mortality, seasonal change, and the mysteries that lie beyond ordinary life. We're part of an unbroken human chain reaching back through time, all of us trying to make sense of the same eternal questions, all of us lighting our small fires against the gathering dark. The Romans had a phrase, memento mori, remember that you will die. It sounds grim to modern ears, but they didn't mean it as a morbid obsession. They meant it as a reminder to live fully, to not waste the time you have, and to honour your relationships and obligations while you can. Their autumn festivals embodied this philosophy, acknowledging death's reality while celebrating life's abundance, preparing for winter while giving thanks for harvest, and honouring the dead while affirming connection with the living. As your eyes grow heavy and consciousness begins to slip away, let yourself feel connected to those ancient Romans performing their autumn rituals. Let yourself feel the continuity that links you to them across 2,000 years of history. You're part of the same human story, facing the same seasonal transitions, grappling with the same fundamental mysteries. The fire on the hearth burns low now. Outside, autumn night has fully fallen, and the stars wheel overhead in their eternal patterns. The same stars that shone on ancient Rome, the same sky that covered the tombs along the Via Appia when families made their offerings during the Feralia. Time moves forward, but some things remain constant. The seasons, the stars, and the human need to mark transitions and honour the dead. Rest now, in the knowledge that you're held in patterns older than Rome, part of cycles that will continue long after all of us have joined the ancestors. Tomorrow will bring another autumn day, another opportunity to participate in the eternal dance between light and darkness, life and death, and remembrance and forgetting. But for now, sleep. Let the ancient rhythms carry you into dreams. Let the wisdom of Roman autumn festivals inform your rest. The dead are quiet tonight, properly honoured and peacefully sleeping. The harvest is gathered, the fires are lit, and all is as it should be in this eternal autumn that connects past to present, living to dead, and each of us to the long human story that began long ago and continues still. Picture an early morning in the ancient kingdom of Macedon, a hazy dawn light creeping over the rolling hills and illuminating the stone walls of Pella. The capital, in the courtyard of the royal palace, a young prince takes measured steps across smooth flagstones still cool from the chill of night. He is Alexander, son of King Philip II, already restless with ambition. He stands no taller than any normal youth, yet there's a quiet intensity in his gaze. Local gossip suggests he asks questions no child his age should, ones about life, death, and the boundaries of human capability. It's whispered that from the day he first saw the world, he's been driven by the desire to surpass it. Philip himself is not a particularly sentimental father. He loves Alexander in his own way, yet the kingdom demands more attention than his son. Under King Philip, Macedon has become stronger, more organised and more dangerous to neighbouring lands. Philip sees in Alexander the potential to carry on and expand his work. He pushes the boy to study with the best tutors in all of Greece, ensuring a potent blend of martial and intellectual preparation. Aristotle is one among many teachers, but uniquely revered. He nurtures Alexander's fascination with science, philosophy, and the fringes of knowledge. Lessons aren't rote memorization, but dialogues, full of debates that test logic and stoke curiosity. This mental discipline shapes Alexander's sense of strategy and cunning. The climate in the palace is complex. Every corner can hold a potential spy, and each dusty corridor might echo with rumours of betrayals and alliances. People talk in low tones about the tension between Philip and his wives. Alexander's mother, Olympias, is as formidable in her own right as any soldier. Devout worshipper of the god Dionysus, she's rumoured to participate in midnight rituals involving serpents, drums, and an ecstatic communion with the divine. Some say she is cunning, even a dangerous influence on Alexander. Yet to him, she is not the mysterious priestess, but the unwavering pillar of maternal warmth. Between Philip's stern discipline and Olympias's intense devotion, Alexander is shaped by a certain duality, logic wedded to the mystical, ambition guided by tradition but emboldened by dreams of grandeur. From an early age, Alexander's thirst for the glory finds its first real test in the stables of his father. Legend has it that when he encounters a spirited black stallion named Bucephalus, the horse refuses to be tamed by any of Philip's most capable men. They try, they fail, and the beast is ready to be dismissed. But young Alexander notices the animal's fear of its own shadow. Patiently, he coaxes Bucephalus to face the sun, away from the silhouette that spooked him. In minutes, the horse is calm and Alexander rides him without protest. Observers watch, stunned, as the boy demonstrates a combination of empathy and ingenuity that even seasoned horsemen lack. From that moment, Bucephalus becomes a living extension of Alexander, a half-wild mirror to his own fierce spirit. In the Macedonian court, no virtue stands above the ability to wage war, an art requiring both brilliance and brute strength. Alexander's basic training begins, filled with the typical rigours, sprinting uphill, wrestling in dusty arenas, and drilling with weapons under the unrelenting heat of the summer sun. Yet his father insists he also master oratory. The skill to sway hearts with words is as valuable in forging alliances as a sharpened spear is in battle. Philip knows that to conquer new lands, you need to win people's faith or kindle their fear. Alexander, even as a teenager, shows promise in both realms. before he ever lifts a sword in earnest combat. He has already convinced many of his peers he is destined for greatness. At night, after the strenuous training and political chatter, Alexander retreats to the palace library. He pores over scrolls describing the achievements of legendary heroes, Achilles most of all. When Alexander reads these stories, he doesn't see them as dusty relics, but as signposts of what is possible. Every triumph of Achilles, every cunning maneuver of Odysseus, becomes a clue to his own destiny. Yet he's not content to just mirror these heroes. He wants to eclipse them, to inscribe his own feats into the tapestry of myths. In his private moments, he contemplates the ephemeral nature of life. He wonders how many will remember him after centuries have passed. His conclusion is always the same: only through extraordinary deeds can one transcend mortality. So, from the vantage point of Pella's palace, we see the formative years of a conqueror in the making. The forces shaping Alexander's character are as varied as the lands he will one day traverse. The unwavering discipline from King Philip, the fierce spiritual intensity from Olympius, the philosophical grounding from Aristotle, and the burning ambition stoked by legends of warriors past. Already, he's begun forging a path that few in the Greek world, indeed, the entire known world, can envision. He's not simply an heir to a throne. He sees himself as the living manifestation of a myth destined to break the boundaries of what Macedon, or any kingdom, believes is possible. Life in Macedon, even for a prince, is precarious. The hallways of the palace buzz with potential treachery, assassins lurking in the shadows, and cunning allies who are only as loyal as their opportunities demand. Every so often, tensions flare between Philip and the aristocracy. Some resent the king's bold military reforms, believing he is gradually dismantling old tribal structures that once defined Macedonian life. Others fear that while building alliances with Greek city-states, Philip risks losing the distinct identity of Macedon itself. Young Alexander, absorbing these concerns, learns early that power can be fickle. Even the mightiest monarchy can topple under the weight of ambition, both from within and beyond the palace walls. Beyond politics, Alexander wrestles with internal doubt. Yes, he is fearless on a charging horse, but the responsibilities overshadowing him loom far greater. There's a hidden conflict, often unspoken, between father and son. Philip expects gratitude for all he provides: training, a stable empire, connections. But Alexander yearns to chart his own course, unsatisfied by mere inheritance. He wants to carve out something unprecedented, an empire bridging cultures and continents. Sometimes it feels like the older generation just wants to secure Macedon's local dominion, while Alexander's private vision stretches across the horizon. He doesn't articulate it yet, but deep within, the seeds of conquest already take root. To outsiders, Macedon can feel rugged compared to the refined city-states of southern Greece. Athenians and Spartans might sneer at Macedonian barbarism, but Philip has proven that Macedon's might lies in an organised army led by fierce leadership. Alexander sees the transformations, the phalanx formation perfected, discipline enforced, and new siege technologies tested. He trains alongside hardened veterans who share stories of battles fought against formidable foes. Growing up amid soldiers' banter, Alexander learns not only the physical demands of combat, but also how morale, fear, and loyalty can determine outcomes before the first arrow even flies. Around this time, Alexander is invited to visit Athens with his father. Despite any mocking glances from local intellectuals, he admires the marble columns, the bustling agora, and the philosophical debates that spill out onto street corners. The famed city is a living monument to human achievement in art and reason, yet it also teems with political tensions, a sense of friction between progress and tradition. Walking those storied streets, Alexander muses that controlling a city is far more than just occupying its walls. You must win over its spirit, its sense of cultural pride. He keeps that insight close, suspecting he'll one day need it. Yet tragedy and strife soon converge, as they so often do in the ancient world. Word spreads of plots against Philip. Some revolve around former allies who feel slighted by the king's conquests or suspect he's grown too bold. Alexander stands on the periphery, uncertain whether he should intervene, afraid that any misstep might implicate him as a conspirator. The tension boils over during a grand ceremony, one that should have been a pinnacle of Philip's prestige. In a sudden and shocking moment, an assassin plunges a blade into the king. The crowd gasps. The king of Macedon, unstoppable in battle, falls victim to a single thrust in the confusion of the celebration. Chaos erupts, with bystanders scattering and guards rushing forward. Within minutes, the assassin lies dead, but the damage is done. Philip's lifeblood seeps into the dirt, and Macedon stands at a precipice. Alexander is thrust into an unexpected, yet almost inevitable, position. At age 20, with the kingdom newly crowned upon his head, he must stabilise his realm. Some friends rejoice, convinced this is his destiny. Others wait in tense anticipation, unsure if the fledgling monarch can hold the reins. Fractious lords sense an opening for independence. Rival city-states begin murmuring about retaking lost territory. Even within Macedon, old grudges resurface. All eyes fix on the new king, who must assert control with the same decisiveness as his father, or face disintegration of all that has been built. One of his first orders is brutal and direct, subdue any potential revolts. In a swift campaign, Alexander and his loyal companions quell insurrections, sometimes responding with shocking severity. Towns that challenge him learn the cost of defiance as he razes structures and exacts harsh penalties. These measures, while seemingly cruel, do confirm a crucial fact. The throne is not vacant. Alexander wields power with an iron determination that matches, and at times surpasses, Philip's. Yet behind the stern facade, there's a flicker of deeper purpose. Alexander doesn't want to be the typical monarch who rules merely out of fear. He yearns to unite, to be recognised not just as a conqueror, but as a visionary leader who can guide disparate peoples towards something grander. In the midst of stamping out rebellions, Alexander turns his eyes back to the Greek city-states. Many think him too young to command their respect, until he arrives at Thebes. The city had rebelled, perhaps assuming the new king was inexperienced. In an audacious move, Alexander's troops storm Thebes quickly, unleashing severe punishment. While horrific to watch, it cements a realization across Greece. This is no malleable successor. If Alexander is tested, he will respond forcefully. The punishment also sends a cautionary note to Athens and others tempted to break alliances. Diplomacy, Alexander understands, can be built on intimidation as well as flattery. By the time the dust settles, the name Alexander already rings with fear across rebellious enclaves and resonates with respect among loyal allies. In fewer than 2 years, he consolidates Macedonia's hold over Greece, earning recognition as the de facto hegemon of the region. Yet rather than rest on these laurels, Alexander looks east, where the vast Persian Empire sprawls. The memory of previous Greek-Persian conflicts looms large, but Alexander imagines more than a retaliatory strike. Rumours swirl that he sees an empire beyond the horizon, a chance to bring Greek culture into a new world, if he can muster the daring to seize it. And so, in the hush of late evening, he prepares to set in motion one of the most extraordinary military campaigns recorded in the annals of history. The war drums beat in the hearts of those who follow Alexander eastward. It's more than just ambition or revenge for past Persian aggression. For many, it feels like a holy cause to punish the empire that once threatened Greek freedom. But Alexander's goals surpass mere retribution. Standing at the Hellespont's edge, where Europe meets Asia, he performs symbolic rituals before crossing. Tossing a spear onto the Asian shore, he allegedly proclaims the land to be won by the spear. It's a blend of theatre and conviction, carefully calculated to unite his troops with the sense that destiny itself beckons them forward. The Persian Empire, stretching from the Aegean Sea to the Indus Valley, has wealth beyond imagination. Its roads, like lifelines, connect distant provinces governed by satraps. Alexander's army, though battle-hardened, pales in sheer numbers compared to the Persian forces, but he counts on something intangible, the belief that each Macedonian soldier is part of a historical quest. Logistics become the silent partner of this ambition. He organises supply lines, secures local alliances where possible, and ensures his men remain disciplined, rewarded, and mindful of the stakes. A loosely knit coalition of Greek allies joins him, some out of genuine admiration, others out of fear of retribution should they refuse. The first major engagement, a confrontation at the Granicus River, tests Alexander's mettle against Persian satraps. Cavalry charges, spears glinting in the sun, churn the muddy banks on the battlefield. Alexander fights at the forefront, disregarding the protective distance that many generals maintain. He trusts in his skill and the loyalty of the men around him. Though pinned down at one point, he narrowly escapes a fatal blow thanks to a timely intervention by a commander. The Macedonians push forward, turning the tide. The Persians, momentarily disorganised, retreat. Their swift defeat rattles the empire's western flank. The rumour spreads that Alexander's boldness on the battlefield is as fearsome as his father's had been in the realm of politics. Victories follow in rapid succession. Alexander's strategy is not merely about smashing through defences, but also about presenting himself as a liberator to Greek cities under Persian rule. He spares those willing to cooperate, displaying a surprising level of mercy towards some towns. This balanced approach undercuts Persian authority and encourages local populations to accept his leadership with fewer rebellions. It also cultivates a sense of moral justification among his troops. They aren't mere invaders, they are freeing these territories. At least that's the story told in Macedonian campfires and official proclamations. Still, there are instances of calculated cruelty. When a city defies him, he doesn't hesitate to unleash the terror of siege warfare, employing advanced siege engines learned from Philip's campaigns. Walls crumble, families flee. If the defenders still refuse to surrender, the aftermath is dire. The memory of Thebes resonates. Disobedience to Alexander carries a dire cost. Yet what emerges is a pattern of caution among local rulers, and increasingly they weigh submission as the safer path. While forging ahead, Alexander exemplifies a curious mind. Local environments, flora and fauna fascinate him. He consults with his retinue of scholars, describing new animal species in letters to Aristotle. His bond with Bucephalus remains strong, the horse galloping across unfamiliar plains, as though both man and beast are discovering their destinies together. And as the army advances, forging new roads, bridging ravines, setting up supply depots, Alexander ensures each step is methodically prepared for the next confrontation with Persian might. The turning point looms in an expansive plain near the city of Issus. Here, Darius III, the Persian king of kings, personally leads a massive force. The disparity in numbers is staggering. Alexander must rely on the disciplined Macedonian phalanx and cunning cavalry manoeuvres. Before the battle, tension grips his soldiers. They face an emperor whose domain and army dwarf their own. Alexander, never missing an opportunity for theatre, walks through his camp, greeting individual soldiers, sharing a brief word of confidence. He underscores that they fight not just for Macedon, but for Greece and for a place in the annals of glory. Morale soars. It's said that a single warrior burning with faith in victory can fight like three, and Alexander aims to ensure that each soldier feels that hot flame. Once the horns signal the charge, dust clouds envelop the plain. Javelins fly, swords clash, and war cries mix with the clamour of shields. Alexander targets the heart of the Persian line, seeking to unnerve Darius himself. Rumour has it that during the most critical moments, Alexander and Darius lock eyes across the chaos. Darius, seeing the relentless approach, loses his nerve and flees the battlefield. Suddenly, the king's personal guard disperses, and the Persian ranks crumble. Victory belongs to Alexander, who captures not only the field, but also the family of Darius, his mother, wife, and children. Remarkably, he treats them with respect, a calculated move to demonstrate both magnanimity and his sense of kingship. If he is to succeed in ruling Persian lands, he must show that he can protect as well as conquer. After Issus, Alexander's star rises among his own troops, while the Persian Empire grapples with uncertainty. Cities open their gates more quickly, satraps weigh switching sides or forging secret deals, and the myth of Persian invincibility splinters. Still, Darius remains at large, and the empire endures. Like a hydra, cutting off one head doesn't necessarily kill the beast, but for Alexander, Issus is proof that no odds are too great when armed with discipline, daring, and a bit of destiny. The next chapters of his campaign will test him in deserts, on the high seas, and within the labyrinthine politics of an empire older than Macedon itself. Yet one fact emerges unmistakably. The young king from the rugged north is rewriting the map of the known world, and he has just begun. In the aftermath of the Battle of Issus, the Macedonian army marches southward, drawn toward the wealthy and strategic coastal cities of Phoenicia. The broad objective is clear: secure the eastern Mediterranean ports and deny the Persian fleet any safe harbours. City by city, Alexander negotiates or besieges, or fostering alliances with those who bow voluntarily and subduing those who resist. At the city of Tyre, perched on an island with towering walls, Alexander meets one of his most formidable sieges yet. Tyre's defenders mock the Macedonians, convinced that their fortress is impregnable, protected by the shimmering blue waters around it. Unfazed, Alexander orders the construction of a massive causeway stretching from the mainland to the island. Day by day, the land bridge inches forward, built from timber and rubble. Tyre's defenders hurl blazing projectiles and stage daring naval raids, inflicting casualties. Still, Alexander's men persist. The siege of Tyre drags on for months, an agonizing test of perseverance and engineering. To motivate his frustrated troops, Alexander personally joins them at the construction, shoulders loaded with materials as though he were an ordinary labourer, sweat mingling with dust on his brow. This spectacle of shared hardship stiffens their resolve, forging a deeper bond. Eventually, Macedonian siege engines batter Tyre's walls. The city falls, unleashing a bloody aftermath that once again underscores Alexander's ruthless approach when denied a swift victory. The causeway, left behind in the sea, stands as a testament to his unbending will to succeed. From Tyre, Alexander's gaze shifts to Egypt. The Egyptians, long subjugated by Persia, see an opening in the young conqueror's approach. Upon arrival, Alexander is greeted less as an invader and more as a liberator, welcomed with processions and offerings. The famed city of Memphis opens its gates, and Alexander visits its temples. He's fascinated by the age-old rituals, the colossal statues of the gods, and the labyrinthine lore. For some, his admiration might seem an act, another shrewd political ploy to win hearts. But Alexander truly finds wonder in the cultural richness he encounters. Sensing the importance of Egyptian beliefs, he visits the oracle of Amun at Siwa, traversing desert expanses. Legend suggests that in the hush of the sanctuary, the oracle addresses him as the son of a god. The exact words remain hidden in the desert silence, but from that day on, Alexander's conviction in his divine destiny intensifies. Seizing this momentum, he founds the city of Alexandria on Egypt's Mediterranean coast, his future capital in the region. Alexander envisions it as a bustling hub for trade, culture, and philosophy. He consults architects on layout and design, ensuring broad avenues to catch the sea breeze and grand public spaces that might rival Athens. Even in the midst of conquest, his mind is drawn to city planning, forging new centres of learning and commerce. For him, building an empire isn't merely about claiming land, it's about shaping the fabric of civilization. He leaves behind administrators and soldiers to cement Macedonian authority, ensuring that the nascent city will flourish once he has moved on. Returning to the broader campaign, Alexander heads back north and east to chase Darius into the heart of Persia. The next great confrontation comes at Gaugamela, a dusty plain where the Persian king assembles a massive army bolstered by scythes, chariots and war elephants. The sight intimidates, an ocean of Persian soldiers swirling with countless banners. Yet Alexander employs cunning tactics, encouraging his cavalry to feign retreats, luring enemy chariots into positions where they are easily targeted, and orchestrating the phalanx to hold firm against waves of attackers. Again, Darius flees. The Persian king's departure sends shockwaves through his ranks, inciting panic. Alexander's victory at Gaugamela effectively shatters the core of Persian military might. It's a triumph so decisive that historians later mark it as the downfall of the Achaemenid Empire. With no organised Persian resistance left, Alexander moves eastward into Babylon, a city of legendary splendour. Gold-laden temples, lush hanging gardens, and the labyrinth of ancient streets leave Alexander in awe. Babylon's populace yields to him without significant conflict, and he enters the city like a triumphant hero. Symbolic gestures follow. Alexander orders that the local temples be restored, presenting himself as a patron of Babylonian religion and traditions. Each region he conquers, he strives to affirm its culture and worship, forging an image of himself as a unifier rather than a mere plunderer. Beneath the spectacle, though, is a shrewd realization. To rule lands as vast as Persia, intimidation alone won't suffice. Understanding and respecting local customs will secure loyalty far more effectively than perpetuating fear. As he journeys further into Persia's heartland, Alexander takes possession of the Persian capital cities, Susa and Persepolis among them. At Persepolis, the seat of Achaemenid power, an iconic event unfolds. During a drunken revel, some Macedonian soldiers, possibly incited by Alexander or by a woman's vengeful suggestion, set fire to the royal palace. Flames dance across priceless reliefs and echo through the columns that once bore testament to Persian might. The devastation stands out as a moment of fiery revenge, avenging centuries of Persian aggression against Greece. Yet, as the embers fade, Alexander reportedly regrets the destruction of such a magnificent sight. Legend holds that the next day, he wanders the charred remains in sombre reflection, perhaps realizing that in a single night of triumphal fury, an irretrievable piece of human heritage was incinerated. By now, Alexander has all but dethroned Darius, who flees east with a few loyalists, yet the empire's total subjugation remains incomplete. Vast territories in Central Asia remain unconquered. Rebellious satraps and local warlords refuse to acknowledge Macedonian rule. The campaign that began with dreams of bridging Europe and Asia now stretches into a sprawling pursuit across deserts, mountains and unfamiliar realms. Alexander, undeterred, pushes onward. The once modest Macedonian force has evolved into a complex, multicultural army, incorporating Persians, Egyptians, and other peoples. Still, the spirit of Macedonia endures in the discipline of its core phalanx and the leadership of Alexander himself. No rumour of a hostile warlord or a rebellious city can quell his determination. The promised land lies yet further east, beckoning him to push the boundaries of the known world. As Alexander forges deeper into Central Asia, the terrain itself becomes an adversary. The rocky highlands, unpredictable winters, and scarce water supplies challenge his army in ways the open plains never did. Gone are the easy, show-stopping battles of earlier campaigns. Instead, Alexander and his men face guerrilla warfare. Local warlords retreat into fortresses high in the mountains, from which they launch ambushes on the Macedonian columns. Supplies strain under the demands of a longer-than-anticipated pursuit, and the troops grow weary. In these hostile environments, Alexander's formidable will must serve as a kind of compass for his men. He refuses to turn back. If he can't sway local leaders with diplomacy, he methodically besieges their strongholds, using a combination of siege towers, specialized climbers, and cavalry blockades. The Macedonians gradually wear down resistance. It's slow and grueling, a war of attrition in which Alexander's famed speed and decisiveness are tested to the limit. Occasionally, entire communities vow loyalty, some out of awe, others out of exhaustion at resisting. Alexander seizes such opportunities to integrate them into his growing empire, placing local leaders in positions of governance if they pledge allegiance. He's discovered that a balanced approach of magnanimity and unrelenting force can be potent. Central Asia also introduces him to new customs and cultures. The region's vibrant tapestries, horse-breeding traditions, and local myths intrigue him. Even the architecture, mud brick fortresses perched on precipitous cliffs, provides lessons in resourceful building methods. Though the campaign is physically draining, Alexander seems mentally alive, soaking up every experience as if it might offer a clue to how worlds might merge under his rule. As the army trudges forward, Alexander's increasingly elaborate attire, sometimes blending Persian finery with Macedonian practicality, sparks disquiet among his veteran officers. They mutter that he's adopting foreign ways too eagerly. Alexander is aware of the whispers, but believes that to govern effectively, he must visibly embrace the cultures under his dominion. For the older Macedonians, though, these gestures threaten the very identity they fought to protect. Tension simmers. One controversy that ignites this tension is Alexander's adoption of the Persian court practice known as proskinesis, bowing or prostrating oneself before the king. Among Persians, it symbolizes respect for a ruler believed to be quasi-divine. However, for Macedonians and Greeks, bowing to another mortal man seems like servile flattery, even blasphemy. When Alexander begins expecting his courtiers to perform the gesture, he faces a quiet but potent backlash. It's not outright mutiny, but murmurs drift through the camp that their once-beloved leader is succumbing to arrogance, forgetting that the bond between commander and soldier in the Macedonian tradition was forged through a shared sense of mortal equality. Alexander, for his part, sees proskynesis as a means to unify the traditions of East and West under a single court protocol, but the friction underscores the growing distance between him and the rank and file who once found him so relatable. Adding to this strife is the case of Philotas, a high-ranking officer and son of Alexander's cherished general, Parmenion. Accusations arise that Philotas is embroiled in a conspiracy to assassinate Alexander. Whether real or fabricated, Alexander reacts swiftly. Philotas is tortured into confession and executed. Fearing Parmenion might seek vengeance, Alexander orders the older general's murder preemptively. The effect ripples through the army, striking fear and sowing doubt. Even close companions realize Alexander's paranoia has grown. No one is untouchable in the face of suspected betrayal. Rumours swirl that his mother, Olympias, had once warned him about trusting anyone too deeply. The triple blow of adoptive Persian customs, harsh punishment of perceived traitors, and the creeping sense that Alexander is evolving into a distant figure combine to erode some of the camaraderie that once fueled his men's devotion. Yet if the internal climate is fractious, the external campaign continues to expand Alexander's legend. In the region known as Bactria and Sogdiana, roughly modern Afghanistan and parts of Central Asia, Alexander marries Roxana, the daughter of a local noble. Historians debate his reasons. Is it genuine affection? Stories describe her as strikingly intelligent and beautiful, or a strategic move to legitimize his claim over the newly subjugated territories? Possibly both. In any case, the wedding is symbolic. It merges Macedonian power with Central Asian lineage, hinting at Alexander's deeper ambition to create a blended aristocracy that transcends old boundaries. Eventually, the pursuit of Darius ends not with a climactic battle, but with the Persian king's murder at the hands of one of his own satraps, Bessus. Alexander finds Darius abandoned and fatally wounded along a dusty roadside, granting him a final respectful cloak. The demise of his long-standing rival brings Alexander no real triumph. Instead, it leaves him with a new antagonist, Bessus, who declares himself the rightful Persian king. To avenge Darius and maintain the semblance of continuity, a clever tactic to rally Persian loyalists under his banner, Alexander pursues Bessus until the usurper is captured and executed. It's a twist of fate that Alexander, originally the nemesis of Persia, now punishes those who harm the Persian royal family, positioning himself as the legitimate heir to the empire. With that, Alexander effectively becomes King of Asia, though the label falls short of capturing the enormity of what he's achieved. He's already governed territories from Greece to the eastern edges of the Iranian plateau, but the horizon beckons him yet again, this time toward the far-flung lands of the Indus Valley. Having extended his empire across deserts and mountains, he thirsts for new challenges. No ancient map fully satisfies him. If oceans define the world's boundary, he wants to see that boundary for himself and possibly cross it. Marching into the Indian subcontinent, the vast Indus region, Alexander confronts not a monolithic empire but a tapestry of kingdoms, each with its own traditions, warriors, and alliances. The land is lush, with tropical forests and rivers that swell during monsoon rains. As he advances, he sends envoys to local rulers, hoping to forge alliances or demand submission. Some comply, offering gifts and tribute. Others test his mettle on the battlefield. Famed among these rulers is King Porus, who reigns over a territory in the Punjab region. Taller than most men, Porus is said to command fearsome war elephants that tower over the Macedonian cavalry. When Alexander's scouts bring back tales of the beasts' trumpeting roars and the sight of their sweeping trunks used like living battering rams, it sparks both fascination and anxiety among the troops. Alexander senses this confrontation will be unlike any before. Elephants can shatter a phalanx, throwing even seasoned veterans into disarray. Nevertheless, he refuses to be deterred. In fact, the challenge invigorates him. His route to Porus leads him and his men across the Hydaspes River, where fast currents and monsoon rains make the crossing treacherous. Under the cover of darkness and using diversionary tactics, Alexander manages to transport a significant portion of his forces to the opposite bank, positioning himself to attack. When dawn breaks, the armies face each other on a sodden plain. Porus, astride an elephant, appears regal and unflinching. Alexander, on his trusty Bucephalus, readies his cavalry to harry the flanks. As the battle commences, the thundering of the elephants shakes the ground, sending tremors through the Macedonian lines. Yet Alexander employs cunning. He directs archers to focus on the elephant mahouts, drivers, creating confusion among the beasts, and positions horsemen to strike from multiple angles. The Macedonian infantry displays its trademark discipline, forming tight formations that can pivot to lure elephants into lethal cul-de-sacs. The chaos is intense, mud and blood mingle underfoot, and the roar of maddened elephants resonates across the battlefield. Eventually, Porus's forces buckle under the unrelenting pressure. Even the mighty war elephants, wounded and panicked, turn against their own side in some cases. In the end, the Macedonians triumph. Rather than subjecting Porus to humiliation or execution, Alexander does something unexpected. Impressed by Porus's bravery, he restores him to his throne as a subordinate ruler, extending a policy of pragmatic statesmanship. This act leaves an enduring legacy in the region, capturing the idea that Alexander valued noble opponents and recognized the utility of local rulers who would maintain order in his name. A sense of admiration grows on both sides. Some of Alexander's men remark they've never seen him so openly respectful to a defeated foe. And in return, Porus becomes a loyal ally, at least for a time. Despite the victory, the Macedonians are battered by the tropical climate, monsoon rains, unfamiliar diseases, and the strain of campaigning so far from home. Some murmurs become open pleas to turn back. Many have marched for years, seldom seeing their families. Tales spread of monstrous rivers further east, of endless armies waiting, or of new elephant corps that dwarf Porus's. The men, once intoxicated by a continuous string of conquests, begin to waver. The bond between Alexander and his army is tested. He rallies them with talk of forging an empire that circles the entire known world. Yet even as he speaks, the weariness in their eyes is palpable. At the Hephaestus River, they finally balk, refusing to go any further. Alexander is outraged. This is the first time his men openly defy him en masse. He tries all his powers of persuasion, calling upon their shared glory, reminding them of the unswerving loyalty they once showed under the scorching sun of Persian deserts. But the tired, homesick soldiers refuse to yield. The standoff is deeply emotional. At last, Alexander relents, perhaps realizing that an empire without an army to maintain it would collapse anyway. He constructs large altars at the boundary, symbolically marking the furthest point of his march and dedicating them to the gods. It's a gesture that provides him a sense of closure, even as frustration roils in his heart. The retreat begins. Though it's hardly a straightforward journey home, Alexander splits his forces, sending part by river while he leads the remainder through the harsh Gedrosian desert, modern-day southern Pakistan and Iran. This route is fraught with scorching heat, water scarcity, and sandstorms that obscure the sun. Many men succumb to thirst, exhaustion, and disease, leaving their bleached bones on the barren dunes. The retreat, in a way, becomes more of a trial than any of the battles waged. Alexander shares in the hardships. He famously pours out a helmet of offered water onto the sand rather than drinking it himself when his men have none. Such acts rekindle a measure of respect, though no one can forget the scale of the suffering they endure. At length, the battered army reunites near the Persian heartland. In place of triumphal parades, there is subdued relief. They have conquered more territory than any Greek or Macedonian ever dreamed possible. Yet the human toll is devastating. Alexander now stands at the apex of his power, in theory the ruler of everything from the Ionian Sea to the fringes of India. He has tested the boundaries of the world as known to him, but he can't escape an inevitable question. What does one do after conquering so much? There's an unease in the air, a sense that the unstoppable force of Alexander's ambition might have reached its outer limit. In the final years, Alexander's empire is vast yet fragile. He understands that simply conquering land doesn't guarantee permanence. Cracks appear among his generals, each harbouring personal ambitions. Ethnic tensions flare between Macedonians, who consider themselves the rightful rulers, and Persians, who resent foreign occupation, but also resent each other. Alexander attempts a radical solution. He pushes for a fusion of the races, encouraging mass marriages between Macedonian officers and Persian women, even presiding over a grand ceremony in Susa. Thousands of couples wed under lavish canopies, the event choreographed to signal unity. While it's a breathtaking spectacle, it doesn't fully ease the undercurrents of distrust. Many marriages end as soon as the official feasts conclude. The shift in Alexander's personal demeanour also causes unease. He drinks more heavily, at times losing the composure that once set him apart. Gone is the simplicity that marked his early campaigns. Now he's surrounded by an entourage of courtiers, many eager to flatter or manipulate. Some suspect that guilt over the killing of old friends haunts him. That the war-weary ghosts of campaigns past weigh on his conscience. Anger flares unpredictably. In one infamous episode, during a heated argument, he fatally stabs Clytus the Black, the same officer who once saved Alexander's life at the Battle of the Granicus. Immediately remorseful, Alexander is inconsolable for days, shutting himself away in anguish. But the damage is done. The old Macedonian veterans now see their king as a dangerous blend of paranoia and absolute power. Despite these tensions, Alexander doesn't abandon governance. He plans administrative reforms, carving the empire into provinces run by both Macedonian and local officials. He invests in roads, trade routes, and the expansion of cities. Alexandria in Egypt blossoms into a vibrant metropolis, a beacon of Hellenistic culture. Similar foundations or refoundations across Asia create a network of Alexandrias, each intended as a focal point of Greek influence entwined with local customs. Scholars travel these routes, exchanging knowledge from Athens, Babylon, and beyond. Alexander envisions a cosmopolitan tapestry, though whether such a vision can survive him remains uncertain. He even contemplates new campaigns. Rumours swirl that he wants to press into the Arabian Peninsula, that he might return to India with a fresh army, or sail around Africa to find a western sea route. The man who once stood restless in the courtyard of Pella still cannot resist the siren call of uncharted horizons. Yet fate intervenes. While residing in Babylon, his chosen administrative centre, Alexander falls ill after a prolonged banquet. High fever grips him. Some whisper it's the result of poisoning. Others claim it's malaria, typhoid, or complications from old battle wounds. The unstoppable conqueror, only in his early 30s, finds himself bedridden. As his condition deteriorates, Alexander's high commanders gather anxiously. Each wonders who will inherit an empire so colossal that it defies any single heir. Roxana is pregnant, but an unborn child can't rule a realm in chaos. On his deathbed, voice rasping, Alexander is said to murmur cryptic statements about leaving his empire to the strongest. Or maybe he names no successor at all. The records vary, reflecting the swirling confusion of that moment. He offers his signet ring to a trusted general, but the gesture's meaning is ambiguous. Was it a personal bequest or a declaration of succession? In the humid Babylonian nights, the mighty conqueror succumbs. Soldiers gather outside the palace gates, refusing to believe the rumours. They beg to see him one last time. Legend says the dying Alexander is carried to an antechamber, where he silently acknowledges his troops with his eyes. Too weak to speak, sorrow envelops them. The man who led them across oceans, deserts, and countless battlefields is now leaving them, with no clear directive for tomorrow. With Alexander's death, the empire he created trembles on the brink of fragmentation. Generals, later called the Diadochi, will carve the territories into separate kingdoms, forging their own dynasties in Egypt, Asia Minor, and beyond. Many of the cities Alexander founded remain, cultural crossroads that spin out new fusions of art, philosophy, and religion. Hellenistic influence spreads further than any purely Greek city-state ever could have imagined, shaping centuries of development in lands as far as the Indus Valley. And what of Alexander's legacy? For some, he is a brilliant strategist who rewrote the art of warfare, a king who integrated peoples and stoked the fires of cross-cultural exchange. To others, he is a figure of tragic hubris, dragging thousands into a long, bloody march fueled by personal ambition. Stories from the Indus to the Nile, from the Oxus River to the Aegean Sea, carry fragments of his legend. Over centuries, the raw details morph into myths. Poets transform him into a demigod. Historians debate his virtues and vices, and explorers invoke his name when embarking on perilous quests. But above all, Alexander remains the restless soul of antiquity, a leader who, from his first steps on Macedonian soil, dreamed not of limiting horizons but of breaking them. His life stands as a testament to the sheer, and sometimes terrifying, force of will, forever leaving questions about how one man's drive can alter the course of nations for good or ill. Thus concludes our tapestry of Alexander the Great, a story woven from dusty paths, rivers of conflict, lavish banquets, and fleeting triumphs. He was shaped by powerful parents, guided by philosophers, tested on countless battlefields, and enthralled by the promise of immortality through conquest. Whether or not he has achieved that immortality remains for us to judge. As long as human curiosity thrives, his name echoes. Alexander, the man who sought to see, to rule, and to understand the edge of the known world, only to find that the world is always larger than we dare imagine. You get up early in your modest room above the olive oil business, not because you want to, but because your neighbour's donkey has decided that 4 in the morning is the best time to practice his vocal scales. Alexandria sleeps under a blanket of stars that come through the thin wooden shutters, but you know better than most that a good merchant gets the worm, or, in your case, the tastiest fish, before anyone else discovers they're hungry. You stretch out like a cat that has been sleeping on bags of grain instead of soft pillows. Your bare feet touch the chilly clay tiles. The smell of yesterday's bread, which always smells better in memory than it did when it was fresh, is mixed with the smell of salt from the harbour and spices from a dozen other locations. You've come to love these quiet hours before the city knows how to make noise. The bronze mirror shows a face that has been through 43 years of Mediterranean sun, wind, and the occasional fight with people who think that negotiating means starting at half your asking price and working your way down to ridiculousness. Your hair used to be as black as Egyptian eyeliner, but now it has enough silver strands to remind you that time is always moving, even if you don't see it. But your hands stay stable, your eyes are sharp enough to spot a false coin from across the market square, and your smile is genuine enough to greet even the grumpiest customer. The coolness of the water when you splash it on your face from the ceramic basin wakes you up. Every day, the city changes from a peaceful sleeping giant to a busy place where people talk and do things. A priest in the temple calls the devout to morning prayers from a distance. His voice drifts over the rooftops like incense on a light wind. Your tunic, which is made of high-quality Egyptian linen, slips over your shoulders like something you wear every day. It's more useful than beautiful. The leather belt, which has been worn smooth over the years, falls around your waist with the satisfying weight of your coin purse. It's not heavy enough to make you worry about thieves, but it's heavy enough to make dealing today worth your time. The leather straps go back to where they belong as soon as you put on your sandals like old friends. The wooden steps groan their morning song as you go down to the shop below. You keep your real treasures here, small jars of the greatest oils, flavoured with herbs that most Alexandrians have never heard of, much less tasted. They are next to enormous clay amphorae full of olive oil from Sicily and Cyprus, Anatolian rosemary, Greek island thyme, and your secret weapon. A special mix of herbs and spices that makes ordinary oil taste so good that even the most sophisticated Roman matron would ask for the formula. You carefully wrap each of these expensive containers in delicate fabric before putting them in a strong leather bag to avoid the calamity of broken pottery and squandered oil. You will walk like a drunk sailor before noon if you carry too much weight on one side. It's too light, and you don't have enough stuff to make money. It's a fine line, like most things in the merchant's life. If you push the street door gently, it will open and welcome you into Alexandria's world before daybreak. The stone streets are still cool from the night air, and you can feel how solid they are. Other early risers are out and about in the dark, bakers heading to their ovens, fishermen coming back from nocturnal fishing trips with silver catches that gleam in the moonlight, and the odd city guard trying to look alert but clearly wanting to go, back to sleep. As you walk near the harbour, the fishing boats will soon come back with the day's catch. The sound of your breathing and the rhythm of your footfall on the stone provide a mild percussion, and you start to feel the meditative state that comes from completing familiar tasks in peace. The satchel gently taps your hip with each step, reminding you that you're ready to compete with clients, win money from purses, and maybe, if the gods are willing, find something amazing and surprising in the huge marketplace of human trade just like you have for the last 20 years. The port comes into view as you round the last corner. Its waters reflect the last stars like diamonds on black velvet. The sun will soon colour the sky pink and gold. The fishing boats will come back full of the work they did at night, and Alexandria will be awake and eager to buy, sell, trade and argue over everything, from the price of grain to the quality of foreign wine. But just now, the city is owned by dreamers and merchants who know that the best transactions happen when the world is still soft around the edges, like now, when there are only a few minutes of silence left. The fishing boats appear on the horizon, like a fleet of moths drawn to the lighthouse's blaze, their triangular sails catching the first faint signs of dawn. You set up shop by the stone quay where Captain Marcus typically docks his ship because his crew always brings in the biggest catches in Alexandria's harbour. You don't like Marcus though, because he tends to believe his own stories about the fish that got away. You can't help but sway a little as you wait because the smooth waves breaking against the port wall make a cadence that calms your soul. As the other merchants start to gather, you can hear the sounds of water and the distant screams of seagulls starting their own daily hunt. Everyone understands their place in the pecking order because of years of successful deals, failed discussions and the occasional huge fight over fish prices. There is also an unwritten code of conduct for these morning meetings. As Marcus's boat glides toward the pier with the comfort of countless mornings, the silvery flash of fish in the nets is already evident. At the front of the boat, the captain stands with a grin that splits his weathered face. This suggests either a very good night of fishing or a really creative way to explain why the fish are smaller than usual. It's not always easy to discern the difference with Marcus. The boat gently bumps against the pier as you sail forward with the confidence of someone who has been playing this game since Marcus was just a young fisherman with more enthusiasm than talent. As the crew begins to unload their haul, your experienced eye quickly makes a list of the options. Sea bass with bright clear eyes, red mullet that sparkle like rubies, and a number of fish species whose names you haven't bothered to learn but whose quality you can tell with a single look. You easily pull the cork out of a tiny ceramic container you take out of your bag. The smell of your special herb-infused olive oil hints at what could be, making the simple act of picking out fish a sign of the supper to come. The smell that escapes makes a lot of adjacent merchants look up. Marcus raises an eyebrow as he sees the well-known ritual. You gesture to a really nice sea bass with 2 fingers and don't say anything. Marcus nods and begins to wrap the fish in wide seaweed leaves, which is the old-fashioned way to package things. He lightly sprays the fish with the oil and then puts it back in its container when you give it to him. This is a cooperation between specialists who recognise that the best deals are good for everyone, not just one person. Years of practice have made it easy to trade coins. You both keep the goodwill that will make future business successful and fun, and Marcus gets paid properly for good fish. You get a product that will sell for high prices to quality-conscious customers. No tense talks, no big gestures, and no trying to convince each other that prices should go down because times are tough. It's just commerce between people who respect each other's knowledge. A young Egyptian quarter merchant looks with interest as you weigh the wrapped fish against the oil canisters in your backpack. His sandals are too fresh, his tunic is too clean, and his face is too eager. These are all signals that he hasn't yet figured out that successful dealing is about building trust over time rather than making big deals. You look him in the eye and offer him a tiny nod of acknowledgement. You remember your own early days when every deal felt like a test you may fail. You know that everyone has to start someplace. It's not the right time or place for long chats, but the young man's hopeful look makes it seem like he's hoping you'll share some advice. No matter how curious or well-meaning someone is, the morning market never waits for them. The fish will go rotten eventually. The harbour starts to fill up with activity as more boats come back and more merchants set up shop along the quay. You reached your main goal, but the serene morning ambiance is slowly replaced by the ordered bustle of business. The fish in your satchel represents the key to your success today. New, better products that will sustain the increased prices your devoted clients expect to pay for the things you propose. You start heading back toward the middle of the city, where the huge market square would soon be full of people shopping, merchants, and the never-ending cycle of supply and demand that made Alexandria one of the most prosperous towns in ancient times. The sun rising over the water warms your shoulders and informs you that today is a great day to do business outside. The cobblestones beneath your feet tell the story of thousands of traders who have walked this same way with their products and dreams, in quest of money. Every morning you can count on the same thing, that somewhere in the huge market someone needs what you have and is willing to pay a fair price to take it home. Some days you are lucky and get a lot of money, while other days you barely break even. Alexandria's huge market square is like a blank canvas in front of you, waiting for artists to paint it with colours, music and the beautiful chaos of people, trading. You get there early enough to obtain your preferred spot on the eastern side, where the morning sun will warm your consumers without making them squint at your goods. This is better than being in the middle, where the crowds are biggest and the competition is strongest. You stretched your woven reed mat on the polished stone sidewalk. It felt like a cherished blanket and had the same weight and texture. This mat has been with you to markets in 3 different cities, seen countless transactions, soaked up wine and olive oil, and somehow stayed strong after years of being folded, unfolded, and even used as a seat during long discussions. After 20 years of trying and failing, you have learned how to arrange items in a way that makes them seem their best. The fish is the main thing, and it still smells like fresh water and is wrapped with seaweed. You put the olive oil containers around it in a way that shows off a lot without making it look cluttered. They are close enough to make a statement, but far enough apart so that customers don't get hurt when they reach for a closer look. Your exceptional herb-infused oils require their own section. They should be on a tiny wooden platform that's a little higher up and catches the light to show off their beautiful golden colour. These little bottles of magic may turn ordinary veggies into a meal suitable for a senator's table, and plain bread into something extraordinary. They're not just cooking ingredients. As the morning sun shines through the coloured glass bottles of certain containers, tiny rainbows dance over the mat like promises of flavour. You stop for a moment to glance at your competitors and the people who live near you. To your left, an old rural woman carefully lays bundles of fresh herbs. She knows that how things look might be the difference between carrying home wilted items by twilight or selling out by noon. You notice her, and you nod in admiration as her wrinkled hands move with the confidence that comes from years of skill. To your right, a young guy is struggling with a remarkable arrangement of copper pots that are clearly heavier than he imagined. They would be when he loaded them onto his cart this morning. His face shows the particular red that comes from physical exertion, and it also shows that he's starting to think he may have misjudged how much he can take with such heavy products. You want to help, but you've learned from experience that sometimes people see help as criticism instead of goodwill. The market is full of the first customers of the day, who are moving slowly and with interest. These early consumers are usually the pickiest. They know what quality is and are willing to pay a fair price for it. They examine swiftly but carefully at the many options, moving with the confidence of experienced buyers. A well-dressed woman is walking toward your display. Her gold jewellery and linen outfit show that she is used to the better things in life. She stops when she sees your herb-infused oils, picks up one of the containers and pops the cork to smell it. Her face goes from polite curiosity to genuine awe, like someone who's just found something that blows their mind. You stay at a respectful distance so she can look at your things without feeling pressured. This client knows what she wants and has the means to get it. Your duty is to be available to answer her questions while respecting her independence. She carefully replaces the cork as someone who has been let down by bad goods in the past would, and then looks at the fish, noting its firm flesh and clear eyes. The morning market has its own rhythm, different from the busy midday market or the nighttime market when people are looking for deals. People are more polite when they negotiate and conversations are quieter. It appears like both buyers and sellers are taking their time to make sure everyone is happy. The richest people shop at this time, before the heat gets too hot and the crowds get too big to shop comfortably. The sound of coins passing hands is a gratifying metallic whisper that marks the official start of your business day. The well-dressed woman has picked out the best fish from your display and a jar of your special oil. She paid without complaint and thanked you sincerely. You might feel the same happiness you always do when you give a customer high-quality goods that they really love, as she leaves with her delivery safely wrapped. More customers are coming into the market since there are more things to choose from and trade is getting stronger. As the sun rises in the morning, it warms the stones under your feet and signals that another successful day is coming in the biggest marketplace of all time. Your remaining goods shine brightly on their reed mat, waiting to be found by consumers who know that some things are worth buying. By mid-morning, the market square is full of people trading, doing business, and having friendly arguments over prices. That seemed too good to be true. After years of practice, you've discovered a comfortable pace that keeps you aware enough to see potential customers across the square and relaxed enough to stay away from the frantic energy that makes shoppers uneasy and more likely to keep going. Middle-aged guy in a toga that has seen better days approaches carefully, trying to look more successful than he really is. He looks at your things with the kind of attention that only someone who cares about quality but has to make every dollar count can have. You can see immediately what kind of person they are. Not sloppy, but careful. They might be a mid-level manager or an adept craftsman who knows the difference between cheap and affordable. He grabs one of your normal olive oil containers, weighs it, and looks through the ceramic container to see how clear the oil is. You take note of this information for subsequent use in the debate because his manner is knowledgeable enough to suggest that he knows how to cook. Good salespeople don't try to make people buy things. Instead, they help the proper individuals comprehend why they should have your products in their homes. You don't try to sell him anything right away. Instead, you wait for him to finish his test. A merchant's best quality is patience, which is more important than making big gestures or giving convincing speeches. When he finally looks up, you smile and tell him that the oil originates from olives grown on the hills of Cyprus, where the sea wind gives them a particular flavour that goes well with anything from simple bread to complicated stews. He clearly grows, more intrigued, and asks smart questions about how long this oil will last, how to store it, and what the greatest uses for it are. You provide an honest answer, saying that this oil is fine for everyday cooking, but your herb-infused versions are better for special occasions, or when he wants to impress visitors at dinner. It's important to provide him options without making him feel bad for thinking about the cheaper one. You can show the differences by giving people small samples of both oils on pieces of bread that you set aside just for this purpose. The man's face shows that he's found something he didn't realise he wanted as he tastes the herb-infused oil. The fight between want and budget has begun. You've learned how to let customers decide for themselves what they need and how much it's worth without getting in the way. While he thinks about what to do, you hear a disturbance at the copper pot seller's stand. It sounds like thunder as it rolls on the stone pavement, like the young guy dropped one of his heavier pots. You can't help but giggle at the young merchant's embarrassed face as he runs after his missing products. Other sellers and customers run away to avoid the runaway kitchenware. This short break actually helps your buyer make a decision. Sometimes people need to take a break from thinking too much and simply go with their instincts. He has already reached for his coin purse and asked how to store the herb-infused oil so that it keeps its flavour when he looks back at your display. Now that the deal is almost done, all you have to do is give him great customer service so he will come back and tell others about you. You carefully wrap his purchase in a clean cloth and then take the time to explain how to store it and suggest foods that will bring out its unique flavour. This extra knowledge converts a simple sale into an investment in client pleasure, and the only expense is your time. Customers who are happy with your service become loyal customers, and loyal customers become brand ambassadors who tell their friends about your booth. You think about the psychology of successful selling as he leaves, evidently happy, holding his package. When a customer comes to your display, they each have their own demands, budget, and knowledge of the products. You don't have to convince everyone to buy your most expensive things. Instead, you should help each person figure out which of your products will make a small but important difference in their lives. The morning goes on with a steady stream of browsers and customers, each of whom helps you understand people better and the thin line that separates commerce from actual service. Some customers buy things quickly and easily because they know exactly what they want. Some people need time to look into things, ask questions, and slowly build their confidence in their choices. Some visitors use your stand as a stop on a leisurely tour of Alexandria's shops, enjoying the social side of buying at the market. You keep acting with the friendly professionalism that has helped you build a good reputation over the years, always honest about the pros and cons of your products, never pushy, and always ready to help. In the long run, this method builds trust, contentment, and the kind of good word of mouth that drives new customers to your mat week after week. This is better than the big sales that come from high-pressure tactics. The market square becomes a sparkling scene as the sun rises to its highest point. Heat waves dance like invisible spirits above the stone pavement. Now tourists, slaves doing errands for their bosses, and the occasional local who can't wait until evening to shop are all in the market. Most of the morning's refined customers have gone home to cool off. The neighbouring column that gives a narrow strip of shade is one of the numerous architectural features that make Alexandria's marketplace beautiful and sometimes beneficial. You've used it to your advantage by repositioning your display. The heat from the stones is still powerful enough to make you appreciate the wide-brimmed hat you bought from a craftsman in the Ethiopian quarter last summer, even though your reed mat is now in a cooler place. During these hot midday hours, commerce slows down, but it doesn't halt completely. As a party of Roman visitors walks through the market, their fair complexion is already becoming pink. They seem to have miscalculated the North African sun. No matter what the weather is like, they stroll from stall to vendor, with the slightly overpowering excitement of individuals who are keen to experience everything Alexandria has to offer. A Roman woman with an expensive stola that shows she is used, to luxury stops by your display and looks at it with interest. As someone who has access to the best items from all over the Empire, she knows how to spot quality when she sees it. She carefully looks over your herb-infused oils. She says she's sorry she doesn't speak the local dialect better, but her Greek with a Latin accent is easy to understand. Your grammar isn't perfect, but you answer in your own careful Latin, which you've learned over the years of working with Roman clientele who appreciate the effort. The discussion flows smoothly as you talk about where your different oils come from, and how they can make the Italian meals she says she misses from home taste better. Everyone likes the concept of adding unusual flavours to familiar items, and she buys several containers with the explicit purpose of revisiting her taste memories in a unique area. You can see that the young copper pot seller has now fixed up his display and seems to have learned from his mistake in the morning. The Romans are still looking about the market. He has put himself in a good position to catch anything that could try to get away, and his pots are now arranged in a way that makes them more stable. His serious look shows that he is taking his merchant education seriously. The heat of midday brings both chances and problems. Even while fewer people are walking about at these hours, the ones who do tend to have specific needs that make them less sensitive to pricing and more focused on obtaining exactly what they want. People who live there are having cooking emergencies that can't wait for cooler weather. Travellers are stocking up before they continue their trips, and rich families are sending slaves to get certain items for fancy meals. A man who seems agitated and has the energy of someone going through a family crisis walks up to your stand. His clever Greek wife is making a special dinner for important guests today, but she can't find her good olive oil. Their teenage son, who thinks that anything edible is fair game for experimenting, may have eaten it. Right now, the man needs oil, and quality is more vital than price. In times like these, experience pays off. It only takes a few seconds to figure out what a consumer really wants, and it's clear that this man needs more than detailed product descriptions to feel safe. You chose one container of herb-infused oil and one of your best regular oils. You say that the two together will provide you reliable cooking outcomes and the chance to make something special that will impress even the pickiest guests. His obvious relief as he passes over the money shows that you have correctly identified his problem and priorities. You think his wife will be happy with the quality of her ingredients and the fact that her husband is taking charge of the situation as he rushes off, holding his packages like lifelines. People often come back to buy more after seeing that high-quality ingredients can make cooking more special. The heat keeps rising in the early afternoon, making the market square feel strange. People generally think that once the sun starts to drop in the west, everything will get serious again, and conversations will get more tranquil, and motions will become more systematic. This is the time for patient businesses that know that not everyone has the same chance to make money. During this slower time, you organise the rest of your stock, wrapping up things that could be damaged by the heat and putting others in places where they can get a little breeze that blows through the square. The stone column that shields you creates small air currents that make your location a little more comfortable than the open sections, where some merchants still have to deal with the full force of the Mediterranean sun. During the warmest part of the day, a few more people look around, mostly tourists who haven't learned to respect local conventions about resting in the afternoon, or persons with special needs who put their requirements ahead of their comfort. Customers that shop during these hours are sometimes very happy to locate exactly what they need when there aren't many other possibilities, but each sale takes a little more patience than in the morning. The market square comes back to life as the afternoon sun starts to set in a beautiful way over the western horizon. It's like a sleeping giant waking up and remembering what it was meant to do. When everything is bathed in warm amber light and the shadows are soft and forgiving, the heat that made the middle of the day so unbearable gives way to the magical light that photographers would later call golden hour. As the sun moves, your shadowed spot becomes less significant, and you move your display again to take advantage of the better lighting. Even though sales have been steady all day, there is still a lot of stuff left over, and it should be displayed in a way that makes the most of the beautiful evening light. The herb-infused oils seem to hold on to the warm glow, creating a show that looks like a jewel and draws the attention of people from all parts of the square. People who shop in the morning and at noon are considerably different from those who shop at night. These customers walk at a leisurely pace, like people who have finished their daily tasks and have time to look around, investigate, and maybe find something new. People who work during the day can finally see their favourite vendors, families can walk around the market together, and servants can perform last-minute chores before going home. A retired scholar walks up to your stall with a serious look on his face and a walking stick that softly taps on the stone pavement. He looks over your products very thoroughly and asks questions that show he knows a lot about Mediterranean cooking. It's clear that this person thinks cooking is both an art and a science, and he's looking for items that will show off his skills. You have the kind of deep conversations that make this job so rewarding. He wants to know where the herbs in your infused oils come from, and how different combinations can perform better with different cooking methods. The talk goes across everything from Greek techniques to make veggies taste better, to Roman ways to cook fish. You also find out that your customer has travelled a lot and collected recipes like some people collect coins. He finally buys a lot of things, including many containers of different oils, each chosen for a specific cooking purpose that he happily describes. He tells you about uses for your items that you hadn't thought of, and he promises to send other serious cooks he knows to your stand. This is worth more than the rapid sale. No amount of yelling or flashy sales pitches can compare to the value of loyal customers telling their friends about your business. You can tell that the young copper pot seller had a tough morning, but as the day goes on, you can see that he has had a good day. With the pleasure of someone who has effectively applied important lessons learned, he has cut down on his display by a lot and is carefully wrapping up the rest of his stock. It's nice to see new people get settled into the traditional dance of business. The marketplace takes on a different identity as the day comes to an end. People seem to think that the serious business of buying and selling is giving way to the social side of market life as talks get more casual and transactions become less tense. Regular customers and sellers talk about neighbourhood gossip, family news and what they expect to sell tomorrow. Kids who have been stuck indoors because of the heat come out with their parents and add their voices to the subtle murmur of evening commerce. The well-dressed woman who was your first customer of the day comes back with two companions who are clearly from out of town. This leads to your last big transaction of the day, something you didn't expect. She talks about your herb-infused oils with the eagerness of someone who has already used the oils she bought in the morning and is happy with the results. You mentally note your friends' choices for later use when they buy in bulk. As the sun sets, painting the western sky with pink and gold colours that would make even the gods stop and stare, you begin the process of closing down your stall for the day. Your coin purse, which is substantially heavier now than it was at daybreak, represents both your financial success and the satisfaction that comes from pairing high-quality goods with happy clients all day long. The last of the goods are carefully packaged for tomorrow's market. Each box is wrapped and secured so that they will be in perfect shape for another day of probable sales. Your reed mat, which has been a loyal friend on many market days, is folded with the respect that comes from a reliable business partner. You take apart the wooden platform that contained your special oils and store it with your other tools. The market square around you steadily empties out as other vendors conclude their own closing tasks. Some people are packing up empty containers with happy expressions after selling out. Others, who might not be as lucky or experienced, are merging their leftover goods and getting ready for tomorrow's event. No matter what happens today, tomorrow brings new chances. This shows that the merchants are always hopeful in every face. Walking home through Alexandria's quiet evening streets is a nice break from the busy market commerce and the more subtle pleasures of daily life. Your leather bag, which now houses currency instead of products, pleasantly brushes against your hip with each stride, reminding you of what you've done that day. The cobblestones under your sandals feel nice and familiar. They are still warm from the day's heat, but not too hot. As people in the city light their oil lamps and the smell of dinner cooking wafts through the windows and doors, the city relaxes into its nightly rhythm. You smile at the prospect that the money you made this morning might go toward the family dinner tonight. Someone nearby is cooking fish with herbs that smell a lot like the ones you use in your own personal blend. It feels great to know that your work helps people get together over good food and meals. You buy a loaf of bread from the bakery where you've been a regular customer for 15 years. The bread is still warm from the ovens. The heavy-set man who works as a baker and constantly has flour on his apron asks about your day with the genuine interest of a small company owner inquiring about another. A nod of approval and a loaf of bread that is a little bigger than what you paid for are the fruits of your short report of steady sales and happy customers. This is the kind of small gesture of kindness that makes a local business feel like a community instead of just a transaction. The narrow street that connects to your home and store feels like a safe place after the market square is so bustling. The voices are softer, the tempo is slower, and the problems are more personal than business related. Kids play games in small courtyards, and their laughter echoes off the old stone walls that have seen many nights like these. Elderly people sit at doorways and watch the world go by with the patient attention of individuals who have learned to enjoy the drama of everyday life. As you walk into your shop, which has been locked since daybreak, the familiar smell of olive oil and the faint floral notes that fill the whole building greet you. The huge storage amphorae, which stand like motionless guards in the darkening sky, hold both the wealth of the present and the promise of the future. Tomorrow you'll need to restock some items, maybe test out a new herb combination that came to you while you were talking to clients today, and definitely organise the best possible mix of products for another day in the market. The stairs to your living space creak their nightly greeting as you climb to the chamber that serves as both a bedroom and a quiet escape from the business world below. You may finally relax here, surrounded by things that tell the story of your 20 years as a merchant. The bronze mirror shows a face that is pleasantly tired from both mental and physical effort, which is different from just being tired. You count the money you generate every day because you need to keep an eye on your business's health and prepare for future purchases and investments, not because you want to. The coins are more than just money. They show that you have good relationships with your customers, that your pricing and quality judgment are still good, and that you'll have enough resources for new opportunities when the market opens tomorrow. You make the evening meal with food you bought on your way home, and it becomes a private celebration of the day's work. A simple but full dinner made with bread from your local bakery, cheese from the cellar 2 blocks away, and a little bit of your own best olive oil connects you to the business and community that makes Alexandria such a terrific place to live and work. As night sets, and the sounds of the evening, distant chatter, the clip-clop of late travellers' donkeys, and the closing of shutters and doors create the sweet lullaby of urban life winding down, you think about the routines and joys of the merchant's existence. Each day brings new challenges and rewards, a new group of people with different needs and personalities, and opportunities to match products with clients who will really utilise them. As you get ready for bed, the lamp flame flickers softly, making shadows dance on the walls that have kept you safe during good times and bad, when Alexandria was doing well, and when politics made trade harder. The basic appeal of being a merchant has never changed. The satisfaction of delivering high-quality goods to happy customers, the intellectual challenge of understanding markets and people equally well, and the knowledge that your work is helping the great human effort to provide food, shelter, and care for one another. Tomorrow will bring a fresh opportunity to do business ethically in one of the biggest markets on the globe. You'll meet new clientele with different needs and tastes, and you'll have new chances to do business ethically. You can rest easy tonight knowing that you did a good job, kept your relationship strong, and had another successful day in the endlessly interesting business of being human, where everyone needs something, and the wise merchant's joy is in helping. And find it. The donkey next door seems happy with how he sang this morning and goes to sleep peacefully. While Alexandria sleeps, the merchants of tomorrow are already dreaming of morning. Imagine yourself curled up in a cozy chair with a mug of something warm, because we're going to meet one of the most misunderstood figures in American history. Perhaps you and your parents hummed the Disney song about Davy Crockett, the frontier hero with the coonskin cap. Instead of starting with bear wrestling or political speeches, the true tale of David Crockett begins with a restless lad who couldn't settle into anything, and he was far more fascinating than any myth. David, sometimes known as Davy, until the politicians had their hands on him, was born in 1786 into a nomadic family in a one-room cabin in what is now eastern Tennessee. John, his father, was the type of man who would constantly look to the adjacent valley for brighter prospects. Young David likely assumed that having a permanent address was something that only other people experienced because the Crocketts packed up and moved so frequently. Now, it's easy to picture rugged outdoorsy kids growing up on the frontier, but David was really quite the eccentric. Unlike his peers, David appeared to have an aversion to sitting still, even though they were learning to plough fields and tend to livestock. School as he knew it seemed as snug as a pair of pine bark shoes, and his thoughts ran amok like a free chicken. Formal education wasn't for him after only 4 days of class. This decision would come back to haunt him years later when he struggled to sound adult in letters to his wife. At the tender age of 13, David's father, likely distraught, rented him out to a cattle driver. Envision yourself as a 13-year-old who is unexpectedly tasked with transporting hundreds of finicky cows over uncharted land. David learned that cows had zero regard for a young person's timetable or dignity, as he trudged through muck for months while sleeping under the stars. However, he felt a connection to that trip. Because of his restless personality, he thrived on the wide road, where he was always moving and had to tackle difficulties as they arose. David had gained the self-assurance that comes from facing adversity head-on, and had grown 3 inches by the time he reached home. However, he still had issues with his studies. In a family where everyone could write their names, he felt like the outcast because he still couldn't read past first grade when he was 15 years old. So he struck a bargain with his dad. He'd pay off the family's obligations if he could go back to school. Imagine a classroom full of 7-year-olds, with 15-year-old David crammed in, his knees banging the small desk, trying to learn his letters at a time when other boys his age were already planning marriage and starting families. Although it must have been difficult for his pride, David persisted for a few months as he gradually acquired the fundamental abilities necessary for the complex life that lay ahead. Like many other youngsters, David found himself thrust into manhood on the frontier before he was ready. At the age of 16, he had found a job with a nearby farmer where he could support his family and begin to shape his future. Even when things became rough, he had a way of making people laugh, and his stubborn streak would keep them going long after they gave up. He wasn't the brightest student or the toughest worker, but he had something else. In those formative years, he virtually appears as a towering, lanky boy with enormous hands and a wicked grin that seems to be perpetually hatching a plot. Parents were first frightened by his boundless energy, but they eventually came to forgive him for his charisma. Years would pass before he became the renowned frontiersman, but he had all the makings of an outlaw, an innate desire to strike off on his own, and the growing suspicion that the easy way out might not be the best choice. Delving further into our narrative, let us discuss how a young David discovered a profound truth. The ability to bring joy to another person's life is nearly as valuable as their material needs. Almost there. David was smitten with a girl from the neighbourhood named Polly Finley when he was 19 years old. Polly, the daughter of a fairly well-off farmer, had her misgivings about this clumsy young man who couldn't seem to commit to a career. She wasn't your typical frontier woman, though. By local standards, she was actually quite refined. As a charmingly awkward wooing tactic, David would attend social events in the hopes of winning her over with his impressive storytelling abilities, and more importantly, his still developing practical capabilities. The catch was that David had never mastered accurate shooting. To you this may not appear significant, but in 1805 Tennessee, a guy who failed to strike his target was as valuable as a chocolate teapot. David realised he was in over his head when Polly's father proposed they go hunting together. It was a test of David's suitability as a possible son-in-law. Thereafter, he did what any reasonable young man in love would do. He practised until his ears rang non-stop and his shoulder turned purple from overuse. Whenever he had a spare moment, he would borrow rifles, beg for ammunition, and shoot at anything that would remain still long enough. David transformed the entire county into his own private range by using objects such as tin cans, fence posts and trees. He was able to thread a 50-yard musket ball needle by the time he wed Polly in 1806, a testament to his perseverance. I mean, not exactly, but it's near enough. Marriage was both a blessing and a curse for David. Though she brought stability, Polly also introduced expectations to his restless temperament. No one should live in a tent with a wife. It wasn't enough to just eat whatever the kids caught or foraged. They required regular meals. The age-old conundrum of how to reconcile risk-taking with one's responsibilities was before David. His response was as imaginative as usual. He would go on hunting trips for weeks at a stretch, returning with a bounty of wild turkey, bear and deer that would feed the family and be sold off. These were no ordinary camping excursions. Rather, David would go far into uncharted territory, often more than 100 miles from civilization, subsisting only on wild foods and his ever-improving marksmanship. The remarkable thing about David's hunting skills is that they came about almost unintentionally. He had no aspirations of becoming a world-renowned marksman. His only goals were to provide for his family and on occasion treat Polly to a store-bought dress. But David became someone special over those countless hours of tracking animals through dense forests and across rushing streams. He had an almost miraculous knack for reading the forest, foreseeing when and where animals would be and how they would act. When David returned from hunting trips with tales that were too fantastical to be true, his neighbours started to take note. Bears that he had pursued for several days prior to obtaining the ideal photograph. Using just his patience and knowledge of the deer's habits, he had successfully brought them within arm's reach. He seemed to have the power to hypnotize wild turkeys with his turkey calls. The unintended consequence of David's rising profile as a hunter, though, was that others began looking to him to fix their own issues as well. Animals in danger from a wolf pack? Dave Crockett should be summoned. Strange footprints surrounding the chicken coop? He'll take care of it. Unidentified rumbling in the forest late at night? Hopefully, my point is clear. The ability to narrate stories was what set David apart from other adept hunters. Along with the meat, he brought home exciting new experiences. Even a mundane hunting trip would seem like an epic adventure when he was in his element, what with all the close calls, flashes of genius planning, and of course the occasional somewhat idiotic move that almost cost him his life. David had a talent for making even old tales sound thrilling and new, so even though Polly would roll her eyes, she would listen intently. When David was in his mid-20s, he had settled into a routine: hunt, provide, tell stories, repeat. While he was still a young husband attempting to master the most important role of his life, he was laying the groundwork for the fame that would come later. You would think David's issues would go away if he just mastered hunting, but surprises are a part of life. David learned the hard way that not even his famed hunting abilities could ensure financial stability on the frontier as his family expanded. Polly had bestowed upon him 2 boys, John Wesley and William. Modifications that would radically alter David's life occurred in 1813. David joined the Tennessee militia as a scout during the Creek War, which broke out in Alabama, along with many other young men seeking excitement, stable employment, and an opportunity to serve their nation. Unlike in the movies, this wasn't some idyllic military expedition. David devoted most of his time to slogging through marshes, searching for Creek fighters who were more familiar with the area than he was, and discovering that military food was infinitely worse than anything he had ever prepared himself. However, David learned an important lesson during his time in the military. He was born with leadership skills. His fellow troops relied on him for guidance, confidence in his judgment in high-stakes situations, and inspiration when times seemed bleakest. As a leader, he didn't believe in barking, out commands, and expecting followers to follow suit. Instead, he set a good example by treating everyone with the same laid-back respect he'd learned to value in a world where acting superficially may result in death. After serving his country, David came home to discover that his fame had expanded beyond tales of hunting. He had a reputation for being calm under pressure, able to make tough calls without letting his humour get in the way, and someone who could handle himself in risky situations. These traits would be crucial for David as he approached what he would later refer to as his bear period. To make matters worse, bears in early 19th century Tennessee were enormous, common, and completely disrespectful of human property rights. When bears came into towns in search of food, they would rip apart huts and generally make life difficult for the people who had managed to establish a civilized society. When confronted with a problem bear, most people either hoped it would go away or summoned a more courageous friend or relative for assistance. When others saw obstacles, David saw opportunity. Bear hunting, he came to see, may be more than simply a hobby. It could be a full-fledged enterprise. The meat from bears was highly prized, their fat could be processed into oil for use in cooking and lighting, and their fur was constantly sought after. So when farms and municipalities needed help with a bear problem, they would call David, who became something of a specialist in the field. He was meticulous and, to be honest, slightly obsessed when it came to hunting bears. David would take on the role of a naturalist studying certain bears, observing and studying their behaviours for several days or weeks, before devising tactics that were adapted to their unique personalities. Yes, the bears' personalities, David maintained that each one was unique, with its own set of peculiarities, tastes, and degrees of brainpower. The outcomes were remarkable. David killed 58 bears in one very fruitful winter. Just one season, not across a number of years. He was able to become so proficient at hunting bears that he could find, kill, and prepare one in a day or less before moving on to the next. A title that David felt somewhat humiliating yet gratifying was Bear Hunter of the District, a moniker that his neighbours began to use about him. However, there were unforeseen obstacles on the path to success in the beer industry. David's hunting trips became increasingly longer and more frequent, often lasting weeks. it must have been incredibly challenging for Polly to manage their household and raise their children all by herself. The more muddy and wild-smelling David would come home after his bear exploits, the more varied feelings Polly would have. During his time spent hunting bears, David also began to rise from the status of local hero to that of legendary figure in his own right. His extraordinary success and amusing anecdotes made him a popular speaker, and people started asking him to parties only to hear about his travels. When David realised he could take his life's events and transform them into stories that could captivate an audience, he knew he had a great aptitude for performing. David never felt the need to embellish his hunting achievements, which is an intriguing aspect. It was astonishing enough that it was true. However, he did hone an ability to paint vivid pictures of everyday life, bringing drama and humour to what others might perceive as dull happenings. An ordinary bear hunt devolved into a titanic showdown between humanity and the natural world, replete with terrifying moments, brilliant moments, and, more often than not, at least one instance of David's actions that were ingenious at the moment, but almost cost him his life. As we wind down for the next chapter, it's important to discuss how, sometimes we have no choice but to start over, regardless of how prepared we are. While David was expecting to become famous in his hometown for his bear hunting exploits, he unexpectedly gained a reputation as someone who could solve problems and get things done. Because of his stellar reputation, his neighbours elected him to the position of magistrate in 1817. A magistrate was effectively a municipal judge who presided over smaller cases and disagreements. Just to refresh your memory, David's official education was limited to a few months in a one-room schoolhouse. So, when he was suddenly tasked with interpreting laws and administering justice, it was like expecting someone who had never piloted an airplane to ride horses. However, David brought his usual mix of modesty and common sense to the task. He had a really relaxed demeanour in court, fairness, practical solutions, and David's skill in mediating. Disputes amongst squabbling neighbours were more important than complicated procedures and legal precedents. David would advise the disputing farmers to go for a walk over the contested ground, and try to come to an agreement when they were arguing over who owned what. David may substitute community work for a fine where the offender is unable to pay the original amount. His rulings were mostly reasonable and equitable. However, they lacked legal sophistication. Greater political prospects arose as a result of the magistrate office. No one could have been more surprised than David when he was elected to the Tennessee State Assembly in 1821. Present in the state capital was a man whose constituency was represented by someone who continued to struggle with language and spelling. However, David's political ideology was surprisingly uncomplicated. The government had to assist common people in resolving actual issues, not add further burdens to their lives. His character was congruent with his approach to legislation. In contrast to his fellow legislators, David spoke frankly about the issues at hand, rather than delivering lengthy ceremonial speeches replete with allusions to classical figures and legalese. Regardless of party pressure, he usually voted according to his conscience, which included supporting legislation that would help low-income households purchase land and opposing policies that appeared to benefit primarily the wealthy. However, everything changed when a tragic event occurred. David was left to raise their 3 children alone after Polly passed away in 1815. A devastating loss befell him. With Polly as his rock, he was able to channel his restless spirit while keeping the peace at home. David felt completely disoriented without her, and it had nothing to do with navigating the terrain. Hunting, farming, raising children, and attending to his political responsibilities were all things that David attempted to handle on his own for a period. It was a hopeless predicament. David sought assistance after realising he couldn't give his children the attention they required due to his busy lifestyle. Elizabeth Patton was a widow with 2 children when he wed her in 1816. Elizabeth had the patience, competence and practicality to manage David's unorthodox professional trajectory. While the blended family dynamic was harmonious, David's aspirations for public office were intensifying. He became a United States Senator in 1827. David Crockett, who had spent his whole life in the woods and small frontier towns, suddenly found himself navigating the complex political landscape of the nation's capital when he was elected to the House of Representatives, which required him to leave Tennessee for extended periods of time to serve in Washington, D.C. At dinner parties, this towering, unassuming congressman would tell tales about his bear hunts and appear genuinely bewildered by the complex social conventions that dictated political life. The members of Washington society were at a loss to understand him. The folksy demeanour of David belied his acute intellect and strong ideals. His colleagues had assumed he was a naive frontiersman who was easily influenced. Land policy was the central political problem for David. Poor households were having a hard time getting farmland, he thought, while rich speculators were buying up large tracts for investment. People who had been living on and improving land without legal title, known as squatters, would be granted the right to acquire that land at reasonable prices through the law he suggested. Although David saw it as a matter of basic justice, it pitted him against influential groups that favoured the status quo. David won over voters, but alienated powerful politicians with his support for common settlers. David became more and more alienated within his own political party as he fought against certain of President Andrew Jackson's policies, especially the Indian Removal Act, which he believed to be morally reprehensible. Ironically, David actually had very complex political ideas, despite how simple they appeared to him. Democracy, he realised, entailed more than just majority rule. It also entailed defending the rights of the defenceless. He thought the government should look out for everyone's best interests, not just the wealthy and powerful. For politicians who favoured easier arrangements, they weren't novel notions, but they were uncomfortable. David came to terms with the fact that his time as a Tennessee politician was likely numbered by the early 1830s. He lost popularity due to his rejection of popular ideas and amassed an army of foes due to his unwavering adherence to his principles. Adapting to political reality or forging a new route entirely would shape the remainder of his life. As you settle in for this section of David's journey, you'll find out how, at the same time, it can be freeing and terrible to stand up for your beliefs even if it means losing everything you've worked for. David's stay in the nation's capital was as entertaining as watching a fish scale a tree. It was his job to represent his constituents, vote on legislation, and serve on committees. But he felt like he was speaking a different language when it came to the culture of political manipulation. David adamantly refused to let the political ramifications of his votes influence his decision-making, in contrast to his fellow lawmakers who established coalitions and traded votes like poker chips. When David's beliefs were in line with public opinion, this strategy was effective. Nevertheless, it proved troublesome when they were not. Most of his Tennessee constituents wanted Native American territories opened for white colonization. Therefore, they supported the Indian Removal Act of 1830. Not because he was especially progressive on racial problems by today's standards, but because David had met and respected Native Americans as individuals, he was opposed to it. He thought it was morally reprehensible to forcefully uproot entire communities from their ancient homelands. Classic David Crockett, passionate, direct, and totally at variance with political acumen. That was his opposition speech in Congress. Concerning the distinction between what is legally required and what is morally acceptable, he spoke about Cherokee families he had known, as well as government dishonesty and broken promises. Despite his colleagues' courteous listening, they ultimately voted to have him removed from office. Even while David's vote didn't sway the result, it did demonstrate that he was unreliable when it came to supporting party policies. There were covert but effective efforts by the political elite to undermine David. More trustworthy party members were given committee assignments. Important meeting invitations were misplaced. His colleagues in Congress no longer sought his advice on proposed laws. As he continued to serve as a representative for his area, David felt further and further removed from the political process. David faced political persecution in his home state of Tennessee due to his stance against Indian relocation. His detractors said he had been entangled in the corruption of Washington politics and had lost touch with his heritage, and that he cared more about Indians than his own constituency. Although David had changed while serving in Congress, it was not in the manner his detractors had envisioned, and this fact made the criticism all the more hurtful. David had grown increasingly certain that much political expertise was nothing more than a pretense to escape moral accountability, rather than being politically intelligent. He has seen co-workers vote for initiatives they were personally against just because it suited their political agenda. He was witness to the manner in which powerful people's pockets dictated laws that were ill-suited to the common welfare. Rather than turning him cynical, the experience had helped him better understand what was important to him. As usual, David remained unyielding in the face of political pressure. He did not learn to moderate his views or compromise more skillfully. Rather, he got more vocal. He started travelling around Tennessee giving talks in which he detailed his voting record, the reasons for his opposition to popular ideas, and his newfound knowledge of the inner workings of government. Though entertaining, David had a natural talent for storytelling. These remarks were political suicide. Campaigning for the 1833 election was a bloodbath. There was no shortage of ammunition for David's detractors. His stance against popular initiatives, his many trips out of Tennessee while in Congress, and his ties to controversial causes. For someone whose whole sense of self was based on serving the people, being portrayed as an alien who had become disconnected from everyday life must have been extremely hurtful. David retaliated with candour and humour, which proved ineffective against a well-organised political enemy. No matter the political fallout, he pledged to keep voting his conscience and told voters just how he felt about a variety of subjects. It was noble, based on principles, and destined to fail. As the votes were tallied, David's congressional seat was vacated. He was out of politics and faced an uncertain future after years of public service. He was at the age of 47, which was neither too young nor too old to retire gracefully, but too old to start over comfortably. David was aware that he needed to find his life's purpose while. Elizabeth remained patient regarding their financial condition. Although David was disappointed, he was also liberated from unattainable expectations as a result of his loss. He was free from the burden of considering the potential political repercussions of his statements and the impact they could have on his career. It had been years since he could do or say anything he wanted without worrying about how it might affect his chances of winning the next election. The price he had to pay for this independence was financial instability, public disillusionment, and the realization that his time in politics was essentially over. It did, however, bring with it opportunities. Texas, that enormous western territory where independence from Mexico was being discussed, started to play on David's mind. To all appearances, it was the type of community where a guy could start over, where values might take precedence over party affiliation. As we settle in for the last stretch of David's journey, we'll witness firsthand how the conclusion of one dream may pave the way for a new and, perhaps, more significant one. David pondered his next move for months after his electoral loss. His life had been organised and directed by politics for more than 10 years, and now it was all gone. He resembled a river that had been blocked for a long time, and suddenly the barrier had broken, releasing him, but also leaving him with no idea where to go. Evidently suffering with what felt like early retirement from the only work that had ever truly suited him, Elizabeth observed, as Peter paced around their cabin, starting and then abandoning projects. David usually came up with a solution. If Tennessee wasn't interested in him, he'd look for another place that was. When Americans were looking for a location to start over, where land was inexpensive and prospects were endless, many began to hear stories of Texas. The Mexican government was actively courting American settlers by distributing large tracts of land to those families who were ready to uproot and go. Texas was the pinnacle of new beginnings for David, who had lived his whole life seeking opportunity. It wasn't just personal reasons that led David to Texas. Something major was about to happen, according to his political instincts, and he had been keeping up with the news about the escalating tensions between the Mexican government and American settlers. The settlers' dissatisfaction with Mexican policies, such as those that limited local autonomy, mandated Catholicism among settlers, and restricted immigration, was growing. Conflicts where regular people were caught between their everyday demands and faraway government policies were echoes of those that had moulded David's own political career, he saw. In late 1835, David set off for Texas on an exploratory mission. He intended to survey the area, perhaps purchase some land, and then return to Tennessee to finalize his plans to move. Nevertheless, he was also cognizant of the fact that, regardless of his intentions, he might find himself embroiled if political events in Texas were to escalate. When faced with disagreements about right and wrong, David had never been adept at maintaining objectivity. By travelling through Arkansas and into Texas with a small band of followers, David was able to learn about the local conditions and interact with American settlers on multiple occasions. What he discovered was a people who were both Mexican and American in their cultural and practical identities. They were attempting to form communities based on familiar traditions while also adjusting to new rules and expectations. Hard-working couples wanting a better life for their children, the settlers David met mirrored his neighbours in Tennessee. They want solitude to cultivate land, engage in trade, and rule themselves rationally. However, Mexican policies that appeared more intent on controlling them than helping them grow were becoming more and more frustrating for them. David came away from his talks with these families with the conviction that the settlers would require leaders with expertise in both military strategy and political reality in the event of an impending battle. The timing of David's arrival in Texas was impeccable, though he could not have predicted it. A tense situation had quickly developed between the Mexican authorities and the settlers. Dissolving the Mexican Congress and advancing for total control, General Santa Anna jeopardized the minimal autonomy that had initially attracted American immigration. The Texans, who had just begun to organize resistance, were in need of prominent political and military personalities who might provide credibility to their cause. The scenario seemed like an opportunity for David to put his political experience and knowledge to use for causes in which he truly believed. The Texas settlers weren't demanding much. They simply wanted to be able to follow their own traditions when it came to government, freely practice their religion, and have a say in matters that directly touched them. Now that he was away from home politics, David could endorse the same causes he had fought for in Congress. San Antonio was under siege when David arrived in February 1836. As General Santa Anna's Mexican armies closed in, the small garrison sought sanctuary in the Alamo, a former mission. With only 200 defenders up against thousands of Mexican forces, the situation was dire. However, David knew from his military experience that with persistence and cunning, even in the face of overwhelming odds, victory was possible. For David, staying in the Alamo wasn't a choice at all. Everything he had ever done up to this point had been leading up to this point. His years spent hunting alone in perilous wilderness, his lessons in leadership under duress from military duty, and the lessons he had learned about the value of sticking up for beliefs no matter the cost from his political career. 50 years old and still clinging to the belief that certain conflicts were worth fighting for, he had a wife and children back in Tennessee. The symbolic and military significance of David's presence at the Alamo cannot be overstated. He was willing to put his reputation on the line for Texas's independence, and he had served as a congressman in the United States. His ruling bolstered support for the Texas cause and showed that the war was about national issues of self-governance and personal freedom, rather than petty regional disputes. David had to have understood his chances of survival were limited as the Mexican army encircled the Alamo, but he was also wise enough to know that values, not survival, are often more essential, and that it's better to lose a battle than to lose a life for a greater cause. The restless youngster suddenly had something to stand for. Our lengthy evening together is coming to a close, and with it, we reach the beginning and finish of David's story. The moment when a restless politician from the frontier became an enduring emblem of American bravery and independence. From February 23rd until March 6th, 1836, the Alamo was besieged for 13 days. A former congressman seeking a new beginning, David Crockett became a symbol of common people prepared to give their all for the idea of self-determination during those 2 weeks. A complicated man who had spent 50 years trying to balance practical demands with moral beliefs, the David who fought at the Alamo was nothing like the legendary figure with the coonskin cap. Inside the Alamo, David had a dual purpose, bolstering morale and providing military support. His background as a scout in the Creek War made him an asset for planning and reconnaissance, but more significantly, his storytelling skills lifted morale in what everyone knew would be their last days. Picture this. David was keeping his fellow defenders motivated during those long hours of waiting for the last attack by telling stories about his bear hunts and political experiences. In the mayhem of the last conflict, the precise circumstances of David's demise are murky at best. A generation of Americans was inspired by his presence at the Alamo and considered his death as proof that democratic ideas were worth dying for. We also know that he died fighting and never surrendered. The defeated congressman had figured out how to cast the most consequential vote of his life. Fascinatingly, though, the real David Crockett started fading into oblivion shortly after he passed away, and that is what truly defines his legacy. Newspapers began reporting greatly embellished accounts of his frontier adventures within a few months. In a matter of years, he went from being portrayed as a mere mortal to a superhero who could drink the Mississippi River dry and beat his weight in wildcats and cheap novels. Even though the real David most likely never sported a coonskin cap, it came to symbolize him. A meticulous and principled politician became a naive frontiersman. What this change reveals about the way Americans have historically treated their heroes is significant. Our heroes should be simple, and our symbols should be obvious. The complicated real-life David Crockett, who had difficulty spelling but had strong moral convictions, was an accomplished hunter and a brilliant political thinker, and was too complicated for simplistic mythology. Because of this, he became a cartoon character in popular culture, which oversimplified him. Despite this, a crucial aspect of the historical David managed to evade the myths. Regardless of the numerous urban legends surrounding him, the fundamental truth that captivated audiences, that common people are capable of extraordinary deeds, that principles take precedence over political expediency, and that at times doing the right thing demands giving up everything, remain powerful. The impact that David had on American society did not cease with his death. A regular guy thrown into extraordinary circumstances who rises to the occasion, he became an archetype of the reluctant hero. Throughout American storytelling for over 2 centuries, characters like Jimmy Stewart from Frank Capra films and contemporary politicians who highlight their humble origins have repeated David's example of honest leadership. The way David dealt with the conflict between pragmatic politics and moral convictions is what gives his story modern relevance. Compromise is inevitable in effective leadership, but he was also aware that there are certain beliefs that must never be compromised. The ups and downs of striving for moral integrity in intricate political institutions are laid bare by his political career. The lesson we may learn from David's tragic political career is that he was never effective because he refused to compromise his ideals. That seeming failure, however, became something far more substantial when he died at the Alamo. David, by laying down his life for the independence of Texas, demonstrated that there are values higher than political power, and that true citizens of a democratic society are willing to put their personal interests on the back burner in order to uphold greater ideals. Think about David's rise from a fidgety youngster to an American icon as you drift off to sleep tonight. He was never able to settle down, become politically powerful, or amass substantial riches. The knowledge that he had spent his life in accordance with his own moral compass, that he had utilised his talents for causes he believed in, and that he had not backed down when faced with the final test was something more significant to him. Instead of being the heroic frontiersman portrayed in popular culture, the real David Crockett was a multifaceted, imperfect human being who demonstrated that regular individuals are capable of remarkable acts of moral bravery. Being heroic isn't about having it all together, it's about having the courage to fight for what you think is right, no matter the cost. His narrative serves as a reminder of this. As we wrap up our evening together, it's worth reflecting on how we all encounter situations where we have to decide between doing what's easy and what's right, or putting our own interests ahead of our moral compass. The moral decisions made by average citizens form the bedrock of our democratic and free society. As David Crockett's account hints, rest easy, and always keep in mind that being heroic does not necessitate a coonskin cap. No matter the cost, you must have the guts to follow your own moral compass. Imagine passing through a hefty wooden gate with iron hinges that creak like a longtime friend clearing their throat. A medieval garden that has been waiting for centuries to reveal its secrets to you is something truly remarkable that you've just entered. It might be 1250 or 1350. Here time seems to move more slowly. The air is scented with lavender and damp earth, and each path seems to be whispering, "Slow down, you're safe now." In an era known for plagues, wars, and the occasional dragon sighting, well, that last one was mostly in the stories, but you never know, you might ask why anyone would bother designing elaborate gardens. The response is incredibly straightforward. Humans have always required breathing spaces. Medieval gardens were meticulously planned havens that could literally save your sanity, not just lovely places. Take a moment to imagine life in the Middle Ages. You're crammed into cities with dark, narrow streets that, let's face it, smell like things you'd rather not recognise. You have to avoid suspicious puddles, dodge horses, and hope the person selling you bread hasn't been experimenting with using sawdust instead of flour. By nightfall, your nervous system is more tightly wound than the drawbridge of a castle. Imagine now finding a secret garden in a castle courtyard or behind the walls of a monastery. It's like walking into a warm kitchen after a thunderstorm. Suddenly, the cobblestones that seem to take offence at your ankles are replaced by neat pathways beneath your feet. Instead of flags snapping urgently in the wind, flowers nod in soft breezes. The only sounds are bees humming their old working songs, and the water trickles rather than rushes. The need for specially designed areas to help people relax was recognised by medieval garden designers, something we're still learning today. They were using centuries of meticulous observation about what truly makes people feel at ease, rather than psychology textbooks, which had not yet been created. These gardens adhered to the enclosed embrace concept. Every serene medieval garden was encircled by buildings, hedges or walls, giving the impression that one was being held rather than left open. You were entering a protective cocoon where the chaos of the outside world couldn't follow you, not just a garden. The enclosure was also useful. Medieval gardens required protection from straggling animals, think attempting to meditate while chasing a determined goat away, severe weather, and the odd bandit who might be more concerned with your turnips than your spiritual health. The psychological impact, however, was even more significant. Your mind stops looking for far-off dangers and becomes focused on the here and now when you are unable to see past the garden's boundaries. Every design featured water as a key component, not tumbling waterfalls or flamboyant fountains, which were added later when people felt that leisure had to be more thrilling. Water in a medieval garden flowed slowly and purposefully. Rainwater could be collected in a simple stone basin, which would serve as a drinking area for birds and a mirror for clouds. Water flowed along raised beds in tiny channels, creating the softest sound imaginable, like rain on leaves, or a lullaby to the ground. The pathways themselves were psychological engineering masterpieces. Medieval garden paths were intended for wandering, in contrast to contemporary gardens where paths frequently lead to designated locations. They were never hurried, but instead curved gently, offering fresh views at every bend. It may appear to be a rosebush, but as you approach it, you'll find a tiny herb garden behind it, which leads to a sunny area where you can sit and watch butterflies compete for the best flowers. These designs weren't haphazard. Although they would have scoffed at such a pretentious title, the first landscape therapists were the designers of medieval gardens. They were just individuals who realised that time, beauty, safety and gentle stimulation are all necessary for the human spirit to unfold. A ton of time, you'll find that each component had a purpose as you get comfortable exploring these gardens during our journey together. The herbs weren't only used to season soup. Depending on your needs, they release scents that could increase energy or reduce anxiety. In addition to being lovely, the flowers' hues and forms were selected to soothe weary eyes and promote the kind of gentle concentration that allows your mind to relax. Even the upkeep of these gardens was planned with tranquility in mind. In contrast to contemporary landscaping, which necessitates loud machinery and last-minute weekend labour, medieval gardens developed their beauty gradually, season by season. Pruning, weeding, watering, all gentle, repetitive tasks that allow your thoughts to settle like sediment in a peaceful pond, became a kind of moving meditation. As you fall asleep tonight, picture yourself as the garden's caretaker. As you check on young seedlings, feel the morning dew on your fingertips, hear the gratifying hum of your blade cutting overly eager herbs. Imagine yourself sitting on a plain wooden bench in the evening light, watching the last bees of the day visit flowers that appear to glow in the golden hour. In your fantasy medieval world, you awaken to the sound of bells ringing throughout the countryside. Not the startling clatter of contemporary life, but the soft bronze voices that have been calling people to prayer for centuries. You're now in a monastery garden, the pinnacle of the art of tranquil design. For good reason, monastic communities were the world's best gardeners during the Middle Ages. Through prayer, meditation, and what they referred to as opus manuum, the work of hands, these individuals had devoted their lives to discovering a connection with God. They learned that certain physical settings could either help or hinder their spiritual objectives, and they incorporated these insights into the design of their gardens. As soon as you enter the monastery, you'll notice how different the atmosphere is from the outside world. Not only is it quieter, but the air itself seems to have acquired patience. The garden unfolds in front of you in sections, each serving a distinct function, but all being bound together by the same overarching idea. Everything in this place is there to restore the health of the human soul. The physical garden, where therapeutic herbs are grown in tidy raised beds, is the first space you come across. However, don't picture sterile rows like the outdoor area of a contemporary pharmacy. An artist's sense of colour, texture and scent is evident in the arrangement of these plants. Even their most utilitarian plantings were beautiful to behold, because the monastery gardeners recognised that healing starts with the senses. Alongside tidy thyme borders, chamomile grows in silvery green mounds, In purple ranks that appear to glitter in the morning light, lavender stands at attention. Wherever it is permitted, mint grows, producing cool green carpets that smell good whenever you touch them. The real magic occurs when you discover that in fact walking among these plants causes your breathing to slow down. The visual effect is calming. Certain scents have direct pathways to the nervous system, a discovery made by medieval monks that modern aromatherapy is still catching up to. It's true that lavender reduces anxiety. In fact, rosemary can help with mental clarity. Mint actually improves mood and aids in digestion. However, they did more than simply cultivate these plants. They placed them along the garden path so that people would naturally and unconsciously experience their benefits. It was not because medieval people lacked imagination that monastic gardens were laid out according to rigid geometric patterns. These geometric patterns functioned as a kind of visual meditation. Your mind would naturally settle into the same serene rhythm if your eye followed the neat patterns. Squares within squares, circles intersected by crosses and rectangles divided by diagonal paths. Beyond aesthetics, geometric garden design has a profoundly fulfilling quality. It is easier for your internal state to achieve equilibrium when your external environment is well organised and balanced. Through daily practice, the monks were able to determine this. They discovered they could enter and stay in meditative states more quickly and for longer after spending hours in prayer and reflection in gardens with solid geometric underpinnings. A well or fountain, placed where several paths met, was the focal point of the majority of monastery gardens. This had symbolic and psychological significance, in addition to being pragmatic, although access to water was undoubtedly crucial. In almost all spiritual traditions, water is a symbol of life, rebirth, and purification. Having it at the centre of the garden served as a conscious or unconscious reminder to guests that they were in a space devoted to renewal. The water features were intended to stimulate your senses without overpowering them, which is where the subtle genius of medieval garden designers was displayed. Water trickling slowly from a carved spout into a basin in a basic stone well could produce the softest sound possible, enough to drown out distracting sounds outside the garden walls, but not enough to draw attention to itself. In order to maximise psychological benefits, the seating areas in the monastery gardens were positioned strategically. Wooden benches were placed facing either west, for evening reflection as the day came to an end, or east, for morning meditation in the light of the sunrise. They were placed next to herb beds where the scent would be most potent in the hottest hours of the day, or nestled into alcoves created by carefully trained fruit trees. Sitting in one of these locations, you would observe how the garden seems to envelop you without making you feel crowded. Although the surrounding hedges or walls provide privacy and security, they aren't so high that you feel confined. As the sun passes overhead, you can see the sky, watch the clouds move and take in the shifting patterns of light and shadow. It feels like a soft, verdant hug. Monastery gardens' maintenance philosophy was a reflection of their spiritual mission. Slowly and deliberately, the work was done as a kind of prayer. Weeding was an opportunity to exercise patience and attention to detail, not a task to be hurried through. Watering was an opportunity to observe and appreciate the needs and growth of each individual plant. In addition to providing basic plant care, this method produced gardens that exuded serenity. Spaces acquire a distinct energy quality when they are maintained with love and meditation, as opposed to speed and efficiency. This phenomenon is frequently mentioned by contemporary visitors to restored monastery gardens. There is an unmistakably serene quality to these areas that transcends their aesthetic appeal. In ways we have mostly forgotten, the monks also had an understanding of seasonal rhythms. Their gardens were planned to offer various forms of aesthetic appeal and practicality all year long. The delicate blossoms of fruit trees and the new green of fresh herbs arrived with spring. Harvests were plentiful, and the scent of blooming plants filled the air during the summer. Autumn brought vibrant foliage and the joy of collecting seeds for planting the following year. With the sharp lines of the geometric design clearly visible, and evergreen herbs offering patches of life against the snow, even winter had its own stern beauty. Imagine how the light of the day gradually fades and how the air cools and carries the mixed scents of herbs as you settle into evening prayer in this monastery garden. You discover that you have spent the entire day in this verdant haven, without ever feeling rushed, anxious, or out of sync with the cycles of life itself when the bells ring once more, summoning the community to vespers. You're exchanging your modest monastery cell for something far more opulent this morning, a castle garden intended for medieval aristocracy. However, don't anticipate the extravagant extravagance of later centuries. Subtly sophisticated medieval noble gardens were designed to provide ideal settings for the kinds of pursuits that kept aristocrats sane amidst the demands of political life. The unusual living quarters of medieval aristocrats resembled a goldfish bowl. From servants to rival families to visiting diplomats who reported back to foreign courts, everyone was continuously watching, criticising, and analysing their lives. There was hardly any privacy, and leisure had to be carefully planned in between court rituals, tournaments, and the never-ending negotiations that prevented kingdoms from falling into anarchy. Their gardens, which were created especially to offer the kinds of tranquil experiences that would be practically impossible to find elsewhere in medieval society, turned into vital pressure valves. However, these were not merely enlarged monastic gardens. Noble gardens needed to do more than just impress guests. They also needed to offer useful advantages and a real escape from the bustle of the outside world. You can see how the garden areas are shrewdly tucked into areas that might otherwise go unused as you stroll through the castle's main courtyard. Every inch of protected interior space was valuable, because medieval castles were constructed primarily for defence and then for comfort. Working like puzzle solvers, the garden designers created lovely havens in small courtyards with no military use, along walls and in strange corners. One of the most clever features is what the medievals called a plaisance, basically a private outdoor space intended for leisure and small parties. Imagine a square or rectangular area surrounded by dense hedges or low walls, with thoughtfully placed sightlines that preserve views of the castle's most appealing features or far-off landscapes while obstructing views from the crowded main courtyards. These spaces were decorated to resemble outdoor living rooms. Backrests and seating were provided by raised beds, which were frequently topped with turf benches, which were essentially earth and grass sofas that were surprisingly cosy and unmistakably different. Depending on when the garden's owner wanted to escape from public responsibilities, wooden benches were positioned to benefit from morning sunlight or afternoon shade. Noble Gardens' plant selections demonstrated a deep comprehension of social dynamics and psychology. Roses were important because of their symbolic meaning in addition to their beauty. Roses stood for love, purity, and the transient nature of earthly beauty, according to the medievals, who interpreted everything. Roses were a continual reminder that there was beauty in life worth stopping to appreciate, like poetry growing right outside your window. The way these roses were cultivated, however, was the truly ingenious aspect. Medieval gardeners trained roses as climbers and ramblers, weaving them through wooden frameworks to create living walls and shaded alcoves, in contrast to modern rose bushes that bloom once, and then look rather ordinary for the rest of the year. Picture yourself sitting beneath an arbour, with hundreds of tiny, highly fragrant roses that formed a natural canopy above you, and petals that occasionally fell like fragrant snow. In castle settings, herb gardens fulfilled three functions. They were useful, aesthetically pleasing, and instructive. Noble families were supposed to know how to run the home, cook, and practice medicine. The herb garden offered practical and soothing opportunities for hands-on learning. Identifying the various mints, which is surprisingly difficult and strangely meditative, knowing which herbs aid in digestion, or just taking in the complex scents that change throughout the day as plants released various aromatic compounds in response to temperature and sun could all take up an afternoon. Although more ornate than those found in monasteries, water features in noble gardens were still created with psychological comfort in mind. The family's coat of arms could be carved into a raised stone basin that was supplied with water from the castle's main supply via a tiny channel. Although the visual effect was more advanced, the sound was still subdued because medieval people had not yet developed the noisy fountain obsession that would define later periods. These water features provided focal points for casual get-togethers and reflection. Since medieval aristocrats lacked modern-day coffee shops and living rooms, garden water features offered serene, lovely settings in which challenging discussions could take place without creating tension. Moving water seems to promote honesty while discouraging conflict. Medieval garden designers were well aware of this and took advantage of it. Unlike monastery gardens, where paths encouraged solitary meditation, castle garden paths were ideal for two-person conversations, wide enough for companions to walk side by side, but not so wide that the area felt formal or intimidating. The paths in noble gardens were made for what we might call therapeutic strolling. These pathways frequently included what medieval designers referred to as viewing mounts. tiny man-made hills made by piling up dirt and covering it with turf. More significantly, climbing to the top of a viewing mount offered a mild form of exercise that might help release the tension that had built up from long days of sitting through court ceremonies or council meetings. It also gave you a new perspective on the garden and the surrounding area. Noble Gardens displayed a remarkable level of sophistication in their seasonal planning. In addition to ensuring that there is always something lovely or intriguing, garden designers planned planting schedules to ensure that the garden would offer a variety of psychological advantages all year long. The emphasis on hope and rebirth in spring plantings was ideal for acclimating to the long, gloomy winter months when everyone was cooped up inside. The social activities that were vital to aristocratic life were supported by the abundance and celebration that summer gardens provided. Plants in autumn gardens gave nobles a sense of preparation and achievement, which helped them adopt the planning mentality needed to survive the winter. What could be referred to as emergency relaxation features, elements created especially to offer prompt stress relief during political crises, were also present in medieval castle gardens. The maze or labyrinth was a favourite, but not the difficult puzzle mazes of later eras. With their single paths winding in intricate patterns but never offering choices or dead ends, medieval labyrinths were intended to be walking meditations. When you needed to solve complicated problems, you could walk the labyrinth, and the intricate pattern and rhythmic movement would frequently encourage solutions to come to you organically. Imagine yourself sitting on one of those turf benches in your make-believe castle garden as evening draws near and the scent of plants that bloom at night starts to fill the air. Here, the meticulous design of the garden somehow absorbs the political tensions of the day. You can rest fully tonight, surrounded by beauty that has been specifically designed to foster human peace. But tomorrow will present new challenges. You're learning about the hortus conclusus, or enclosed garden, one of the most advanced inventions in medieval gardening tonight. This was not just any walled area with plants. Rather, it was a thoughtfully planned setting, intended to produce what could be referred to as perfect psychological conditions for human flourishing. A thorough understanding of how environmental boundaries impact mental state led to the development of the enclosed garden concept. People in the Middle Ages lived in constant fear of danger that might lurk outside of their familiar boundaries. Anywhere, at any time, there could be bandits, untamed animals, hostile armies, and unexplained illnesses. Every element of daily life, including the layout of serene areas, was influenced by this persistent low-level anxiety. Imagine yourself walking through a small gate or doorway into an enclosed garden. The changeover is purposeful and dramatic. You're surrounded by walls that define and safeguard a smaller, more manageable universe one moment, and then you are in the open world with its boundless horizons and possible dangers the next. Your nervous system literally lets out a sigh of relief as a result of the profound and instantaneous psychological shift. Medieval garden designers, however, went beyond the basic enclosure. They realized that walls by themselves could feel more like prisons than like freedoms. Making the enclosure feel more like an embrace than a prison was the trick. They achieved this by paying close attention to sight lines, proportions, and what we might refer to as controlled openings. A sense of protected space where you could not be surprised or threatened was provided by the walls of the most successful enclosed gardens, which adhered to what contemporary environmental psychologists refer to as the prospect and refuge principle, though medieval designers would have simply referred to it as feeling safe while seeing beauty. However, the gardens also featured thoughtfully designed opportunities, sky views, far-off landscapes, or garden elements that allowed your thoughts to roam without straying from the safety zone. Gates or windows in the walls that framed views like living paintings could create these opportunities. Picture yourself perched on a stone bench, gazing through an arched aperture that ideally frames a view of the castle's towers or a far-off hillside. Your body stays securely contained while your eye can travel to these far-off views, meeting the human need for spatial variety. The enclosed garden's plant choices were exquisite examples of sensory design. Each plant was picked for its ability to enhance the garden's overall psychological ambiance, in addition to its aesthetic value. Lavender offered a soothing scent and delicate silvery leaves that glistened in any kind of light. The strong, enlightening aroma of rosemary could clear mental haze and boost alertness without making people anxious. Plants in the mint family offered refreshing scents and cooling effects that could help cool even the hottest summer days. What we might refer to as layered fragrances, plant combinations that released distinct scents at various times of day and in various weather conditions, were common in medieval enclosed gardens. The scent of wet herbs may be green and dewy in the morning, mingled with the honey-sweet aroma of flowers opening to the sun. Aromatic plants such as oregano and thyme would release their stronger scents in the midday heat. Night-blooming plants, with their enigmatic and frequently more complex scents, would emerge in the evening. These gardens' ground planning adhered to principles that seemed to work almost magically. The walkways were both intimately intimate and sufficiently wide for comfortable walking. Since you could never see the entire garden at once, they gently curved to evoke a sense of discovery. There was always something new to discover around every corner. However, everything happened at a natural and secure pace, and the curves were never abrupt enough to cause surprise or fear. Enclosed garden water management reached new artistic heights. Each drop of water could be meticulously regulated and synchronized because these were enclosed spaces. In order to produce various sounds and visual effects throughout the garden, designers devised systems that would allow water to move slowly through the area, appearing and disappearing. You may first see water as a soft spring that emerges from a carved stone face in one wall, then follow its path as it feeds various plant beds via tiny channels before gathering in a central basin to reflect the sky and light. From the first soft bubbling of the spring to the soft trickling through the channels to the almost silent filling of the last basin, the sound of this water would change as it travelled. The psychological significance of what we might refer to as controlled wilderness within enclosed spaces was also recognised by medieval designers. These gardens featured sections where plants were permitted to grow in more organic patterns, despite their meticulous planning and upkeep. Herbs that had been left to self-seed and spread could be found in a corner, resulting in patches that felt wild and impromptu, but were totally safe. A basic psychological need of humans was met by this harmony between naturalness and control. We need a certain amount of surprise and natural beauty to keep our minds active and interested, but we also need order and predictability for security. Both were simultaneously offered by enclosed gardens, which offered areas of delightful unpredictability along with general order and safety. Enclosed gardens featured especially elaborate seating arrangements. There were several seating options to accommodate various social settings and moods. Cool, isolated places to reflect were provided by stone benches set into the walls. For extended stays, wooden benches placed in bright spots offered warmth and comfort. The most private and cosy seating was provided by turf benches, those amazing earth and grass creations from the Middle Ages that were ideal for reading, taking naps, or having quiet discussions. The placement of these seating sections was done to capitalise on the various seasons and times of day. In order to enjoy the soft early sun, morning seats faced east. The locations of the midday seats were chosen to provide shade during the hottest times of the day. Seats in the evening faced west to watch the sunset. In order to harness any available warmth from the low winter sun, winter seats were placed in alcoves facing south. Enclosed gardens' seasonal development was thoughtfully planned to offer psychological support all year long. After enduring the harsh winters of the Middle Ages, people needed hope and renewal, which spring plantings offered. Summertime designs offered celebration and plenty. Plants in autumnal gardens conveyed a sense of preparation and harvest. Evergreen trees and intriguing architectural elements were included in the design to add beauty and interest even during the winter months. Most significantly, medieval enclosed gardens were intended to be places for what we might refer to as productive solitude. These were not places where you could hide from the outside world forever, but rather places where you could temporarily withdraw, regain your emotional and mental balance, and then resume your daily activities with fresh vitality and perspective. Imagine yourself falling asleep in your own little enclosed garden, with walls that feel protective rather than limiting, and breathing in air that is scented with herbs that have been carefully selected to encourage relaxation and tranquility. The boundaries of the garden create a perfect little world where you can just enjoy being in an area created specifically for your well-being. When you wake up this morning, you'll find something amazing. Centuries before the terms environmental aromatherapy were coined, medieval people were engaging in a highly developed form of it. In addition to being aesthetically pleasing, their gardens were meticulously planned sensory experiences that used the scents and qualities of plants to affect mental, physical, and emotional states. Medieval garden designers drew inspiration from a fascinating blend of traditional knowledge passed down through the generations, keen observation, and what they dubbed the doctrine of signatures, the idea that a plant's growth patterns, scent, or appearance could reveal its medicinal uses. Their practical outcomes were frequently remarkably effective, even though some of their theories now seem charmingly antiquated. An early morning stroll through a medieval herb garden would reveal what is essentially a living pharmacy, but one that has been created with a psychologist's awareness of human needs and an artist's sense of aesthetics. Every plant was placed to provide the greatest possible therapeutic benefit to garden visitors, in addition to ideal growing conditions. Along pathways where people would naturally brush against it, chamomile was planted. It has tiny, daisy-like flowers and a sweet, apple-like scent. Although medieval gardeners were aware that the aroma of chamomile could reduce anxiety and encourage sound sleep, they also recognised that the psychological impact was greater when the scent was inadvertently inhaled rather than intentionally. Something about finding a healing scent by accident is more potent than actively seeking it out. In addition to its lovely purple blooms and unique scent, lavender was prized in medieval gardens for its incredibly consistent calming properties. The biochemistry of how lavender's linalool and linaloyl acetate compounds actually slow down nervous system activity was unknown to medieval people, but they were aware of the effects. In order to promote peaceful sleep, lavender was planted close to places where people sat, along walkways that led to private areas, and particularly close to windows in bedrooms. Lavender's placement in gardens demonstrated a sophisticated understanding of scent dispersal. Medieval gardeners planted lavender in sunny locations where afternoon heat would optimize its therapeutic benefits, because they knew that the plant releases its strongest fragrance during the warmest part of the day. Additionally, they placed lavender bushes where people might unintentionally brush against them while strolling, because they knew that bruised lavender releases even more scent. Almost like a garden guardian, rosemary was placed close to gates and entrances so that its potent, calming scent could assist guests in shifting from the disorganized state of everyday life to the concentrated awareness required for appreciating a garden. According to contemporary research, medieval people thought rosemary improved mental clarity and memory. It is true that compounds found in rosemary can enhance alertness and cognitive function. However, this is where the genius of medieval garden design was displayed. Rosemary was also planted alongside soothing herbs like chamomile and lavender. The end effect was a well-balanced scent experience that could improve mental clarity without causing overstimulation or anxiety. In these gardens, you felt more at ease and could think more clearly, two things that are surprisingly hard to combine. The most adaptable medicinal plants in medieval gardens came from the mint family. Various mints were used to achieve various physical and psychological effects. Without the potency of peppermint, spearmint provided mild digestive support and a revitalizing mental boost. The sweeter, softer scent of apple mint was ideal for unwinding in the evening. In the damp spots next to garden water features, where its cooling qualities could intensify the revitalizing effects of flowing water, water mint flourished. Medieval gardeners also recognized a fact that contemporary aromatherapy is rediscovering. Combinations of plants, rather than individual species, frequently produce the most potent therapeutic fragrances. In their gardens, they established what we might refer to as fragrance neighborhoods, by assembling plants whose fragrances would complement one another and offer supplementary medicinal advantages. A standard calming corner might include rose for emotional support, chamomile for mild sedation, lavender for anxiety relief, and maybe a dash of mint for freshness. Because each plant releases a different amount of fragrance in response to temperature and humidity changes, these plants would be arranged so that their distinct scents would naturally blend to create complex, subtle scent experiences that could change throughout the day. In medieval gardens, roses had uses far beyond aesthetics. Various types were selected based on their distinct scents and purported impact on health and happiness. With their powerful, complex scent, damask roses were thought to uplift the soul and fortify the heart in difficult times. Alba roses were believed to promote rational thinking and clear mental confusion because of their fresher, cleaner scent. Roses were planted along pathways that people might walk when resolving difficult emotions, and medieval rose gardens were frequently created as emotional support systems. The perfect environment for processing and healing emotions was created by the combination of therapeutic fragrance, lovely visual stimulation, and mild physical exercise. Medieval gardens' seasonal fragrance progression was thoughtfully planned to promote mental well-being all year long. Fresh green fragrances that could alleviate winter depression and promote mental rejuvenation were the focus of spring gardens. Early herbs, such as young rosemary and mint, offered astringent, energizing scents that might help dispel the mental sluggishness that frequently accompanied the dark months. With several plants blooming at once to create intricate multi-layered scent environments, summer gardens provided the most complete fragrance experiences. However, these weren't overpowering sensory attacks. Medieval gardeners recognised the value of restraint and balance. There were peaceful spots with delicate scents in even the most ornate summer garden, places where overstimulated senses could relax. Warming, grounding scents from autumn gardens could ease the psychological transition to winter. The rich, complex scents of late-blooming herbs, such as oregano and sage, seemed to capture the joy of harvest. These plants were frequently placed close to places where people could sit and think back on the events of the year, while mentally getting ready for the reflective winter months. Medieval herb gardens also served as therapeutic environments for their upkeep. Herb harvesting required methodical, slow attention to timing, plant conditions, and appropriate methods. Spaces filled with concentrated fragrances from drying herbs could benefit from aromatherapy for weeks. Since disturbed herb plants released their fragrances as you worked, even weeding herb gardens was more enjoyable than other garden maintenance. The significance of a personal connection to medicinal plants is another thing that medieval people understood that we are still learning about. They urged garden visitors to form bonds with individual plants, learning about their unique growth patterns, best times to harvest them, and distinctive scent patterns. The therapeutic effects were enhanced by this individualized attention. The benefits of a plant seem to be more potent when you know it well. Imagine yourself surrounded by carefully selected and arranged plants that will support your health as evening descends on your make-believe medieval herb garden. A delicate combination of scents permeates the air, calming the stresses of the day and preparing your mind for a good night's sleep. Every breath brings you compounds that have been used for thousands of years to help people find health and peace. These compounds were arranged by gardeners who realized that healing occurs most effectively in settings that are beautiful and thoughtfully designed. You're studying one of the most intriguing facets of medieval gardening this morning, the creation of spaces that have the power to literally alter human perception through the use of geometric patterns and symbolic designs. Plants were not arranged haphazardly or in accordance with contemporary aesthetic standards by medieval garden designers. Their work was based on a deep understanding of how spiritual awareness and mental state are influenced by visual patterns. In the world of the medieval people, everything was thought to have symbolic meaning. Rather than being merely ornamental choices, numbers, shapes, colours, and spatial relationships were seen as stepping stones to a greater comprehension of natural harmony and divine order. This symbolic language was employed by garden designers to create areas that could lead guests to particular spiritual and psychological states. You would instantly notice the sense of balance and justice that seems to emanate from the layout itself if you were to walk into a medieval garden that was created using sacred geometric principles. Pathways that follow mathematical proportions found in nature, the same ratios that are present in human bodies, flower petals and seashells, would entice your attention. Your mind would perceive these patterns as essentially reliable and harmonious, even if you were not familiar with the technical specifics. The square formed by intersecting pathways into 4 smaller squares was the most popular geometric foundation for medieval gardens. The 4 elements, earth, air, fire, and water, the 4 seasons, the 4 cardinal directions, and the 4 rivers of paradise mentioned in biblical texts were all represented by this pattern, which is known as a quadripartite design. Beyond its symbolic significance, however, this design had useful psychological effects. Quadripartite gardens offered a visual order that was both simple enough to be instantly understandable and complex enough to be fascinating. The overall pattern was easy for your mind to understand, giving you a sense of control. However, there was space for variation and surprise within each quadrant. Human psychological needs appear to be well served by this blend of controlled variation and predictable structure. Geometrically designed gardens had pathways that were more than just ways to get from one place to another. They served as what we might refer to as contemplation guides, physical objects that, by merely walking, could induce meditative states in your mind. Special features such as a fountain, an especially lovely plant, or a religious sculpture that encouraged pause and contemplation were frequently used to mark the intersections where pathways crossed. Medieval garden designers realized something that contemporary meditation instructors have rediscovered: that beautiful visual stimulation coupled with repetitive rhythmic movement can create deeply calming and restorative altered states of consciousness. It became a kind of moving meditation to follow the geometric paths of a medieval garden, with their predictable curves and intersections. Geometric gardens with circular features had unique psychological purposes. Curved alcoves, round fountains, and circular herb beds offered visual respite from the overall geometric framework's angular precision. More significantly, however, in medieval symbolic thinking, circles stood for wholeness, harmony, and perfection. It was thought that incorporating circular elements into garden design would aid guests in achieving spiritual integration and psychological wholeness. What we might refer to as sacred proportion systems, mathematical relationships thought to reflect divine harmony, were incorporated into the most elaborate medieval gardens. The golden ratio, which can be found in everything from nautilus shells to sunflower seed spirals, was frequently used to establish the connections between various garden sections. Even when visitors were unable to consciously pinpoint the reason, these proportional systems produced gardens that felt enigmatically fulfilling to experience. Your mind would react with a sense of calm and righteousness that seemed to come from the surroundings rather than from any deliberate effort on your part as your eye moved through areas that felt harmonious and well-balanced. Geometric gardens featured equally complex colour schemes. Based on observed psychological effects and symbolic associations, medieval designers employed what they dubbed colour harmonies. White flowers were frequently planted in central areas or along main routes because they symbolised purity and spiritual illumination. Red flowers were placed where their emotional intensity could be appreciated without overpowering the tranquil atmosphere of the garden, symbolising both earthly passion and divine love. Despite being comparatively uncommon in medieval gardens, blue flowers were prized for their purported capacity to foster introspection and spiritual understanding. They were frequently placed in peaceful nooks or beside walkways that led to places of prayer where their calming hue might assist guests in turning their attention from material worries to spiritual ones. Keeping up geometric gardens was a kind of spiritual exercise in and of itself. Regular, patient attention was necessary to maintain the pattern's clarity and accuracy. The gardeners who cared for these areas frequently referred to their labour as a kind of meditation or prayer. Replanting to maintain colour arrangements, weeding to preserve the clarity of planted patterns, and trimming hedges to maintain clean geometric lines all became opportunities to practice the kind of focused attention that medieval people associated with spiritual development. Geometric gardens were designed with seasonal changes in mind to preserve the key patterns, while offering year-round diversity and interest. The linear features of the garden, such as the bulbs placed along the edges of the pathways to produce clear lines of colour, could be highlighted with spring plantings. While keeping their fundamental boundaries, summer plantings could fill in the geometric shapes with a profusion of growth. Even as their foliage changed colour, plants that offered strong structural elements could be found in autumn gardens. In order to maintain the geometric patterns even when the majority of the plants were inactive, winter gardens relied on hardscape components and evergreen plants. The psychological significance of what we might refer to as pattern completion was also recognised by medieval garden designers, who produced geometric designs that encouraged guests to actively perceive the patterns rather than merely passively observing them. The entire geometric pattern may not be immediately apparent when you first enter a garden. Instead, you may need to navigate through different sections and observe the area from different perspectives before the entire pattern becomes clear to you. Important psychological purposes were fulfilled by this gradual pattern recognition process. It was a gentle, fulfilling puzzle with a clear solution that kept your mind active. Garden patterns could be fully comprehended and appreciated, in contrast to the intricate and frequently intractable issues of everyday medieval life. A sense of emotional and intellectual relief that was hard to find elsewhere was brought on by this experience of understanding and completion. The geometric garden design's symbolic meanings also gave guests what we might refer to as contemplation frameworks, organised approaches to considering life's more profound issues. A garden that is themed around the number 4 could inspire contemplation of the 4 seasons of spiritual growth, the 4 stages of life, or the 4 virtues. Through garden design, these ideas were made tangible and approachable rather than being abstract philosophical concepts. Geometric gardens' maze and labyrinth features had specific psychological purposes. Since they could engender fear rather than serenity, true mazes, with their numerous paths and dead ends, were less prevalent in serene medieval gardens. But because of their meditative properties, labyrinths, single path patterns that wound in intricate yet predictable ways toward a central goal, were well liked. It took just the right amount of mental focus to navigate a labyrinth, keeping your conscious mind busy while allowing deeper levels of awareness to emerge. What medieval people referred to as contemplative prayer and what we might recognise as a type of walking meditation were made possible by the rhythmic movement and the visual interest of the winding path. What medieval designers referred to as paradise features, elements created especially to evoke the biblical Garden of Eden or other sacred landscapes, were found in the most ornate geometric gardens. These could include particular plant combinations mentioned in religious texts or fountains arranged to form the 4 rivers of paradise. However, even these highly symbolic components were incorporated into designs that placed more emphasis on psychological calm and comfort than on purely symbolic accuracy. Observe how the shadows highlight the patterns that lead your eye and mind to peace, as evening light starts to slope across your imagined geometric garden. Lines of light and shadow reveal mathematical relationships that appeared abstract during the day, serving as a reminder that the same principles that give flowers and seashells their beauty also influence the areas where people can find the most tranquility. As our tour of medieval gardens comes to an end tonight, you find yourself sitting in a garden that reflects all we have learned together. A place where noble sophistication meets monastery wisdom, where geometric precision embraces natural beauty, and where each element has been thoughtfully chosen to foster human peace. The surrounding garden is a representation of centuries' worth of knowledge about what people require in order to flourish spiritually and emotionally. Despite lacking access to contemporary psychology textbooks and environmental science research, medieval garden designers created methods and ideas that are still remarkably successful today. Their gardens were more than just lovely settings. They were therapeutic havens designed by individuals who recognized the power of outward beauty to alter inner experience. You can see how every element we've come across during our exploration fulfills several functions at once. In addition to offering physical security, the walls surrounding these gardens establish psychological barriers that help your mind focus on the here and now rather than constantly looking for threats in the future. In addition to being aesthetically pleasing, the geometric pathways lead your body through soft rhythmic motions that naturally create meditative states. In addition to producing beautiful sounds and visual interest, the water features we have found offer the psychological advantages of being near flowing water, such as enhanced focus, lowered stress hormones, and that inexplicable feeling of rejuvenation that people seem to experience when they are near water. Despite their ignorance of negative ions and the neurological effects of specific sound frequencies, medieval people noticed that people felt better when they were near flowing water, so they planned their gardens accordingly. Perhaps the most advanced knowledge of all can be found in the plant choices made for medieval gardens. These gardeners were aware of the scents that could reduce anxiety, enhance mental clarity, and facilitate the shift from wakefulness to sleep. They selected plants that would offer the appropriate sensory experiences during the seasons when people most needed them because they were aware of seasonal psychology. Perhaps more significantly though, medieval garden designers recognized that peace is more than simply the absence of stress or conflict, something we occasionally overlook in our contemporary world. True peace is a positive state that must be actively created and maintained through careful attention to environment, relationships, and daily practices. Medieval gardens were intended to promote peace. Each component combined to help guests transition from whatever state they were in to one of true peace and rejuvenation. Without strain or effort, the shift occurred gradually and organically. Simply by spending time in a thoughtfully designed setting, you would find that your natural ability for peace would reassert itself, and that the tensions and worries of the day would dissolve as you entered these gardens. Medieval garden maintenance ideas also contained timeless lessons. These areas were cared for with love, patience, and what the medievals referred to as right intention, the desire to bring about healing and beauty rather than efficiency or maximum output. The gardeners who cared for these areas were aware that their own mental states during work had an impact on the outcome. Compared to gardens tended with meditative care, gardens tended with hurried frustration felt different. This idea applies to all facets of creating tranquil spaces, not just gardening. Beyond just physical arrangements, the energy and intention we put into any space-making activity, whether we're setting up a room, cooking, or just planning our daily schedule, influences the outcome. Important lessons about the interplay between structure and freedom were also imparted by medieval gardens. They weren't wild, unruly places, but they also weren't strict or repressive. They offered dependable beauty, well-defined boundaries, and predictable patterns. But there was also space for growth, surprise, and organic variation. Human psychological well-being appears to depend on this harmony between spontaneity and order. In our contemporary world, we frequently vacillate between two extremes. Either we give up on structure completely and hope that freedom alone will bring peace, or we attempt to control every element of our surroundings and schedule. Medieval gardens offer a compromise, building pillars that support rather than impede our innate ability to be happy and peaceful. Another timeless lesson is provided by the seasonal awareness incorporated into medieval garden design. Recognizing that people have different needs at different times and seasons, these gardens were created to offer a variety of gifts throughout the year. After long winters, when people most needed encouragement, spring gardens provided hope and renewal. Summer gardens supported the active growing season with celebration and plenty. As the year came to a close, autumn gardens provided a time for contemplation and preparation. During the reflective months, winter gardens offered structure and peaceful beauty. The way we think about bringing peace into our own lives may change as a result of this seasonal approach to the surroundings and activities. We might learn to modify our peacemaking techniques to fit with seasonal psychological needs and natural rhythms, rather than relying on the same tactics to function consistently throughout the year. Important insights can also be gained from the social aspects of medieval gardens. These were places intended to foster both community and solitude, not just private havens. They offered gathering places where people could congregate in lovely, serene surroundings, as well as peaceful alcoves where people could find time to themselves. The gardens demonstrated that fostering an environment free from stress and conflict is what true peace is all about, not isolating oneself from others. Perhaps most importantly, medieval gardens showed that usefulness and beauty are partners rather than mutually exclusive. Every lovely feature in these gardens had a functional function as well, whether it was to improve growing conditions, supply medicinal plants, control water flow, or promote mental well-being in people. This combination of usefulness and beauty offers ideas for how we could approach all of our life's decisions. Final wisdom worth passing down is provided by the timing principles ingrained in medieval garden design. Through repeated exposure to thoughtfully designed sensory experiences, these gardens gradually worked their calming magic. They were intended to bring about the kind of profound, long-lasting change that occurs when people regularly spend time in settings that encourage their best traits, rather than for temporary solutions or instant transformation. Imagine yourself carrying forward the fundamental ideas we've learned as you get ready to leave this fictional medieval garden and head back to your own time and place. The significance of safety and enclosure, the ability of natural beauty to alter mood and consciousness, the importance of geometric order mixed with organic variety, and the fundamental human need for areas created especially to foster peace. The medieval garden keepers had a profound understanding. Establishing peace in particular locations is the first step toward establishing peace globally, and people naturally become more peaceful when they regularly have access to truly peaceful settings. Their gardens were investments in human potential, areas created to support individuals in becoming the most serene, astute, and affectionate versions of themselves. The scent of medieval lavender, the sound of water gently trickling through stone channels, and the fulfillment that comes from spending time in places created with unending attention to human flourishing should all accompany you as you drift off to sleep tonight. Even though these gardens are only in our imaginations right now, anyone who wants to bring beauty, order, and peace to their own region of the world can always benefit from their wisdom. Some human experiences, beauty, peace, the healing power of well-kept gardens, transcend time and connect us across centuries to the basic needs and joys that make us human. These bells that called medieval people to prayer ring one last time across your imagined landscape, but they are not calling you to any specific religious practice. Dream sweet dreams in your peaceful garden. Picture yourself settling into a worn leather chair by a crackling fire, holding a steaming mug of something warm. Now, let me tell you about a time when your biggest medical worry wasn't whether your insurance would cover a procedure, but whether the local barber surgeon had remembered to sharpen his saw that morning. You're about to step into the wonderfully bizarre world of medieval medicine, where logic took a permanent vacation, and common sense apparently got lost somewhere around the 5th century. This book isn't just any old history lesson. It's a gentle stroll through humanity's most creative attempts at staying alive, back when people thought your personality was determined by how much yellow bile you had sloshing around inside you. Imagine waking up in the year 1347 with a headache. Today you might reach for some ibuprofen and call it good. But in medieval times? Well, first someone would need to examine the colour of your urine, preferably while holding it up to the morning light like a sommelier evaluating a fine wine. Next, they would determine the direction of the wind, consult the position of Mars, and potentially drill a small hole in your skull to release any evil spirits. The headache remedy might involve wearing a necklace made of peony roots, or better yet, having someone read Latin poetry to your forehead. Medieval folks lived in a world where everything interconnected in the most intricate ways possible. Your health depended not just on what you ate or how much you exercised, but on whether you'd angered any saints lately, if you'd been looking at too many beautiful women, apparently hazardous to male health, or whether you'd committed the grave sin of bathing too frequently. The medieval medical toolkit resembled a combination of a spice rack, a garden shed, and a church, all combined with a generous dose of wishful thinking. Physicians of the time, and I use that term loosely, carried around bags filled with dried herbs that smelled like your grandmother's attic, mysterious powders that might have been anything from ground pearls to pulverised unicorn horn, spoiler alert, it was usually just regular old horn, and an impressive collection of sharp objects that would make a modern surgeon weep. But here's what makes this all so endearing. These weren't stupid people. They were working with the best information they had, which admittedly wasn't much. They looked at the human body like it was a mysterious black box that occasionally made alarming noises, and they did their level best to figure out what all the buttons did. Occasionally they encountered luck. More often, well, let's just say that surviving medieval medicine was almost as challenging as surviving medieval diseases. The beautiful thing about medieval medical beliefs is how thoroughly they committed to their theories. When they concluded that all illness stemmed from an imbalance of 4 bodily fluids known as humours, they delved deeply into this particular area of logic. Everything, and I mean everything, got explained through this lens. Feeling sad? If you're feeling sad, it's likely due to an abundance of black bile. Angry? Undoubtedly there is an abundance of yellow bile. In love? Oh, that's just your blood getting a bit too enthusiastic. As you sink into your chair and the fire pops, you may wonder how people survived back then. The answer lies in a blend of exceptional human fortitude, serendipitous circumstances, and the remarkable ability of the human body to self-heal, even when we attempt to disrupt this process. So pour yourself another cup of whatever's warming your hands, and let's continue this journey together. We're going to delve into a world where medical treatment was a blend of theatre, chemistry experiments, and religious ceremonies. And yet, somehow, miraculously, people continued to improve. Let's talk about the cornerstone of medieval medicine, the theory of the 4 humours. Think of it as the medieval equivalent of personality tests, except instead of asking whether you're more of a dog person or a cat person, they were checking how much phlegm you were producing and whether your blood was feeling particularly sanguine that day. You had 4 main characters in this bodily drama: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. These weren't just random fluids sloshing around inside you. Oh no, they were sophisticated, complex substances that determined everything from your mood to your favourite colour to whether you were likely to become a successful merchant or a melancholy poet. Blood stood out among the group. If you had too much blood, you were sanguine, cheerful, optimistic, and probably the life of every medieval party. Sanguine folks were supposedly hot and moist. Medieval medicine was surprisingly concerned with everyone's internal temperature and humidity levels, with rosy cheeks and an unfortunate tendency to be overly trusting. The cure for excess blood was refreshingly straightforward. Just remove some of it. Medieval physicians approached bloodletting with the enthusiasm of a wine enthusiast discussing a particularly excellent vintage. Phlegm, meanwhile, was the calm, steady type. Too much phlegm made you phlegmatic, slow, thoughtful, and about as exciting as watching paint dry in a monastery. Phlegmatic people were cold and moist, which sounds deeply unpleasant when you put it that way. They were the reliable ones, the people you'd want doing your taxes if medieval people had taxes the way we understand them today. Yellow bile served as the catalyst, literally. It was hot and dry, and if you had too much of it, you became choleric, quick-tempered, ambitious, and probably the type who would challenge someone to a duel over a perceived slight about your horse. Choleric people were natural leaders, which was convenient because they were also natural arguers. Black bile was the emotional side of medieval humours. Too much black bile made you melancholic, sad, artistic, and prone to staring wistfully out of windows while composing tragic poetry about unrequited love. Melancholic people were cold and dry, and they were often incredibly intelligent, though they used that intelligence primarily to contemplate the fundamental sadness of existence. Now, here's where it gets really interesting. Your humoral balance could change based on your age, diet, the season, and Mercury's position. Yes, medieval medicine was also surprisingly astrological. A perfectly balanced person would have just the right amount of each humour, creating a kind of internal harmony that would make them healthy, wise, and probably insufferably well adjusted. The practical implications of this system were enormous. Medieval physicians didn't just treat diseases, they treated entire personality types. They wouldn't just give you herbs and send you off if you were sad. First, they determined that you obviously had too much black bile. Then they'd prescribe a complete lifestyle overhaul designed to heat you up and dry you out a bit. Such an intervention might involve eating different foods, more hot, moist things to counteract all that cold, dry black bile, changing your exercise routine, moving to a different climate, or even taking up a more cheerful profession. Medieval medicine was nothing if not holistic, though their idea of it included factors that modern medicine might consider slightly irrelevant, like the moral character of your ancestors and whether you'd been exposed to too much moonlight recently. The beauty of the humoral system was its elegant simplicity. Every medical problem had a clear cause and a logical solution. Are you experiencing symptoms of illness? Clearly your humours were imbalanced. Pushing your humours back into balance was the simple treatment, akin to adjusting the settings on a complex biological thermostat. Of course, the challenge was figuring out exactly which jokes were misbehaving, and by how much. This process required considerable skill, or at least a great deal of confidence, which explains why medieval physicians devoted so much time to examining bodily fluids with the same intensity as wine critics at a tasting competition. Imagine you're not feeling well in medieval times, so you decide to visit the local physician. As you enter their chamber, you anticipate a setting akin to a modern doctor's office, but instead, you encounter a scene akin to a hybrid of an alchemist's laboratory and a fortune-teller's parlour, replete with jars filled with unidentifiable floating objects. Your medieval doctor would want to see your urine first, not your insurance card or medical history. Not just a small sample, mind you, but a nice big flask of the stuff, preferably your first morning production when it was at its most diagnostically informative. Medieval physicians were absolutely obsessed with urine, and they had elevated its examination to an art form that would make modern lab technicians jealous. They possessed special flasks known as matulas, specifically designed for urine examination, and they would scrutinise these flasks as if they were evaluating precious gems. The colour, clarity, smell, and even the way it settled in the flask could tell them everything they needed to know about your condition. If your urine had an unusual colour, it could reveal a multitude of diagnostic possibilities. Red urine might indicate too much blood, clearly, while dark urine suggested an excess of black bile. If your urine was particularly aromatic, that could mean your kidneys were working overtime, or possibly that you'd been eating too much garlic, which was apparently a medical concern worth noting. Some physicians claimed they could tell not just what was wrong with you, but also predict your future health, your romantic prospects, and whether your crops would do well that year, all from a single flask of morning urine. But urine was just the beginning. Medieval doctors were also intrigued by your pulse, but their interpretation was more imaginative than today's. They didn't just count beats per minute, they analysed the quality of the pulse, its rhythm, its strength, and its character. A pulse could be described as jumping like a grasshopper, creeping like a snake, or flowing like honey, and each of these poetic descriptions supposedly revealed different aspects of your internal condition. Your complexion was another crucial diagnostic tool. Medieval physicians could read your face like a map, finding clues in the colour of your cheeks, the brightness of your eyes, and the texture of your skin. A ruddy complexion might indicate too much blood, while a pale, wan appearance suggested insufficient vital heat. They paid particular attention to your nose, which they believed was directly connected to your brain, and therefore a reliable indicator of your mental state. The examination process also involved a considerable amount of what we might call lifestyle counselling. Your physician would want to know about your diet, your sleeping habits, your emotional state, and your recent activities. Have you been exposed to any strong emotions lately? Had you eaten anything particularly heating or cooling? Had you been in the presence of anyone with suspicious humoral imbalances? They were also deeply interested in your dreams, which they considered windows into your internal state. Dreaming about water might indicate excess phlegm, while dreams of fire could suggest too much yellow bile. If you dreamed about flying, that was clearly a sign that your natural heat was trying to escape your body, which required immediate cooling therapy. Medieval physicians also paid attention to your astrological sign and the current position of the planets. Your health was intimately connected to celestial movements, and a good physician would consult star charts before making any major treatment decisions. If Mars was in an aggressive position, it might not be the best time for bloodletting, while a favourable Venus might enhance the effectiveness of love potions prescribed for melancholy. The diagnostic process could take hours, involving detailed questioning, careful observation, and quite a bit of thoughtful stroking of beards. Medieval physicians were apparently required to have impressive facial hair. By the end of it, your physician would have a complete picture not just of your physical condition, but of your moral character, your spiritual state, and your place in the cosmic order. Now we come to perhaps the most famous and, from our modern perspective, most alarming aspect of medieval medicine: bloodletting. If you lived in medieval times, you would have seen this practice as often as we see a spear in now. Headache. It's time to administer some bloodletting. Fever. Undoubtedly there is an abundance of blood present. Are you experiencing a mood swing? Clearly your blood needs some attention. The logic behind bloodletting was actually quite elegant, in a twisted medieval sort of way. Remember those 4 jokes we talked about? Well, blood was the most active and abundant of these, and medieval physicians believed that most illnesses were caused by having too much of it. So the obvious solution was to remove the excess, like letting air out of an overinflated balloon. Except the balloon was you, and the air was your life force. Medieval bloodletting wasn't just a matter of making a small cut and collecting a cup or two. Oh no, they had elevated it to a sophisticated art with multiple techniques, specialised tools and elaborate theories about timing and technique. You could choose from various bloodletting methods, like selecting items from a deeply disturbing medical menu. There was venesection, which involved making strategic cuts into major veins. Medieval physicians had mapped out the human body like a roadmap, identifying the best veins for different conditions. Arm veins were good for head problems, leg veins helped with abdominal issues, and there were specific veins that were thought to be connected to different organs through invisible pathways that made perfect sense if you didn't think about them too hard. Then there was cupping, which involved placing heated cups on your skin to draw blood to the surface. The cups would create suction as they cooled, pulling your skin up into little domes and supposedly drawing out the problematic blood along with whatever evil humours were causing your trouble. Occasionally they'd make small cuts first, turning the cupping session into a more efficient blood extraction process. Leeches were the genteel option, considered more refined and controlled than crude cutting. Medieval physicians maintained collections of medical leeches, like modern doctors keep stethoscopes, and they had strong opinions about leech quality and technique. A good leech should be hungry but not desperate, active but not overly aggressive, and preferably sourced from clean, running water rather than stagnant ponds. The timing of bloodletting was crucial and required consulting multiple sources of information. The phase of the moon mattered. Certain phases were better for bloodletting than others. Your astrological sign was important, as was the current position of various planets. The season affected the quality of your blood, and even the time of day could influence the success of the procedure. Medieval physicians had elaborate charts showing the best times to bleed from different parts of the body. Spring was generally beneficial for bloodletting because that's when blood was thought to be most active, like sap rising in trees. But you had to be careful not to overdo it during hot summer months when your natural heat was already elevated. The amount of blood removed was determined by a complex calculation involving your age, constitution, the nature of your illness, and various environmental factors. Young, strong people could handle more bloodletting than elderly or weak individuals. Someone with a sanguine temperament might need more aggressive treatment than someone who was naturally phlegmatic. What's remarkable is how enthusiastic people were about this treatment. Bloodletting wasn't something you endured, it was something you looked forward to, like a medieval spa day. People would schedule regular bloodletting sessions as preventive medicine, and physicians would recommend it for everything from preventing illness to improving your complexion to enhancing your mental clarity. Barber surgeons, who combined haircutting with minor medical procedures, advertised their bloodletting services alongside their grooming options. You could get a shave, a haircut, and have some excess blood removed all in one convenient visit. The traditional barber pole, with its red and white stripes, actually represents bloodied bandages wrapped around a pole, a cheerful reminder of the profession's medical heritage. The social aspect of bloodletting was also important. It was often performed in groups, turning medical treatment into a social event where people could catch up on local gossip while having their humours rebalanced. Wealthy families would sometimes hire physicians to perform bloodletting sessions for the entire household, like hosting a very specialised dinner party. Medieval medicine cabinets were incredibly chaotic, causing a modern pharmacist to shudder in confusion. Imagine opening a medieval physician's bag and finding everything from dried beetles to powdered unicorn horn, which was actually narwhal tusk, but don't tell anyone, alongside herbs that might actually work and substances that definitely wouldn't, but smelled intriguing enough to seem medicinal. The medieval approach to herbal medicine was refreshingly inclusive. If something existed in nature, someone had probably tried using it as medicine. This approach led to an enormous pharmacopoeia that included not just plants, but also animal parts, minerals, and substances that defied easy categorization. Medieval physicians were like enthusiastic collectors who never met a potential remedy they didn't want to try at least once. For instance, the theriac, regarded as the ultimate remedy, could contain anywhere from 60 to 100 different ingredients depending on the maker. The recipe included viper's flesh, which had to be prepared in a very specific way, opium, various spices, herbs, and enough other ingredients to stock a small apothecary. In some cities, the complex process of making theriac became a public event, drawing crowds to witness the master apothecaries perform their mysterious magic. But most medieval remedies were more accessible, built around herbs and plants that grew locally and could be prepared in any reasonably well-equipped kitchen. People expected medieval housewives to understand basic herbal medicine, just as modern parents understand basic first aid. They maintained herb gardens with plants specifically chosen for their medicinal properties, and they passed down recipes and techniques through generations of women who took their healing responsibilities seriously. Willow bark was used for pain relief, and it actually worked because it contains salicin, a compound related to aspirin. Medieval people didn't know why it worked, but they knew it did, which was good enough for practical purposes. Similarly, digitalis from foxglove was used for heart problems, and while it was dangerously easy to overdose on, it was actually an effective cardiac medication. But for every real remedy, there were many that were pure fantasy dressed up in medical terms. People prescribed powdered pearls for melancholy, presumably due to the belief that their lustrous beauty could uplift spirits. Ground-up precious stones were mixed into medicines, not because they had any therapeutic value, but because expensive ingredients were obviously more powerful than cheap ones. Animal-based remedies were particularly creative. Unicorn horn was the most prestigious, thought to neutralize poisons and cure virtually any ailment. But since actual unicorns were in short supply, most unicorn horn was actually powdered rhinoceros horn, narwhal tusk, or just regular old animal horn that had been blessed by someone with impressive religious credentials. Medieval physicians also prescribed remedies made from human body parts, which sounds ghoulish, but made perfect sense according to their logic. If someone had died in perfect health, usually a young person who had suffered an accident, parts of their body could be used to transfer that health to sick patients. This process led to a thriving trade in various human-derived medicines that we probably don't need to discuss in detail during our cosy bedtime story. The preparation of these remedies was often as elaborate as their ingredients were exotic. Medieval medicine involved a lot of precise timing, specific astronomical conditions, and ritual elements that transformed simple cooking into something resembling a religious ceremony. Herbs had to be picked at the right phase of the moon, dried in particular ways, and combined according to formulas that had been passed down through generations of practitioners. Medieval people also believed strongly in the power of sympathetic magic, which meant that remedies should somehow resemble either the problem they were treating or the solution they were trying to achieve. Yellow herbs were good for liver problems because the liver produced yellow bile. Red substances were good for blood disorders. Heart-shaped leaves were obviously beneficial for heart conditions. These discoveries led to some remarkably creative connections between appearance and function. The spotted leaves of lungwort were thought to resemble diseased lungs, so they were used to treat respiratory problems. Walnuts, which look somewhat like tiny brains, were considered brain food long before anyone knew about omega-3 fatty acids. The dosing of medieval medicines was more art than science, relying heavily on the physician's experience and intuition. Too little might not work, but too much could kill you, and the line between effective dose and fatal overdose was often uncomfortably thin. This is why medieval physicians spent so much time studying their patients' constitutions and carefully adjusting treatments based on individual factors. Medieval surgery was not for the faint of heart, and if you lived during this time, you would have approached it with roughly the same enthusiasm most people today reserve for root canal surgery. Except medieval surgery was performed without anaesthesia, antibiotics, or any real understanding of how infections worked. The surgical toolkit of a medieval practitioner looked like something assembled by someone who had heard about surgery second-hand, but had never actually seen it performed. Their bags were filled with saws, knives, hot irons for cauterizing wounds, and various sharp implements that appeared to be designed more for carpentry than for medicine. Medieval surgeons approached the human body with the confidence of people who had never heard of medical malpractice lawsuits. Trepanation, drilling holes in skulls, was surprisingly common and was used to treat everything from headaches to mental illness to what they called melancholy madness. The theory was that evil spirits, excess humour, or bad air had gotten trapped inside the head and needed a way to escape. Medieval surgeons would carefully drill a small hole in the patient's skull, sometimes while the patient was fully conscious, and then wait to see if the problem spirits would take the hint and leave. What's remarkable is that some patients actually survived this procedure and even seemed to get better afterward, though such improvement was probably more due to the placebo effect and sheer luck than to any therapeutic value of having holes drilled in their heads. Medieval people interpreted these successes as proof that the treatment worked, rather than evidence that the human body is surprisingly resilient. Cataract surgery was another common procedure, performed by travelling specialists who would arrive in town, perform a dozen or so cataract operations in a day, and then leave before anyone had time to evaluate the long-term results. The technique involved pushing the clouded lens back into the eye with a sharp needle, which sometimes worked and sometimes resulted in complete blindness, but at least it was quick. But medieval medicine wasn't purely physical, it was deeply intertwined with spiritual healing and religious belief. Medieval people understood illness as having spiritual as well as physical causes, which meant that treatment needed to address both the body and the soul. This understanding led to a fascinating integration of medical and religious practices that would seem strange to modern eyes, but made perfect sense in a world where the boundary between physical and spiritual was much more fluid. Saints were specialised medical consultants, each with their areas of expertise. St. Blaise was good for throat problems, St. Lucy handled eye diseases, and St. Apollonia was the go-to saint for dental issues. If you had a specific medical problem, there was probably a saint who had suffered a similar affliction during their martyrdom and could therefore provide targeted assistance. Pilgrimage was considered both a medical treatment and a spiritual exercise. Medieval people would travel hundreds of miles to visit holy sites where miraculous healings were said to occur. These journeys served multiple purposes. The physical exercise was probably beneficial, the change of scenery might help with mental health, and the hope and faith involved in the pilgrimage could have real therapeutic effects. Holy relics were another important category of medieval medicine. A bone from a saint, a piece of cloth that had touched a holy person, or water that had been blessed by someone with the right religious credentials could all serve as powerful medicines. The more exotic and well-documented the relic, the more effective it was believed to be. Medieval hospitals were usually run by religious communities and focused as much on spiritual care as on physical treatment. Patients received regular prayers, confession, and spiritual counselling alongside whatever medical treatments were available. The idea was that healing involved the whole person, not just their physical symptoms. This spiritual dimension of medieval medicine also included elaborate rituals and ceremonies designed to drive out evil influences. Exorcism was a recognised medical treatment for certain types of mental illness, performed by clergy who specialised in spiritual healing. These ceremonies could last for hours or even days, involving prayers, holy water, religious artefacts, and considerable drama. What's fascinating is how this spiritual approach sometimes produced real results. The combination of hope, community support, ritual healing, and focused attention could have genuine therapeutic effects. especially for conditions that had strong psychological components. Medieval people might not have understood the placebo effect, but they certainly knew how to harness the power of belief and community in their healing practices. The integration of physical and spiritual healing also meant that medieval medicine was deeply personal and holistic. Your physician wasn't just treating your symptoms, they were treating your entire life situation, your spiritual state, your relationships, and your place in the community. It was an approach that modern medicine is, in some ways, still trying to figure out how to replicate. As we conclude our intimate exploration of medieval medicine, you may be curious about the fate of these vibrant theories and inventive treatments. Did they just vanish overnight when someone invented the microscope, or did they gradually fade away like old tapestries left too long in the sun? The truth is that medieval medicine didn't disappear all at once. It evolved, sometimes gracefully and sometimes with the awkward stumbling of a teenager trying to learn new dance steps. Many medieval ideas hung around well into the Renaissance and beyond, like houseguests who don't quite know when it's time to leave the party. The four humours theory, for instance, continued to influence medical thinking well into the 19th century. Even as new discoveries challenged the basic premises, physicians found ways to adapt and modify the system rather than abandon it entirely. The language of the humours became so embedded in how people thought about personality and health that we still use terms like sanguine, phlegmatic, choleric, and melancholic today, though now they're more likely to appear in literature classes than medical textbooks. Bloodletting proved particularly stubborn, persisting as a standard medical treatment for centuries after medieval times ended. George Washington himself was treated with extensive bloodletting during his final illness in 1799, receiving what modern doctors would consider a fatal amount of blood loss in a well-intentioned but misguided attempt to cure his throat infection. It took until the mid-19th century for the medical establishment to finally admit that maybe, just maybe, removing large quantities of blood from sick people wasn't actually helping them get better. But medieval medicine also gave us some genuinely valuable contributions that we still use today. Many of the herbal remedies that medieval physicians prescribed contained active compounds that modern science has validated and refined. Aspirin comes from willow bark, digitalis from foxglove, and morphine from poppies, all plants that medieval healers used, even though they didn't understand the chemistry behind why they worked. The medieval emphasis on careful observation of patients also laid important groundwork for modern diagnostic techniques. Medieval physicians might have been wrong about what they were observing, but they established the principle that healing required paying close attention to individual patients and their specific symptoms. The practices of taking detailed medical histories, examining bodily fluids, and monitoring changes in patient conditions all trace their roots back to medieval medical practice. Perhaps most importantly, medieval medicine established the idea that healing was a professional skill that required training, study, and ongoing learning. Medieval universities began offering medical degrees, creating the foundation for modern medical education. The requirement that physicians study anatomy, even if their understanding was limited, established precedents that eventually led to much more accurate knowledge of how bodies actually work. Medieval medicine also gave us the concept of hospitals as institutions dedicated to healing, rather than just places where sick people went to die. Medieval hospitals, usually run by religious orders, established the principle that society had a responsibility to care for the sick, and that healing should be available to everyone, not just the wealthy. This approach was a revolutionary idea that continues to influence healthcare policy discussions today. The medieval integration of physical and spiritual healing also contributed valuable insights that modern medicine is still exploring. The recognition that illness affects the whole person, not just specific body parts, and that healing involves psychological and social factors as well as purely physical ones, reflects an understanding that contemporary medicine is working to recapture. Even some of the more seemingly bizarre medieval practices contained kernels of wisdom that we're only now beginning to appreciate. The emphasis on diet, exercise, and lifestyle factors in maintaining health was remarkably sophisticated, even if the specific theories were wrong. The comprehension that mental and emotional states could impact physical health was centuries ahead of its era. As you settle back into your comfortable chair and finish the last drops of your warm drink, you might reflect on how medieval medicine, for all its apparent strangeness, represented humanity's persistent, creative, and often touching attempts to understand and heal the mysterious vessel that carries us through life. These medieval physicians and healers were working with limited information and primitive tools, but they approached their task with dedication, creativity, and genuine care for their patients. They remind us that medicine is not just a science, but also an art, requiring not only technical knowledge but also compassion, creativity, and the willingness to keep trying new approaches when old ones don't work. And perhaps most importantly, they show us that the desire to heal and help others is one of humanity's most enduring and noble impulses, persisting across centuries and cultures, adapting to new knowledge while maintaining its essential character. Sleep well and be grateful for modern medicine, but don't forget to appreciate the long, winding, often amusing path that led us here. The rooster's crow pierced the pre-dawn darkness of 13th century England, but Edith had been awake for an hour already. Her stomach's hollow ache served as a more reliable timekeeper than any church bell. She stirred the embers in her hearth, coaxing life back into the dying fire with practiced efficiency born of necessity, not choice. What awaited her wasn't breakfast as we understand it today. The very concept of 3 square meals was a luxury beyond imagination for someone whose entire existence revolved around the brutal mathematics of caloric survival. Instead, Edith encountered what peasants referred to as the first hunger, a gnawing emptiness that required attention before the day's arduous labour could commence. Her morning sustenance came in the form of ale, weak, watery, but crucially safe to drink in an era when water could kill faster than starvation. The beer wasn't the robust brew enjoyed by nobility, but a thin concoction called small ale that contained just enough alcohol to kill the bacteria lurking in medieval water sources. For Edith and her family, the drink represented both hydration and nutrition, providing essential calories that would fuel the first hours of their day. Should fortune favour them, the ale was accompanied by a generous portion of bread, but the food wasn't the fluffy white loaves that graced noble tables. Peasant bread was a dense, dark amalgamation of whatever grains could be scraped together: barley, oats, rye, and in desperate times ground acorns, bean flour, or even sawdust. The wealthy consumed bread made from carefully sifted wheat flour, producing the coveted white bread that symbolised purity and status. For peasants, bread colour told a story of social hierarchy. The darker the loaf, the lower your station. This hierarchy of grain reflected a fundamental truth about medieval society that extended far beyond mere sustenance. Your social status was determined by the quality of your bread, even before you spoke. While lords dined on manchet bread made from the finest wheat flour, peasants subsisted on maslin, a mixed grain bread that was both nutritionally superior and socially stigmatised. The irony wasn't lost on those who understood nutrition, though such knowledge was rare in an age where medical theory was dominated by the 4 humours. Edith's morning routine revealed the complex connections between food and survival that defined peasant existence. Every crumb was accounted for, every drop of precious ale measured against the uncertainty of tomorrow's provisions. A communal oven baked the bread she ate, one of the few luxuries shared among the village peasants. Individual families couldn't afford the fuel required for private ovens, so bread making became a community endeavour that reinforced social bonds while serving practical needs. The timing of this morning meal aligned with the natural rhythms that governed peasant life. Dawn brought the first opportunity to assess the night's damage. Had frost killed the sprouting crops? Had wolves or wild boars breached the meagre fencing around their vegetable plots? The weak ale and coarse bread provided just enough energy to begin the day's survey of their precarious agricultural enterprise. But perhaps most revealing was what didn't appear on Edith's dawn table. No meat except on the rarest occasions. They had no access to dairy products, except for the occasional cup of thin milk from their lone, struggling cow. They had no access to fruits or vegetables, except during the limited harvest seasons when they were available. The absence of these foods wasn't simply about poverty. It reflected a complex web of legal restrictions, seasonal limitations, and social conventions that shaped every aspect of peasant nutrition. The first meal of the day also established the rhythm of hunger that would dominate the next 16 hours. Medieval peasants didn't eat when hungry, they ate when the food was available and when their labour schedule permitted. This practice created a psychological relationship with sustenance that modern people struggle to comprehend. Food wasn't pleasure or comfort, but fuel for survival, rationed and precious beyond measure. By midday, When the sun reached its zenith and cast short shadows across the muddy village streets, Edith faced her second great challenge, creating something resembling a meal from virtually nothing. The moment was when the true genius of peasant cuisine revealed itself, not in exotic spices or elaborate preparations, but in the alchemical transformation of scraps into sustenance. Enter pottage, the unsung hero of medieval peasant survival. This wasn't a dish in any recognisable sense, but rather a constantly evolving cauldron of possibility that bubbled over the hearth from dawn until dusk. Modern food historians often dismiss pottage as peasant gruel, but their interpretation misses the sophisticated understanding of nutrition and resource management that made it the cornerstone of survival for millions. The base of any pottage began with water, precious, potentially dangerous water that had to be boiled to safety. Into this broth went whatever grains could be spared, oats, barley, and sometimes rye if the harvest had been generous. However, the true artistry began with what peasants referred to as the stretching, the careful addition of ingredients that would transform a pot of grain mush into something resembling nourishment. Edith would add herbs foraged from the woods, nettle leaves that provided iron and vitamins, wild garlic that added flavour and fought infection, and dandelion greens that supplied essential nutrients during the lean months when other vegetables weren't available. These weren't gourmet touches, they were medical necessities disguised as seasoning. Medieval peasants possessed an intuitive understanding of nutritional balance that wouldn't be scientifically validated for centuries. The transformation of pottage throughout the day revealed the sophisticated food management systems that peasant households developed. Morning pottage was thin and watery, designed to fill empty stomachs and provide quick energy for morning labour. By afternoon, it had thickened into something more substantial, with the addition of root vegetables like turnips, parsnips, or the occasional precious onion. Evening pottage achieved an almost stew-like consistency, incorporating any protein that could be obtained, a handful of dried beans, perhaps some eggs if the chickens were productive, or, in moments of celebration, actual meat. This constant evolution of the same basic dish reflected the peasants' understanding of thermodynamics long before anyone knew what it was. A single fire, carefully maintained throughout the day, could provide continuous cooking without the massive fuel expenditure required for multiple separate meals. The pottage pot became a kind of slow-cooking technology that maximised nutritional extraction from minimal ingredients. But pottage also served a psychological function that historians often overlook. In a world where most peasants often went to bed hungry, the constant presence of cooking provided them with emotional comfort. The aroma of herbs and simmering grains created an olfactory illusion of abundance even when actual food was scarce. This psychological dimension of peasant cuisine was crucial to mental survival during the long, brutal winters when actual starvation was a real possibility. The social aspects of pottage preparation revealed another layer of peasant survival strategy. Neighbours would borrow ingredients from each other, a turnip here, a handful of barley there, under the understanding that they would repay these loans when fortune reverted. These practices created a complex web of food-based social obligations that helped communities survive periods when individual families faced shortages. Different regions developed distinct pottage traditions that reflected local agricultural conditions and cultural preferences. Northern English peasants favoured oat-based pottages that provided the dense calories needed for harsh winters. Southern French peasants incorporated more legumes, taking advantage of longer growing seasons and different soil conditions. These regional variations were not a matter of taste, but rather of adaptation. Each represented generations of experimentation in the pursuit of optimal survival nutrition. The preparation of pottage also revealed the gender dynamics of medieval peasant households. While men dominated agricultural labour and interactions with the outside world, women controlled the domestic food systems, which made a crucial difference between survival and starvation. The knowledge of which wild plants were edible, which combinations of ingredients provided the best nutrition, and how to stretch limited resources through careful cooking techniques was passed down through maternal lineages like precious family secrets. When hunger clawed at their bellies with particular ferocity, medieval peasants faced a terrible choice: obey the law and starve, or risk death to feed their families. This wasn't melodrama, it was the stark reality of a legal system that criminalised survival itself. The forests that surrounded every medieval village, teeming with game and wild foods, were forbidden territory, where a desperate parent's attempt to feed hungry children could result in hanging. The Norman conquest of 1066 had brought with it the concept of forest law. A legal framework that claimed vast tracts of land exclusively for the king and nobility. These weren't just wooded areas, but entire ecosystems, including fields, streams and villages where peasants had foraged for generations. Suddenly the act of gathering nuts, berries or mushrooms, foods that had sustained communities for centuries, was deemed a crime punishable by death, mutilation or massive fines that could devastate entire families. Yet peasants developed an elaborate underground network of survival that operated in the shadows of these draconian laws. They created a parallel food system based on intimate knowledge of forest cycles, animal behaviour, and the movement patterns of forest officials. This wasn't random poaching, it was a sophisticated form of ecological management that required more skill and knowledge than most modern hunters possess. Consider the seasonal rhythms that governed illegal foraging. Spring brought the first edible greens, wild onions, young nettle shoots, and early berries that could supplement the depleted winter stores. Peasants learned to identify dozens of edible plants and their optimal harvesting times. They understood which mushrooms were safe, which tree bark could be ground into flour during famines, and which roots could be processed into emergency carbohydrates. The pursuit of protein required even greater skill and courage. Rabbits, abundant in the medieval countryside, were legally the property of landowners, but their warren systems were mapped and understood by peasant communities with military precision. Poachers developed silent trapping methods that left no trace. Snares made from human hair that wouldn't reflect moonlight, deadfall traps constructed from natural materials that appeared accidental, and complex tracking systems that allowed them to monitor game movement without detection. Rivers and streams presented another battlefield in the war between survival and law. Fish were considered royal property, but peasant communities developed ingenious methods for catching them without leaving evidence. Night fishing with makeshift nets, the construction of temporary fish traps that could be quickly dismantled if officials approached, and the use of natural toxins that would stun fish without permanently harming the water supply. All of these techniques required knowledge passed down through generations of desperate families. But perhaps the most dangerous and sophisticated form of illegal food acquisition was organised deer poaching. Venison wasn't just meat, it was a symbol of nobility, legally reserved for the upper classes. The punishment for killing a deer could be death, yet organised poaching rings operated throughout medieval England and France. These weren't bands of desperate individuals, but carefully structured organisations with lookouts, specialised hunters, and distribution networks that could process and hide large quantities of meat. The social dynamics of illegal food acquisition revealed fascinating aspects of peasant community structure. Information about forest official movements was shared through subtle signals, the placement of stones on paths, specific bird calls, or messages embedded in seemingly innocent conversations at market. Women played crucial roles as lookouts and information gatherers, since their presence in villages was less suspicious than men disappearing into forests. Children were trained from an early age in the arts of silent movement and quick escape. They learned to identify edible plants and safe hiding places, becoming essential components of family survival strategies. These practices facilitated the generational transfer of illicit knowledge, which paralleled the formal education systems of the upper classes, but this knowledge was crucial for survival. The psychological toll of living constantly on the edge of legal disaster shaped peasant consciousness in profound ways. Every meal obtained through illegal means carried the flavour of potential doom. Families developed elaborate rituals for consuming forbidden foods, meals eaten in darkness, bones buried in secret locations, and evidence destroyed with methodical care. Such behaviour wasn't paranoia, but a rational response to a system where survival itself was criminalised. Weather patterns became essential information for the survival strategies of peasants. Stormy nights provided cover for risky foraging expeditions. Heavy snow might allow access to previously dangerous areas while covering tracks. The phases of the moon determined when certain activities were possible or suicidal. These variables created a complex calendar of opportunity and danger that governed the rhythm of illegal food acquisition. Summer's brief abundance presented medieval peasants with their greatest opportunity and most critical challenge, transforming a few precious months of plenty into fuel for survival through the dark, barren winter ahead. The task wasn't simply about storing food, it was about mastering the complex chemistry of preservation using techniques that represented centuries of accumulated wisdom about battling time, bacteria, and decay. The race against spoilage began with the earliest crops. Peasants understood that timing was everything. Harvest too early and you lost precious calories, too late and you lost everything to rot. They developed an intuitive grasp of plant chemistry that wouldn't be formally understood. Until modern times, it was important to know precisely when fruits reached their peak sugar content for optimal preservation, when vegetables achieved maximum nutritional density, and when grains contained the appropriate moisture levels for long-term storage. Salt was the gold standard of preservation, but for peasants it was nearly as precious as actual gold. The few pounds of salt a family could afford annually had to be allocated with mathematical precision. They developed elaborate hierarchies of preservation, which foods deserved precious salt treatment, which could be preserved through other methods, and which had to be consumed immediately despite their seasonal abundance. The salting process itself was an art form. Peasants created specialised salt boxes with precise ratios of salt to food, understanding that too little salt meant spoilage while too much meant waste of their most precious commodity. They learned to pack meat and fish in specific patterns that maximise preservation while minimising salt usage. Different cuts of meat required different salting techniques, knowledge passed down through generations of families who understood that a mistake in preservation could mean starvation months later. However, peasants also developed preservation techniques that did not require expensive materials. Smoking was the most common alternative, though it demanded constant attention and fuel. They built sophisticated smokehouses using locally available materials, understanding which woods produced the best preservative smoke and which combinations of temperature and humidity achieved optimal results. Applewood, oak and beech were prized for their antimicrobial properties and subtle flavours, while pine and other resinous woods were avoided for their bitter taste and potential toxicity. The construction of smokehouses revealed the collective nature of peasant preservation efforts. Individual families rarely had enough fuel or food to justify a complete smoking operation, so communities pooled resources. This created complex social arrangements where families contributed different elements. One provided the structure, another the fuel, and a third the technical knowledge, and shared the results according to elaborate formulas that ensured fairness while maximising efficiency. Drying represented another crucial preservation technology that peasants refined to scientific precision. They understood the relationship between air circulation, temperature, and humidity that determined successful drying versus dangerous spoilage. Vegetables were cut into specific shapes and sizes that maximised surface area while maintaining structural integrity. Combinations of salt water and honey treated the fruits, preventing browning and accelerating moisture loss. The physical infrastructure of drying required sophisticated understanding of architecture and meteorology. Peasant homes incorporated specialised drying areas, attic spaces with controlled ventilation, outdoor structures that could be adjusted for seasonal wind patterns, and indoor systems that took advantage of hearth heat without creating fire hazards. Despite their seemingly accidental appearance, these features are the result of meticulous planning and generations of accumulated engineering knowledge. Fermentation was perhaps the most sophisticated preservation technique available to peasants, though they didn't understand the scientific principles that made it work. They knew that certain combinations of vegetables, salt, and controlled environments produced foods that not only lasted through winter, but actually improved in flavour and nutritional value. Sauerkraut, pickled vegetables, and fermented grain products weren't luxuries but survival necessities. The process of fermentation required precise control of variables that peasants managed through careful observation and inherited wisdom. They understood which vessels produced the best results, which ambient temperatures were optimal, and which signs indicated successful fermentation versus dangerous spoilage. This knowledge was closely guarded and carefully transmitted, since a family's fermentation skills could mean the difference between survival and starvation. Storage technology represented another area where peasants demonstrated remarkable sophistication. Root cellars weren't simple holes in the ground, but carefully engineered systems that maintained optimal temperature and humidity for different types of preserved foods. They understood the principle of thermal mass, using stone and earth to create stable environments that protected food from both freezing and excessive heat. The organisation of stored food revealed the mathematical precision that governed peasant survival calculations. Families developed elaborate inventory systems that tracked not just what food was stored, but when it would spoil, which items needed to be consumed first, and how to rotate stocks to minimise waste. The result wasn't casual organisation, but life or death resource management that required constant attention and precise calculation. Food in medieval society wasn't just sustenance, It was a complex language that communicated social status, legal rights, and political power with ruthless precision. Every meal consumed, every ingredient accessed, and every cooking method employed carried messages about social hierarchy that were as clearly understood as any written law. For peasants, navigating this edible caste system meant understanding not just what they could eat, but what they were allowed to eat, as well as the severe consequences of transgressing these unwritten but strictly enforced boundaries. The medieval concept of sumptuary laws extended far beyond clothing regulations to encompass detailed restrictions on food consumption. These weren't suggestion, but legal requirements backed by the full force of feudal authority. Peasants were forbidden from consuming white bread, fresh meat from large game, imported spices, or refined sugar. Not. These items were unavailable, and consuming them represented an illegal attempt to assume the privileges of higher social classes. Consider the complex hierarchy of bread, which served as the most visible symbol of social stratification. At the pinnacle sat man-shaped bread, made from twice-sifted wheat flour so refined it achieved an almost ethereal whiteness. This was reserved exclusively for the highest nobility and clergy. Below those ranks came cheat bread, made from wheat flour sifted once, acceptable for lesser nobles and wealthy merchants. Peasants were legally restricted to maslin bread made from mixed grains or horse bread made from beans, oats, and whatever other grains could be scraped together. The enforcement of these bread laws was both systematic and brutal. Bakers who sold white bread to peasants faced severe penalties, including public humiliation, massive fines, or even imprisonment. Peasants caught consuming bread above their station could face accusations of theft, fraud, or attempting to falsely represent their social status, crimes that carried severe punishments in a society obsessed with maintaining rigid hierarchical boundaries. Meat consumption presented an even more complex web of legal and social restrictions. Law and custom carefully regulated the great slaughter that occurred each autumn. Nobles were entitled to the best cuts, such as the haunches, loins, and tender portions, which not only provided the best nutrition, but also served as symbols of power and authority. Peasants, if they gained access to meat at all, received the offal, bones, and scraps that nobles considered beneath their dignity. But even this access was conditional and regulated. Peasants couldn't simply slaughter their animals at will. Such decisions were subject to manor courts, feudal obligations, and seasonal restrictions that ensured the nobility maintained control over this precious resource. The timing of slaughter was dictated by feudal law, with peasants required to provide specified portions of their animals to their lords before they could consume any themselves. The social implications of spice consumption revealed another layer of this edible hierarchy. Imported spices, like pepper, cinnamon, and cloves, weren't just expensive. They were symbols of international trade connections and political power that peasants were forbidden from accessing. The possession of such spices could be interpreted as evidence of theft, illegal trading, or fraudulent social pretension. Peasants who flavoured their food with expensive spices faced investigation into how they obtained such luxuries, often leading to accusations of serious crimes. These conditions created a parallel economy of flavour where peasants developed sophisticated techniques for creating intriguing tastes using only locally available, legally permissible ingredients. Wild herbs, forage seasonings, and creative combinations of permitted foods became the foundation of peasant cuisine, not by choice, but by legal necessity. The creativity of peasant cooking wasn't born from culinary ambition, but from the need to create palatable meals within the confines of rigid social restrictions. The concept of feast days revealed how even religious celebrations reinforced social hierarchy through food distribution. While the church preached equality before God, the practical reality of religious feasts created carefully structured events where social status determined what foods were distributed to whom. Nobles received the finest portions, wealthy merchants received good but secondary cuts, and peasants received whatever remained, if anything remained at all. Table manners and eating customs served as another method of enforcing social distinctions. Peasants weren't simply too poor to afford elaborate dining implements, they were legally and socially prohibited from using them. The possession of silver spoons, decorated plates, or refined serving vessels could be interpreted as theft or fraudulent social impersonation. Peasants ate with their hands or simple wooden implements, not just from necessity but from legal requirement. The distribution of food during times of scarcity revealed the most brutal aspects of this social hierarchy. During famines, food wasn't distributed based on need, but on social status. Nobles maintained their accustomed diets while peasants starved, not because there wasn't enough food to go around, but because the social order required that hierarchy be maintained even unto death. Peasants died of starvation while granaries owned by nobles remained full, protected by legal and military force. The psychological impact of this food-based social control was profound and deliberate. Every meal reminded peasants of their place in society. Every flavour they couldn't taste reinforced their subordinate status. And every feast they couldn't attend demonstrated their exclusion from full participation in community life. Food became a tool of social control more effective than any military force, creating a system where peasants internalised their subordination through daily acts of consumption. The medieval peasant's relationship with food was governed by a merciless seasonal cycle that swung between brief moments of relative abundance and long months of desperate scarcity. This cycle wasn't the gentle seasonal variation of modern agriculture, but a dramatic oscillation between survival and starvation that shaped every aspect of peasant consciousness, social organisation and spiritual life. Understanding this rhythm is critical for comprehending how peasants thought about food, time, and their place in the natural world. Spring arrived not as a gentle awakening, but as a competition against time and death. The hunger gap, those desperate weeks between the exhaustion of winter stores and the arrival of new crops, represented the most dangerous period in the peasant calendar. Families that had carefully rationed their preserved foods through the long winter months now faced the terrifying reality that their calculations might have been wrong. The period was when peasants were most likely to die, not from dramatic catastrophes, but from the slow grinding process of starvation. The first edible greens of spring were literally lifesavers. Dandelion leaves, nettle shoots, and wild onions weren't gathered for their flavour, but for their ability to provide essential nutrients to bodies weakened by months of minimal nutrition. Peasants developed encyclopedic knowledge of which plants emerged, when, which parts were edible, and how to process them into forms that provided maximum nutritional benefit. Their activity wasn't foraging for pleasure, but in emergency medicine disguised as food gathering. The arrival of the first crops created a psychological transformation as dramatic as the nutritional one. The appearance of young leeks, early cabbages, and the first grain shoots represented not just food, but hope itself. However, the temptation to consume these early crops immediately had to be balanced against the knowledge that premature harvesting meant reduced yields later. Peasants developed sophisticated self-control mechanisms that allowed them to resist immediate gratification in favour of long-term survival. Summer provided the peasants with the closest experience of abundance, yet even this was accompanied by anxiety. The brief months of plenty had to support not just immediate consumption, but the preservation efforts that would determine winter survival. The situation created a paradox, where the season of greatest food availability was also the season of most intense labour and worry. Every sunny day was precious for drying crops, every calm day crucial for harvesting grains, and every favourable wind essential for threshing. The social dynamics of summer abundance revealed the complex relationship between individual and community survival. While families competed for the best harvesting opportunities and preservation resources, they also recognised that community cooperation was essential for everyone's survival. Harvest traditions like cooperative grain cutting, shared threshing operations, and communal preservation activities weren't just social customs, but survival strategies that maximised everyone's chances of surviving the coming winter. Autumn brought the Great Reckoning, the time when peasant families had to calculate whether their preservation efforts had been sufficient. This wasn't a casual assessment, but a mathematical computation that literally determined who would live and who might die during the coming winter. Families that had miscalculated, either through poor planning, bad luck, or insufficient resources, faced the terrible decision of whether to consume their seed grain, the choice between surviving the current winter or having crops to plant in the spring. The autumn slaughter was perhaps the most emotionally complex aspect of the seasonal cycle. Animals that had been carefully tended through the summer, often developing relationships with their human caretakers, had to be killed and processed for what a winter of survival. This wasn't casual butchering, but a skilled process that required maximising the preservation value of every part of the animal. Nothing could be wasted. Bones were saved for broth, organs were preserved for winter protein, and even blood was captured and processed into sausages that provided essential iron during the lean months. Winter was the season of careful calculation and constant anxiety. Every meal consumed had to be weighed against the remaining stores and the weeks left to survive. Peasant families developed sophisticated rationing systems that ensured fair distribution while maximising survival chances. These weren't arbitrary rules, but carefully calculated formulas based on age, physical demands, and contribution to family survival. Children and elderly family members often received smaller portions, not from cruelty, but from the grim mathematics of survival. The psychological impact of this seasonal cycle created a unique relationship with time that differed fundamentally from modern experience. Peasants didn't plan for the future in abstract terms, but in the concrete calculations of survival. They thought in terms of seed time and harvest time, slaughter time, and preservation time. The calendar wasn't an administrative convenience, but a survival manual that dictated when to plant, when to harvest, when to preserve, and when to carefully ration dwindling supplies. Religious observances aligned with these seasonal rhythms, creating a spiritual framework that helped peasants cope with the psychological stress of their survival cycle. Harvest festivals weren't just celebrations, but community rituals that reinforced social bonds essential for winter survival. Lenten fasting coincided with the natural scarcity of late winter, transforming necessity into virtue and providing spiritual meaning for unavoidable suffering. The seasonal cycle also created distinct patterns of disease and mortality that shaped peasant understanding of life and death. Late winter and early spring saw the highest death rates as weakened bodies succumbed to the combined effects of malnutrition and seasonal illnesses. Summer brought different health challenges as the intense labour of harvest season strained bodies already weakened by previous deprivation. These patterns weren't random, but predictable consequences of the seasonal food cycle that governed peasant existence. The desperate innovations of medieval peasants, born from the daily struggle between survival and starvation, created a food legacy that continues to shape our world in ways most people never realise. The techniques they developed for maximising nutrition from minimal resources, the preservation methods they perfected through trial and error, and the social systems they created around food sharing became the foundation for modern agriculture, cuisine, and food security systems that we take for granted today. Consider the profound impact of peasant grain cultivation on modern agriculture. The mixed grain breads that peasants ate from necessity, combining wheat, barley, oats, and rye, were nutritionally superior to the refined white breads consumed by the wealthy. Modern nutritional science has validated what peasants knew intuitively. Diverse grain combinations provide more complete protein profiles, better mineral absorption, and superior overall nutrition. Today's artisanal bread movement, with its emphasis on whole grains and complex fermentation, is essentially rediscovering peasant baking techniques refined over centuries of survival-driven innovation. The fermentation techniques that peasants developed to preserve vegetables through winter months became the foundation for modern food preservation industries. Sauerkraut, kimchi, pickled vegetables, and fermented dairy products all trace their lineage to peasant preservation methods. The controlled bacterial cultures that peasants learned to manage through careful observation and inherited wisdom were the precursors to modern understanding of beneficial microorganisms in food production. What we now call probiotics were simply the natural result of peasant fermentation techniques designed to prevent spoilage and maximize nutritional value. The peasant understanding of seasonal eating created food systems that modern environmentalists are only beginning to appreciate. Peasants ate locally out of necessity, consumed seasonally due to circumstance, and did not waste anything because they believed that waste meant death. Their actions created agricultural systems that were inherently sustainable, designed to maintain soil fertility, preserve seed varieties, and support local ecosystems. Modern movements toward local food production, seasonal eating, and zero-waste cooking are essentially attempts to recreate the sustainable food systems that peasants developed through centuries of resource scarcity. The social aspects of peasant food culture provided templates for community resilience that remain relevant today. The complex networks of food sharing, reciprocal obligations, and collective preservation efforts that peasant communities developed were sophisticated systems for managing scarcity and ensuring community survival. Modern food banks, community gardens, and cooperative buying organizations all echo the social innovations that peasants created to help their communities survive seasons of shortage. The medicinal use of food that peasants practiced, incorporating wild herbs, fermented foods, and specific plant combinations for health benefits, preceded modern understanding of functional foods and nutraceuticals by centuries. Peasants who added nettle to their pottage for iron, used fermented foods to aid digestion, and incorporated specific herbs to fight infection, were practicing preventive medicine through food choices. Modern research into the health benefits of traditional foods often validates peasant practices that were developed through empirical observation and passed down through generations. The peasant approach to cooking, maximising flavour and nutrition from minimal ingredients through techniques like slow cooking, fermentation, and careful seasoning with wild herbs, became the foundation for many of the world's most celebrated cuisines. French peasant cooking, with its emphasis on slow-braised dishes, carefully preserved vegetables, and resourceful use of every part of an animal, provided the foundation for classical French cuisine. Italian peasant traditions of pasta making, cheese production, and vegetable preservation became the basis for one of the world's most influential culinary traditions. The preservation techniques that peasants perfected, smoking, salting, drying, and fermentation, remain the fundamental methods used in modern food production. Industrial food preservation often simply mechanizes and scales up the basic principles that peasants developed through necessity. The artisanal food movement emphasizes traditional preservation methods is essentially a return to peasant techniques that were abandoned during the industrialization of food production. The peasant understanding of plant breeding and seed selection, developed through careful observation of which plants produce the best yields under difficult conditions, provided the foundation for modern agricultural science. Peasants who saved seeds from their most productive plants, selected for disease resistance and climate adaptability, and maintained diverse varieties for different growing conditions were practicing plant breeding techniques that remain relevant today. Modern efforts to preserve heirloom varieties and maintain genetic diversity in crops often focus on varieties originally developed by peasant farmers. The lesson of peasant food culture extends beyond technique to philosophy. Peasants understood that food was precious, that waste was immoral, and that sharing resources was essential for community survival. These values, born from scarcity and necessity, created food cultures that were inherently respectful of natural resources and focused on community welfare rather than individual accumulation. As we face modern challenges of climate change, resource scarcity, and food insecurity, the wisdom embedded in peasant food systems becomes increasingly relevant. Their techniques for maximizing nutrition from minimal resources, their understanding of sustainable agricultural practices, and their social systems for ensuring community food security provide helpful information about creating resilient food systems in an uncertain world. The story of what peasants ate is ultimately the story of human ingenuity in the face of adversity, community cooperation in times of scarcity, and the development of food systems that sustained civilization through its most challenging periods. Their legacy lives on not just in the foods we eat and the techniques we use, but in the fundamental understanding that food is both a necessity for survival and a foundation for community, culture, and human dignity. In remembering their struggles and innovations, we honour not just their memory, but the ongoing human challenge of feeding ourselves and our communities with wisdom, sustainability, and justice. Now, picture yourself settling into a comfortable chair with a warm cup of tea, ready to hear about some of the most overlooked heroes of the Victorian era. You've probably walked through countless manicured gardens, admiring the perfect rose beds and pristine lawns, but have you ever wondered about the people who made that magic happen? Tonight, we are looking into the hidden realm of Victorian gardeners, revealing a life far more vibrant than the flowers they nurtured. You might think gardening in the 1800s was all about peaceful pruning and gentle watering. Well, prepare to have that notion thoroughly composted. Victorian gardeners lived in a world where a single wilted orchid could cost someone their job, where stealing a cutting from the master's prized roses was considered grand theft, and where the difference between knowing your Latin plant names and fumbling through common ones could determine whether you ate well or went hungry. Let's start with what you probably didn't learn in history class. Victorian gardens weren't just pretty spaces for ladies to stroll through with their parasols. They were status symbols as cutthroat as any modern luxury car collection. The wealthier the family, the more exotic and impossible their garden demands became. Imagine being told to grow pineapples in England in January. There were no greenhouses as we know them today. That wasn't a request, that was Tuesday. The responsibilities of the head gardener of a grand estate were far more demanding than those of today's corporate executives. You were responsible for feeding the family year-round with fresh produce, maintaining acres of ornamental gardens that had to look perfect for surprise visits from the neighbours, and somehow making it all appear effortless. One bad season, one failed dinner party centrepiece, and you'd find yourself looking for new employment with a reference that might as well have been written in disappearing ink. But here's where it gets interesting, and where our story really begins. These gardeners established an underground network that would inspire envy in modern social media influencers. They traded seeds like currency, shared growing secrets in hushed conversations at the local pub, and developed elaborate systems for covering each other's mistakes. A prize-winning dahlia didn't just represent one person's skill. It was often the result of months of collaboration between gardeners who officially weren't supposed to be talking to each other. You see, during the Victorian era, strict rules prohibited servants from fraternising, but it was nearly impossible to prevent gardeners from sharing growing tips. It's like trying to keep bakers from discussing yeast. Completely impossible and slightly ridiculous. So they found ways around the rules. They'd accidentally meet at the seed merchant's shop, leave coded notes tucked into greenhouse flower pots, and develop a system of plant exchanges that operated with the efficiency of a black market. The real secret of Victorian gardens wasn't just the plants, it was the people. Behind every perfectly manicured hedge was someone who had probably spent years learning through trial, error, and the occasional spectacular failure that had to be covered up before the master noticed. These weren't just employees following a manual, they were artists, scientists, and diplomats, all rolled into one soil-stained package. Tonight, as you drift off to sleep, imagine walking through one of these grand gardens at dawn. The mist is still hanging over the carefully planted beds, and somewhere in the distance, you can hear the soft scraping of tools against soil. But if you look closely, really closely, you might catch a glimpse of something far more intriguing than perfect roses. The intricate web of secrets, alliances, and gentle rebellions that kept the Victorian garden world spinning. Sweet dreams, and welcome to the real story of the people who made England bloom. Settle back into your cosy spot, because you're about to learn about one of the most delicious scandals of the Victorian era, and it all started with a fruit that had no business growing in England. You have to understand something about Victorians and their pineapples. In the 1800s, a fresh pineapple was worth more than most people's monthly wages. We're talking about a fruit so expensive that wealthy families would rent them for dinner parties just to display on the table, then return them to the shop afterward. Yes, you read that right. Pineapple rental services were an actual business model. Only the truly wealthy could afford to actually eat one, and doing so was roughly equivalent to serving your guests caviar topped with gold leaf. Naturally, these circumstances meant every self-respecting Victorian estate owner absolutely had to grow their own pineapples. Not because it made financial sense, it didn't, but because having a fresh pineapple from your own garden was the ultimate flex. It was like parking a Rolls-Royce in your driveway, except the Rolls-Royce needed to be kept at exactly 65 degrees, watered with precision, and could die if you looked at it wrong. Enter our unsung heroes, the gardeners who somehow had to make this impossible dream come true. Growing tropical fruit in a climate where summer temperatures barely reached what pineapples considered mildly unpleasant required creativity that bordered on genius. They built elaborate structures called pineries. Think of them as the great-great-grandparents of modern greenhouses, but heated with coal furnaces and maintained by pure determination. However, the truly clever aspect extended beyond just the buildings. Victorian gardeners developed a secret network for sharing pineapple growing intelligence that would have impressed Cold War spies. They couldn't exactly advertise their methods. After all, each estate wanted to maintain the illusion that their miraculous pineapple production was due to superior breeding and natural talent, not borrowed techniques. So they got creative with their communication. A certain arrangement of tools left outside the greenhouse meant, "My pineapples are struggling with fungus." A particular way of stacking flower pots was a code for, "I figured out the heating problem." They'd slip each other notes hidden inside seed packets, share growing charts disguised as grocery lists, and develop elaborate excuses for visiting neighbouring estates that always seemed to involve lengthy tours of the pineapple houses. The best part? Many of these gardeners were essentially running scientific experiments that wouldn't have been out of place in modern agricultural research facilities. They tracked temperature variations, experimented with different soil mixtures, and developed heating genuinely innovative systems. One gardener famously discovered that placing mirrors around his pineapple plants increased their growth rate, a technique that modern horticulturists still use today. But the pineapple conspiracy went deeper than just growing techniques. When a particularly important dinner party was approaching, and the estate's pineapples weren't quite ready, gardeners would engage in what we might politely call fruit diplomacy. A perfectly ripe pineapple might mysteriously appear from a neighbouring estate, with the understanding that the favour would be returned when their crop was ready. Careful timing and absolute discretion were necessary for these exchanges. Imagine being responsible for secretly transporting a pineapple worth several months of wages across the countryside, knowing that if it arrived damaged or if anyone discovered the deception, multiple jobs would be lost and reputations ruined forever. The length they went to was sometimes absurd. One documented case involves a gardener who dressed up as a travelling merchant to deliver a prize pineapple to a rival estate, complete with a fake accent and a made-up backstory about fruit imports from London. Another gardener developed an elaborate system of underground tunnels that connected neighbouring pineries, allowing for discreet pineapple exchanges and avoiding any awkward questions from the household staff. As you nestle deeper into your blankets tonight, picture these dedicated souls tending their tropical treasures in the English countryside, armed with thermometers, coal shovels, and an impressive network of horticultural spies. Their legacy lives on every time you casually slice up a pineapple for a snack, something that would have seemed like pure magic to the Victorian families they served. Pour yourself another cup of tea and get comfortable, because we're about to explore the Victorian equivalent of an underground railroad. Except instead of helping people find freedom, this network was all about helping rare plants find new homes. You might assume that in the rigid social hierarchy of Victorian England, a lowly gardener had no business dealing with exotic plants worth more than a carriage horse. You'd be wonderfully wrong. Some of the era's most valuable botanical specimens changed hands through a shadowy network of gardeners who operated with the stealth of master criminals and the dedication of devoted parents. It all started with the Victorians' absolute obsession with collecting rare plants. The goal wasn't casual hobby gardening. This was botanical warfare. Rich collectors would dispatch plant hunters to remote regions of the empire, taking significant risks to retrieve unique species. A single rare orchid could be worth more than a house, and owning something completely unique was the botanical equivalent of having an original Van Gogh in your sitting room. The complexity of our story begins here. The care of these precious plants required expertise. Surprisingly, the wealthy collectors who could afford to purchase them often lacked the knowledge necessary to keep them alive. Enter the gardeners, who suddenly found themselves custodians of living treasures worth more than they'd earn in several lifetimes. The smart ones quickly realised they were sitting on a gold mine, literally. But they couldn't exactly march up to their employers and demand raises based on their plant-whispering abilities. Instead, they developed something far more clever, a secret sharing economy that operated entirely outside the official channels. Picture this. You're a head gardener at a grand estate, and you've successfully propagated a rare Himalayan rhododendron that's supposed to be impossible to grow in English soil. Your employer thinks he owns the only specimen in the country, but you know better. Through careful cultivation and a bit of botanical magic, you've got 3 healthy cuttings ready to plant. Now tell your boss about your success and let him decide what to do with the extra plants. But you also know that the head gardener at the estate 15 miles away has been struggling to keep his employer's prized Burmese orchids alive, and you happen to have figured out the secret to orchid care. What develops is an elegant dance of mutual assistance that would make modern networking experts weep with envy. That rhododendron cutting finds its way to the orchid expert's greenhouse, while orchid care knowledge flows back in return. Both gardeners look like geniuses to their employers. Both estates maintain their reputations for horticultural excellence, and nobody asks too many questions about how these botanical miracles keep happening. The network operated through what you might call plausible deniability. Seeds would be discovered growing wild in convenient locations. Cuttings would be found blown over from neighbouring properties during storms. Rare plants would develop mysterious twin specimens that appeared just when other gardens needed them most. The really sophisticated operations involved what gardeners called walking libraries, elderly gardeners who had worked at multiple estates over their careers and carried in their heads an encyclopedic knowledge of who had what plants and who knew what techniques. These living databases would make casual visits to various gardens, ostensibly to admire the plantings, but actually serving as information brokers for the underground seed railway. Some gardeners became legends in this shadow world. There was reportedly one man who could take a cutting from virtually any plant and get it to root, earning him the nickname the Propagator. His services were so valued that gardeners would travel for days just to learn his techniques, and his methods were guarded more carefully than state secrets. The beauty of the system was its genteel nature. Unlike other black markets, the underground seed railway operated on principles of reciprocity and mutual benefit. No one was attempting to make quick money or dominate the market for rare plants. Instead, it was a community of craftspeople helping each other excel at their jobs while keeping their employers happy and their positions secure. As you close your eyes tonight, imagine the quiet satisfaction of these botanical conspirators tending their secret networks with the same care they gave their visible gardens, knowing that their hidden web of knowledge and generosity was what really kept the Victorian garden world blooming. Now we're venturing into the surprisingly cutthroat world of Victorian weather prediction, and the lengths gardeners went to protect their green investments from nature's mood swings. You probably think of weather forecasting as a modern convenience, something involving satellites and meteorologists in front of green screens. However, Victorian gardeners were responsible for their own weather forecasting, and their livelihoods hinged on accuracy. A surprise frost could destroy months of work in a single night, turning a head gardener from a respected professional into an unemployed man with muddy boots and excellent references nobody wanted to read. The challenge was that Victorian England's weather was about as predictable as a cat on catnip. Spring could arrive in February or wait until May. Summer might bring tropical heat waves or chilly rain that last for weeks. And autumn? Well, autumn was when everyone held their breath and hoped their carefully tended charges would survive until next year. So gardeners developed their own intelligence network, one that would have made military strategists proud. They observed everything. The behaviour of birds, the colour of sunset clouds, the way their arthritic joints felt on certain mornings, and even the mood of the estate's cats. One famous gardener swore he could predict frost 3 days in advance by watching how the dairy cows positioned themselves in the pasture. But here's where it gets really interesting. They started sharing this weather intelligence with each other, creating what amounted to an early warning system that stretched across the countryside. A gardener 20 miles to the west might send word that storms were headed east. Someone near the coast would pass along information about changing wind patterns. The network operated through servants, delivery boys, and anyone else who travelled regularly between estates. The most sophisticated operations involved what you might call weather spies, gardeners who would make seemingly casual visits to other estates to obtain information on growing conditions and share meteorological observations. They'd admire the roses while actually noting which plants were showing stress, and discuss the beauty of the landscape, while secretly gathering intelligence about which microclimates were performing better than others. These visits served multiple purposes beyond weather prediction. The gardener might notice that his neighbour's tomatoes were ripening 2 weeks earlier than his own, leading to discoveries about optimal planting locations or soil preparation techniques. Or they might observe that certain varieties were thriving in conditions where their plants struggled, sparking seed exchanges that we discussed earlier. The really clever ones developed coded systems for sharing weather information without alerting their employers to the extent of their collaboration. A certain arrangement of tools outside the greenhouse meant, expect frost tonight. Specific flowers left on windowsills indicated wind direction changes. Even the timing of gardeners' work in visible areas of their gardens could convey information to observant neighbours. During particularly challenging seasons, this network became a lifeline. The legendary summer of 1816, known as the Year Without a Summer, due to volcanic ash affecting global weather patterns, would have been even more devastating without the informal cooperation between gardeners. They pooled their knowledge about which crops could survive in cooler temperatures, shared seeds for hardier varieties, and coordinated their plantings to ensure that between them they could still provide fresh produce for their employers. Some gardeners became famous within this hidden community for their predictive abilities. There was reportedly one man whose weather forecasts were so accurate that other gardeners would adjust their planting schedules based on messages he sent through the informal network. His secret. He kept detailed records of weather patterns and plant responses over decades, creating what was essentially a localized climate database that he carried in his head. The weather wars also drove innovation in plant protection. Gardeners developed increasingly sophisticated methods for shielding their charges from unexpected temperature drops, wind damage, and excessive rainfall. Simple fabric covers and elaborate mobile structures, quickly deployed when conditions turned threatening, were among these methods. What makes this story particularly charming is how these weather warriors maintained their facade of casual competence, while actually operating with the precision of modern meteorologists. To their employers, it simply appeared that their gardeners had an almost magical ability to keep plants thriving despite England's unpredictable climate. The reality was far more impressive. A network of dedicated professionals sharing knowledge and resources to outsmart Mother Nature herself. Tonight, as you listen to the wind outside your window, spare a thought for those Victorian gardeners, peering at the sky and feeling the air pressure in their bones, knowing that tomorrow's weather might determine whether they'd still have jobs next week. We're getting pretty close to the icing on the cake of our experience tonight, but just not yet. We're now analysing the most daring Victorian garden capers, tales that would inspire today's art thieves. You might think the biggest drama in a Victorian garden involved deciding between roses and lilies, but you'd be delightfully mistaken. Some of the era's most elaborate schemes revolved around plants, and the lengths people went to acquire rare specimens would make Ocean's 11 look like amateur hour. Let's start with the case that became legendary among gardening circles, the Great Greenhouse Heist of 1847. Lord Pemberton had spent a fortune acquiring what he claimed was the only specimen of a rare Chinese camellia in all of Europe. He kept it in a specially constructed greenhouse, complete with a lock that would have impressed a bank vault designer, and hired a guard to patrol the grounds at night. What Lord Pemberton didn't count on was the determination of his neighbours and the ingenuity of their gardeners. You see, this particular camellia wasn't just beautiful, it was also said to bloom in a shade of blue that botanists insisted was impossible for camellias to achieve. Every garden enthusiast in the county was desperate to see it, and more than a few were willing to pay handsomely for cuttings. The plot that unfolded involved no fewer than 6 neighbouring estates and their gardening staff. It began with the seemingly innocent delivery of a new greenhouse thermometer, except the delivery boy happened to be the nephew of a gardener from a nearby estate, and he spent just a little too much time admiring the famous camellia. Within a week, detailed sketches of the plant and its housing arrangements had made their way through the underground network. The actual heist was a masterpiece of timing and misdirection. It happened during Lord Pemberton's annual fox hunt, when most of the household staff was either participating in or preparing for the elaborate luncheon that followed. While the Lord was chasing foxes across the countryside, a small team of gardeners was conducting a much more valuable hunt in his greenhouse. They didn't steal the plant. That would have been too obvious. Instead, they performed what modern gardeners would recognise as expert propagation. A few carefully selected cuttings, small enough to go unnoticed, were removed with surgical precision. The mother plant remained intact and healthy, showing no signs of the midnight surgery it had undergone. But here's the really clever part. They didn't just take cuttings for themselves, they also left behind a few small gifts. Hidden among the soil around the camellia, they planted seeds from other rare specimens that would take months to germinate. By the time Lord Pemberton's gardener noticed the new plants, they would appear to be chance seedlings that had somehow rooted near the precious camellia. The blue camellia cuttings were distributed through the network with the efficiency of a modern supply chain. Within 6 months, no fewer than 12 estates in the surrounding counties had successfully rooted specimens, though none of them could quite explain how they'd acquired such rare plants. The official story, when pressed, always seemed to involve mysterious seed packets that had arrived with no return address or chance discoveries of seedlings in unlikely locations. Lord Pemberton never did figure out what had happened. His camellia continued to thrive and bloom magnificently, and he remained convinced that he owned the only specimen in England. Meanwhile, his neighbours would gather for garden parties where they'd admire each other's completely unrelated blue camellias with perfectly straight faces. This wasn't an isolated incident. The Victorian era was full of similar botanical adventures. There was the case of the wandering orchid, where a prize specimen somehow managed to appear in 3 different county garden shows in the same season. The mystery of the multiplying roses involved a supposedly unique variety that began showing up in gardens across 2 shires within a single growing season. Perhaps the most audacious scheme involved a gardener who became known as the Midnight Propagator. This shadowy figure would somehow manage to obtain cuttings from the most exclusive and well-guarded collections in the country. His calling card was the small gift he'd leave behind, usually seeds of equally rare plants that the original owners would discover months later. The beauty of these operations was their genteel nature. In most cases, the original owners remained unaware of the visit, causing no harm or destruction. It was plant piracy, with impeccable manners and a keen sense of horticultural justice. What drove these elaborate schemes wasn't just greed or mischief. It was a genuine passion for plants and a belief that botanical treasures shouldn't be hoarded by a few wealthy collectors. These gardeners viewed themselves as liberators, dispersing rare and beautiful plants across the countryside for proper appreciation and care. Now, how did Victorian gardeners turn innocent flower arrangements into the era's most sophisticated communication system? One that carried everything from romantic messages to industrial espionage. You've probably heard about the Victorian language of flowers, where different blooms carried specific meanings that allowed people to send coded messages through bouquets. A red rose meant passionate love, forget-me-nots represented true love and remembrance, yellow roses indicated friendship, and so on. The floral telegraph system was mostly run by the gardeners who grew the flowers, and they used it for more than just love letters. The official flower language was charming enough. Lovers could declare their intentions through carefully chosen nosegays, and proper Victorian ladies could respond to suitors with botanical precision. But the real action happened in the servants' quarters and garden sheds, where an entirely different floral vocabulary was developing. Gardeners needed to communicate with each other about everything from plant diseases to employment opportunities, from weather patterns to the romantic entanglements of their employers. The problem was that sending direct messages between estates was difficult and potentially compromising. Letters could be intercepted, messengers could be questioned, and too much obvious communication between servant staffs raised suspicions. However, flowers offered a unique experience. Flowers were innocent. A gardener could send a bouquet to another estate as a perfectly legitimate gift, a sample of his work or a seasonal greeting. Nobody questioned the movement of flowers between gardens. It was expected, even encouraged. So they developed their own meanings, layered beneath the official romantic symbolism, like a secret code within a code. A bouquet that officially expresses friendship and good wishes might actually convey, "The head gardener at Thornfield Manor is looking for an assistant, good wages, and fair treatment." An arrangement celebrating the beauty of spring could be warning, "Plant disease spotted in the rose gardens, check your stock immediately." The system was brilliantly subtle. Take daisies, for example. Officially, they meant innocence and purity. But among gardeners, the number of daisies in an arrangement indicated specific information. 3 daisies meant urgent message follows, 7 meant all clear, no problems here, and 12 meant help is needed, send advice. The really sophisticated communications involved what they called seasonal contradictions, arrangements that included flowers that shouldn't naturally bloom together. A spring bouquet with autumn leaves tucked discreetly among the stems was a signal that the message was time-sensitive. Winter flowers appearing in summer arrangements indicated that the sender was dealing with unusual circumstances that required immediate attention. One of the most famous examples involved the network's response to a potato blight that threatened to devastate kitchen gardens across several counties. The first gardener to identify the problem couldn't simply send letters warning his colleagues. Such alarm might cause panic among the estate owners and result in hasty decisions that would make the situation worse. Instead, he sent carefully crafted bouquets to key gardeners in the network. The arrangements appeared to be celebrating the successful harvest of early summer vegetables, but the inclusion of specific herbs and the unusual combination of blooms actually conveyed detailed information about the blight symptoms, its progression rate, and the treatment methods he was attempting. Within 2 weeks, gardeners across 3 counties were discreetly implementing coordinated treatment strategies, sharing resistant seed varieties, and adjusting their planting schedules to minimize crop losses. To their employers, it simply appeared that their gardeners had shown exceptional foresight in preparing for potential agricultural challenges. The flower telegraph also carried more personal news. Information about births, deaths, marriages, and other significant events in the gardening community travelled through these floral networks faster than official channels. A gardener could learn about job openings, promising apprentices, or troublesome employers through arrangements that appeared to be simple seasonal decorations. Romance also flourished through these channels, not just among the wealthy families who inspired the language of flowers. Gardeners used the system to court each other across estate boundaries, with bouquets that carried layers of meaning that would have impressed professional cryptographers. The women in the network, and there were more than you might expect working as kitchen gardeners, greenhouse assistants and specialists in flower cultivation, became particularly skilled at reading these complex floral messages. They often served as the communication hubs, receiving and interpreting arrangements before passing the decoded information along to the appropriate recipients. Perhaps the most impressive aspect of this system was its reliability. Throughout decades of operation, outsiders have virtually never discovered or decoded the floral telegraph. The gardeners maintained perfect operational security, partly because the consequences of exposure could be severe, but mostly because they genuinely enjoyed the elegant complexity of their hidden communication network. As you close your eyes tonight, picture Victorian drawing rooms filled with innocent-looking flower arrangements that were actually carrying enough encoded information to run a small intelligence operation, tended by gardeners who smiled politely while managing one of the most sophisticated communication networks of their era. Now we're finally settling in for our final chapter of our journey through the secret world of Victorian gardeners, a story that ends not with an ending, but with a beginning that reaches all the way to your garden. You might wonder what happened to all these elaborate networks, secret societies and botanical conspiracies as the Victorian era gave way to the modern world. The truth is both simpler and more beautiful than you might expect. They evolved, adapted, and quietly wove themselves into the fabric of how we understand gardening today. The underground seed railway never really disappeared, it just went digital. Those Victorian gardeners who traded rare cuttings through coded flower arrangements were the great-great-grandparents of today's online gardening communities, seed swaps and plant exchanges. The same spirit of generous sharing that drove gardeners to risk their jobs for rare orchid cuttings now motivates people to mail seeds to strangers across the country, post growing tips on social media, and share their garden successes with anyone who'll listen. Every time you see a gardening forum where someone offers to send free seeds to fellow enthusiasts, you're witnessing the direct descendant of Victorian plant piracy. When master gardener programs share knowledge freely with home gardeners, they're carrying on the tradition of those weather-watching networks that helped gardeners across entire counties protect their crops. The techniques those ingenious Victorians developed didn't disappear either. Modern greenhouse technology still uses many of the heat management and ventilation principles that pineapple-obsessed gardeners worked out through trial and error. The companion planting methods they discovered while trying to maximise production in small spaces became the foundation for sustainable gardening practices we use today. Even more importantly, they established the tradition of gardening as a democratic art. Those Victorian gardeners who refused to let rare plants remain locked away in private collections were fighting for the same principle that drives public gardens, seed libraries, and community growing spaces today. The belief that beauty and knowledge should be shared, not hoarded. The record-keeping habits they developed, tracking weather patterns, noting which varieties performed best in specific conditions, and documenting the relationships between different plants, evolved into the citizen science networks that help us understand climate change, track plant diseases, and develop better growing methods. Their weather prediction networks were the ancestors of modern agricultural extension services and the informal climate monitoring that helps farmers and gardeners adapt to changing conditions. Those Victorian gardeners who read the sky and felt changes in their bones were practicing the same careful observation that helps today's gardeners decide when to plant, when to harvest, and when to protect their plants from unexpected weather. Perhaps most beautifully, their tradition of mentorship and knowledge sharing continues in every experienced gardener who takes time to help a neighbour, every garden club that welcomes newcomers, and every grandparent who teaches a child to plant seeds. The same generous spirit that motivated those underground botanical networks drives the informal education that happens over garden fences and in community gardens around the world. The flower language they used for communication has mostly faded, but the deeper principle it represented, that gardens are spaces for connection, creativity, and subtle communication, lives on. Modern gardens still serve as places where people express their personalities, share their cultures, and create beauty that speaks to others without words. What would those Victorian gardeners think if they could see us now? They'd probably be amazed by our technology. Automatic irrigation systems, soil testing kits, online plant identification apps, and global seed exchanges that can deliver rare varieties to your door in days rather than years. But they'd also recognise the same fundamental challenges they faced. The need to work with unpredictable weather, the satisfaction of nurturing something beautiful into existence, the joy of sharing discoveries with fellow enthusiasts, and the quiet rebellion of creating abundance in a world that often seems designed to limit it. Their legacy isn't just in the plants they preserved or the techniques they developed. It's in the understanding that gardening is fundamentally about connection to the natural world, to our communities, and to the long chain of people who've worked the soil before us and will continue after we're gone. So the next time you're in your garden, whether it's a window box of herbs or acres of landscape beauty, remember those Victorian gardeners who worked by moonlight to share rare cuttings, who read the weather in bird behaviour and cloud formations, who created networks of generosity that spanned counties and decades. They're still there, in a way, in every seed you plant with hope, every cutting you share with a friend, every moment when you stop to really notice the miracle of growth happening right in front of you. Their secret was never really about the plants. It was about understanding that the most beautiful gardens are grown not just with soil and water, but with community, curiosity, and the kind of quiet courage that chooses to create beauty regardless of the circumstances. Sweet dreams, fellow gardener. May your plants thrive and your roots run deep. The morning mist hung thick and cool, cloaking the sacred grove in ethereal silence as the villagers gathered quietly beneath the towering oak. Its ancient branches stretched wide, leaves whispering softly in the gentle breeze. At the centre of this gathering stood the Druid, his white robes glowing softly against the muted tones of the forest. Beside him, young Ayed waited nervously, his heart pounding in anticipation of the ceremony that would shape the rest of his life. Ayed had grown up hearing stories of Druids, keepers of knowledge, guides of kings, interpreters of omens. From the moment he was chosen as an apprentice, his life had revolved around careful training, memorizing countless oral traditions, learning the subtle language of nature, and understanding the interconnectedness of all things. Yet today was different. Today marked his formal initiation, the beginning of his true path as a Druid. His teacher, Bran, stepped forward slowly, his aged face serene but deeply lined from years of wisdom and care. Bran raised a staff carved from yew, symbolizing strength and rebirth. He struck it gently upon the earth 3 times, each resonant thud breaking the silence and calling attention to the sacred rite. Today, Bran began, his voice calm yet powerful, we gather beneath the oak, the heart of our people, the symbol of our enduring strength. Ayed stands before us, ready to begin his journey as keeper of our knowledge and guardian of our traditions. All eyes turned to Ayed, who felt the weight of their gazes as both responsibility and honour. Bran continued, his voice carrying easily through the hushed clearing. The oak teaches us resilience, its roots deep within the earth, branches ever reaching toward the sky. So must Ayed plant himself firmly in our traditions and stretch toward wisdom yet unknown. Bran handed Ayed a small pouch containing seeds of sacred herbs, mistletoe, yarrow, and meadowsweet, symbols of healing, divination, and purification. Plant these carefully, Bran instructed softly. Let them remind you always of your duty to heal, foresee, and cleanse. Ayed accepted the pouch reverently, bowing his head slightly in acknowledgement. Bran then led him toward the massive oak, where the ground beneath was rich and dark, warmed by sunlight filtering through the branches. Kneeling, Ayed gently placed each seed into the earth, covering them carefully, whispering quiet blessings. As Ayed completed this task, Bran laid his hands gently on the young man's shoulders, his voice now softer, more intimate. From this moment, you are bound not only to the oak, but to every life it shelters, every creature that finds refuge in its shadow. Walk this path with humility, strength, and compassion. Rising to his feet, Ayed felt a surge of pride mixed with profound humility. Around him, villagers nodded approvingly, their faces warm with trust. This was more than mere tradition. It was a promise he had made to himself, to Bran, and to the people who depended on the Druids' wisdom and guidance. Following the ceremony, the villagers gathered in celebration, offering simple but meaningful gifts, woven wreaths, carved stones, and handmade amulets. Aed received each graciously, feeling deeply connected to the community that had nurtured him from childhood. As evening descended, Aed and Bran walked slowly back toward the village, their path illuminated by soft moonlight. Bran spoke quietly, his voice reflective. "Remember, Aed, a druid's strength lies not in his power to command, but in his ability to listen, understand and guide." Aed nodded, absorbing the wisdom of his mentor. "I will remember, Bran," he promised earnestly. "I will honour this responsibility with every breath." Bran smiled gently, laying a comforting hand on Aed's shoulder. "Then your journey has truly begun." Returning to his modest dwelling, Aed sat quietly beneath the stars, contemplating the day's events. The weight of his new role settled comfortably upon his shoulders, bolstered by the trust and teachings of those around him. He knew challenges lay ahead, yet he felt prepared, rooted in ancient wisdom and ready to guide his people forward. As sleep claimed him, the image of the grey oak lingered vividly in his mind, strong, enduring and full of life. It was a symbol, yes, but also a promise, a constant reminder of who he was and who he was meant to become. The forest was silent and still, blanketed in a hushed anticipation that hung heavily among the gathered villagers. It was the eve of the winter solstice, the longest night of the year, a time when the veil between worlds grew thin and the powers of nature pulsed with quiet intensity. The villagers formed a respectful circle around the sacred oak, their breath visible in the cold air, eyes fixed intently on Bran and Aed, who stood beneath the tree's immense branches. Bran stepped forward, his robes luminous in the moonlight, eyes reflecting profound wisdom earned through years of devotion and study. He held a golden sickle, its curved blade glinting gently, capturing the sparse moonlight that filtered through the oak's leaves. Beside him stood Aed, a year older since his initiation, more confident yet humbled by the gravity of the ceremony he was about to undertake. Aed raised his gaze to the oak's lofty branches, where clusters of mistletoe grew, pale berries glowing softly in the dimness. The mistletoe was sacred, revered by the Druids for its rarity, growing suspended between heaven and earth, untouched by the ground. It was a symbol of renewal, healing and peace, its presence marking the oak as especially blessed. "Tonight," Bran spoke clearly, his voice resonating through the attentive silence, "we honour the sacred mistletoe, the plant of healing and peace. It reminds us that even in the harshest winter, life and hope endure." Turning to Aed, Bran continued gently. "Aed, you have proven yourself dedicated to our ways. Tonight, you take another step deeper into your path. You shall cut the mistletoe, safeguarding its power and sharing its blessings with our people." With deep respect, Aed took the golden sickle from Bran, his heart beating steadily, mindful of his mentor's watchful eyes and the villagers' collective breath. Carefully, he ascended the sturdy ladder leaning against the oak, its rough bark reassuring beneath his hands. Reaching the mistletoe, he paused, offering a silent prayer of gratitude to the tree and to nature's generous spirit. Holding the sickle reverently, Aed spoke softly, words known only to Druids, invoking the spirits of earth, sky and the plant itself. With a deliberate, respectful motion, he severed the mistletoe from its host, allowing it to fall gently into the linen cloth Bran held below. The sacred plant could not come into contact with the earth, as it would lose its potency. Descending carefully, Aed joined Bran, who gently wrapped the mistletoe, nodding approvingly. Bran raised it high, turning slowly so all might see the sacred harvest. "This gift from nature is now ours to protect and cherish," he proclaimed. "It will be prepared into remedies, wards and blessings to sustain us through the coming seasons." The villagers murmured reverently, their faces lit with quiet awe and gratitude. The ritual's solemnity shifted gradually into quiet celebration, a communal acknowledgement of the year's turning, a life's persistence in darkness, and of hope's quiet strength. As the villagers began their subdued festivities, Bran guided Aed away from the gathering to a quieter spot at the grove's edge. "You have done well," Bran spoke gently, his voice filled with pride. "Remember, Aed, Our strength lies not in power over nature, but in partnership with it. Aed nodded solemnly, reflecting deeply on the evening's significance. I feel this partnership deeply tonight, he admitted softly, looking up at the branches above them, silhouetted against the stars. Good, Bran replied warmly. Carry this lesson with you always. In moments of darkness, when doubt may cloud your path, recall the mistletoe's silent message, that light and life persist even unseen. They stood quietly together, absorbing the calm energy surrounding them, drawing strength from each other's presence and the eternal rhythms of nature. Eventually, Bran placed a reassuring hand on Aed's shoulder. Come, he said gently, let us join the others and share in the joy of this sacred night. Returning to the gathering, Aed felt deeply connected to his mentor, his community, and the ancient traditions guiding them all. The night was filled with quiet laughter, stories, and shared hopes, a testament to their unity and strength. As the fires dimmed and villagers dispersed, Aed carried the memory of this night firmly within his heart, understanding more profoundly the responsibility he now bore. He had taken another important step on his druidic journey, strengthened by tradition, guided by wisdom, and inspired by the enduring power of nature's gifts. The village was isolated by dense thickets of hawthorn and elder. When Aed arrived, the air had a scent of wet earth and wood smoke. He moved quietly through narrow paths past low stone cottages where people paused their work to watch him pass, their expressions a mix of respect and cautious hope. His journey had taken 3 days on foot, guided only by the whispered directions given by a passing traveller. The message had been urgent. A young woman, Ethna, daughter of the village smith, lay gravely ill following childbirth. No healer within the village could help her, and so Aed had come swiftly, driven by a sense of duty deeper than his fatigue. Ethna's home was at the village's edge, near a stream that murmured quietly beneath twisted alders. Inside, the dim cottage was crowded with concerned relatives and neighbours who stepped aside silently as Aed entered. He felt their eyes upon him, their quiet desperation tangible. He approached the low bed where Ethna lay, her pale face glistening with sweat, breaths shallow and laboured. Beside her, the newborn slept peacefully, unaware of the quiet fear around him. Aed knelt and touched Ethna's forehead, feeling the fever's heat against his palm. She stirred slightly, murmuring incoherently. "Bring water from the stream," Aed instructed gently, addressing the nearest woman, "and fresh linen." As they hurried to obey, Aed opened his satchel, carefully laying out bundles of herbs, roots, and small vials filled with meticulously prepared tinctures. The villagers watched, their curiosity mixed with awe, as he crushed dried leaves of willow and meadowsweet into a bronze bowl, adding hot water to make a bitter, aromatic infusion. He lifted Ethna's head gently, coaxing her to drink slowly. She winced but managed a few sips. Then he bathed her forehead and wrists with cool cloths soaked in the fresh stream water, murmuring ancient healing chants softly under his breath. Each word resonated with intention, invoking the spirits of water and earth to restore balance to the woman's weakened body. As night deepened, Aed remained by Ethna's side, tirelessly applying poultices of crushed herbs and moss. He taught the village midwife how to mix remedies of chamomile and mint for calming sleep, instructing her carefully, so the healing wisdom could stay long after he'd gone. The villagers moved quietly around him, offering food he gently declined, his focus entirely on his patient. By dawn, Ethna's breathing had steadied, her skin less feverish to the touch. She opened her eyes slowly, looking at Aed with a mixture of confusion and gratitude. "Rest," he whispered softly. "The danger has passed, but your body is still weak." Relief washed visibly through the cottage, quiet smiles and whispered prayers of thanks spreading among the gathered family and neighbours. Aed stepped outside into the cool morning air, inhaling deeply as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the trees. He felt drained but satisfied, knowing he had done what he could. Later that day, he sat beside the stream, teaching a group of children who gathered around him, eager and curious. He showed them plants that grew wild nearby, how nettles could soothe inflammation, how elderberries could fortify the body against illness, and how careful observation was the healer's greatest tool. As evening approached, Aed prepared to depart. Ethna's father approached him, pressing a small carved token into his hand, an intricate pattern symbolising gratitude and protection. "Your kindness will never be forgotten," the smith said solemnly. Aed bowed his head respectfully, knowing this token was not just gratitude, but a reminder of the sacred bond between healer and community. He tucked the carving into his satchel, feeling its warmth against his palm. Walking away, Aed sensed the profound interconnectedness of all their new things. The delicate balance of life, the quiet dignity of suffering, and the resilience inherent in every living being. His footsteps were quiet, carrying him toward the next place that might need him, aware that healing was not just the mending of bodies, but the weaving together of our lives, stories, and futures. The great hall at Dumnonia was alive with the firelight flickering over carved wooden beams, the air thick with tension. Warriors and clansmen lined the walls, their arms folded tightly, their expressions a blend of pride and wary anticipation. Two noble families stood apart at opposite ends of the room, each led by their respective chieftains, their eyes locked in mutual suspicion. Between them stood Aed, his white robes glowing softly in the dim light. He had been summoned urgently. A feud that had simmered for generations now threatened open conflict, spilling into violence and bloodshed. He arrived quietly, travelling alone with no entourage or guards. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily upon him, yet he stood calm, a silent pillar amid the stormy emotions. "Speak," Ed began quietly, his voice steady yet resonant. The hall fell into immediate silence. "Let your grievances be heard clearly." The first chieftain, a large, formidable man named Connell, stepped forward, his voice trembling with barely suppressed anger. He recounted a tale of stolen livestock, violated boundaries, and broken promises dating back to his father's time. His words painted the rival families as aggressors, greedy, and untrustworthy. Next spoke Finton, slender but fierce, eyes blazing with pride. His story was just as impassioned, weaving a narrative of betrayal, unjust accusation, and stolen honour. Each side presented their case passionately, drawing murmurs and nods of agreement from their supporters. Throughout, Aed listened without interruption, his face betraying neither judgment nor favouritism. He allowed the torrent of anger and accusation to flow freely, knowing that only by emptying their bitterness fully could peace begin to grow. When both sides had finished, silence once again settled over the room, heavy and expectant. Aed stepped forward, his eyes meeting those of each chieftain in turn, holding their gazes firmly yet gently. "You speak of stolen cattle, broken oaths and injured pride," he began softly, "but at the heart of your words lies pain and misunderstanding. Land is shared, not owned. You can return cattle, but you must rebuild trust once you've broken it." He spoke slowly, carefully, invoking stories and parables from ancient wisdom, tales familiar yet poignant. He spoke of legendary heroes who overcame pride and revenge, and of wise ancestors who understood the power of forgiveness and reconciliation. As his words filled the hall, Aed moved among the assembled warriors, touching shoulders, looking into eyes, and bridging the physical distance between the divided clans. He reminded them that unity and peace were not signs of weakness, but the highest form of strength. Finally, he returned to the centre of the hall, addressing both chieftains directly. "Let there be no talk of blame or vengeance," he said, "Instead, let each family give a gift. One cow from each herd exchanged in friendship. Let your sons and daughters meet openly at the next festival, not as rivals, but as kin bound by renewed peace." Connell and Finton exchanged long, uncertain glances. Slowly the tension began to ebb. Connell stepped forward first, extending his hand solemnly toward his rival. "May peace restore what anger took," he said gruffly. Finton hesitated, then clasped the offered hand. "May our children walk together where we once stood apart," he responded firmly. Cheers erupted, hesitant at first, then louder and more confident. The warriors relaxed, their postures easing, smiles and laughter breaking through the previously tense atmosphere. Aed stepped back quietly, content that his council had steered the clans away from violence. Later that evening, as the clans celebrated their newfound accord, Aed sat quietly beside the hearth, sipping warm mead and reflecting on the evening's events. He knew that true peace required vigilance and continued guidance. Yet for now, the cycle of anger and retaliation had been broken, replaced by tentative friendship and renewed hope. The chieftains approached him again, offering gratitude. Aed smiled warmly, reminding them gently, "Peace is not achieved in a single evening. Nurture this agreement, Water it with trust and patience, and it will bear fruit for generations." Under the glow of the firelight, his words resonated deeply, reinforcing the bonds freshly made. As he left the hall, walking into the moonlit night, Aed felt the quiet satisfaction of a purpose fulfilled. He knew his role was far from over, yet tonight his voice of counsel had brought harmony to discord, turning bitter enemies into cautious friends. The sacred oak stood majestically, its gnarled branches spreading wide, casting dappled shadows upon the moss-covered clearing. This oak was not just ancient, it was revered, a living testament to generations of druidic wisdom. Aed stood beneath its massive limbs, his white robe illuminated by shafts of sunlight filtering through the leaves. Gathered around him were villagers and warriors, each face etched with anxiety and curiosity. Today the oak grove served as a court where justice would be decided not by sword or might, but by careful consideration and wisdom. Aed had been summoned to judge a matter of grave importance. A young warrior, Cathal, was accused of stealing cattle, a crime severe enough to ignite clan warfare. Cathal stood defiantly at the grove's edge, arms crossed, his expression stubborn yet tinged with fear. Opposite him stood Fergus, an older warrior renowned for bravery and honour, whose cattle had been taken. Fergus's eyes were dark with anger, his fists clenched at his sides. Aed raised his hand, signalling silence. He began with a clear, steady voice. "Speak plainly, that truth might emerge from the shadow of accusation." Fergus stepped forward, recounting the theft with passionate conviction, describing the prized cattle and the devastating loss to his family. His words resonated deeply among the crowd, drawing murmurs of sympathy. Cathal, however, maintained his innocence fiercely, insisting he was wrongly accused, his voice shaking with frustration. His friend stood behind him, murmuring support, eyes darting nervously between him and Aed. Listening carefully, Aed detected discrepancies, not deliberate falsehoods, but misunderstandings born of anger and haste. He called forth witnesses from both sides, questioning them patiently, coaxing forth details with gentle but firm probing. He watched their faces, noting subtle shifts in posture, tone and expression. Finally, Aed stepped toward the oak, laying his hand upon its rough bark. "Truth," he declared quietly, "is not a sword to cut through lies, but a root that grows slowly, hidden from sight until it reveals itself." He turned to Cathal, asking softly, "Have you ever seen these cattle?" Cathal hesitated, then shook his head earnestly. "No, I swear upon my ancestors." Aed turned back to Fergus. "Could another perhaps seek to benefit from your loss? Is there someone whose absence you overlooked while feeling angry?" Fergus paused, uncertainty flickering across his stern face. He looked back at his men, doubt beginning to creep into his expression. "Perhaps," he admitted reluctantly. Aed nodded. "Search your own house first," he advised calmly. "The truth often lies closest to where trust is strongest." Reluctantly, Fergus agreed, ordering his warriors to search carefully and fairly. Hours passed as tension lingered, villagers whispering anxiously while waiting beneath the oak's watchful presence. Finally, a group returned, bringing with them a youth named Ronan, Fergus's own cousin, guilt and shame etched deeply into his face. Ronan confessed, explaining his actions were born of envy and foolish pride. Fergus stared in shock and sorrow, his anger melting into disappointment. The crowd murmured softly, eyes moving between the cousin and Aed awaiting judgment. Aed approached Ronan, his gaze firm but compassionate. Restitution must be made, but forgiveness can heal wounds deeper than punishment. He turned toward Fergus. "Accept a fair penance, then let anger rest beneath this oak, replaced by wisdom and mercy." Fergus nodded, his shoulders relaxing. He embraced Ronan, acknowledging family bonds stronger than pride. Cathal, exonerated, sighed deeply, gratitude filling his eyes as he bowed to Aed. As villagers dispersed peacefully, justice had been served not through vengeance, but through understanding and restoration. Aed remained briefly beneath the oak, its silent strength reinforcing his resolve. Justice, he knew, was more than judgment. It was balance, patience, and mercy woven tightly together beneath the shade of wisdom's ancient branches. Aed stood at the top of a solitary hill beneath the vast expanse of night. where the heavens stretched endlessly above. It was a sacred place, marked by a circle of ancient stones whose purpose only the Druids remembered. He wrapped his cloak tighter against the biting wind, eyes lifted toward the constellations. Each star, each subtle shift in the heavens, whispered secrets known only to those who watched with patience and reverence. Tonight was the winter solstice, the longest night when darkness held sway, and the boundary between worlds grew thin. The stars gleamed brightly, clear and sharp in the frigid air. Around him, villagers gathered quietly, their breath visible in the cold, awaiting guidance for the year ahead. Aed raised his staff, carved with symbols representing the cycles of the moon and the sun, and began to speak softly. His voice carried through the silence, gentle yet filled with quiet authority. Tonight, darkness is strongest, but even now the wheel turns, the sun returns. Rebirth follows darkness as spring follows winter. Watch closely, and you will see your lives mirrored in the stars above. The villagers watched him intently, their eyes filled with wonder and trust. They depended on his insights for planting, harvesting, travel, and celebrations. He was not merely a sage, but a vital guide for their daily lives. Pointing skyward, Aed traced the outline of familiar patterns: the plough, the hunter, and the serpent. He spoke of how the hunter's path foretold the coming cold, and how the plough's position indicated the right time for planting. He explained patiently how the movement of the planets, subtle but unerring, guided decisions on marriages, battles, and journeys. As he spoke, Aed's words wove images in the minds of listeners, linking their earthly lives to the vast cosmic order. He gently reminded them that they were bound to the earth, but also children of the stars, each life reflecting the broader rhythm of existence. He then turned to the younger villagers, explaining patiently, "Each of you has a star that watches your path, guiding you toward your destiny. Learn to find your star, to read its subtle language." A young girl raised her hand timidly, her eyes wide with curiosity. "How do we find our star, Druid?" Aed smiled warmly. "Your star finds you first. In moments of quiet, under clear skies, you will feel its gaze. Listen closely, and it will whisper your purpose." Throughout the night, he taught them patiently, describing how to read omens from the flights of birds, the patterns of clouds, and the positions of the stars. His voice remained calm and reassuring, weaving understanding among the gathered villagers. As dawn began to pale the eastern horizon, Aed lowered his staff, concluding the night's teachings. The villagers dispersed quietly, hearts uplifted, their spirits buoyed by newfound clarity. Aed remained behind, gazing thoughtfully upward as the stars began to fade. He felt the quiet satisfaction of a task fulfilled, of knowledge shared. In this sacred space between earth and sky, Aed reaffirmed his role not only as a watcher of celestial movements, but as a keeper of balance, ensuring that his people lived harmoniously with the rhythms of the natural world. As the first light touched the ancient stones, he felt a deep connection, knowing that in guiding others to watch the skies, he helped them navigate the complexities of their lives below. The sky was heavy with fog, and the scent of burning wood filled the air as Aed stood atop the hill overlooking his village as usual. The Romans had come, their legions marching inexorably through lands that had remained untouched for generations. As villages succumbed to conquest, fires dotted the horizon, signalling devastation, and flames consumed forests and sacred groves. Aed, now older, with silver threads in his hair, watched quietly, a deep sorrow etched into his features. His life's work had been dedicated to nurturing balance, to preserving the sacred knowledge passed down through countless generations. Now, that legacy seemed threatened by the relentless advance of Roman power. He gathered the remaining villagers who had fled to the hill for refuge. Fear filled their eyes, despair evident in their tense postures. Aed's presence, however, remained steady and reassuring, providing a beacon of calm amid chaos. "Gather around," he spoke, his voice firm but gentle, cutting through their anxiety. "We can't control the fires around us, but we can protect the flame within, our knowledge, traditions, and spirit." He knelt, scooping earth into his hands, feeling its familiar warmth and resilience. The villagers watched him, their breathing slowing, their panic easing under his calm authority. "This land has seen countless seasons," Aed continued softly. "It has survived wars, weathered storms, and will endure even this. Our true strength lies not in walls or weapons, but in memory and tradition, We carry the sacred flame within us, passed down through generations. No enemy can extinguish it. He stood facing each villager in turn, his eyes filled with quiet determination. Our task now is to protect this flame and ensure it continues to burn brightly within our children and their children after them. As he spoke, Aed directed the villagers to begin preparations, organising them into groups to gather what provisions remained, tend to the wounded, and find safe passage toward hidden glens deeper within the forests. Amid these urgent preparations, he moved quietly, providing guidance and support, ensuring morale remained steady. As night fell, Aed lit a single fire atop the hill, its flames casting flickering shadows. He invited the villagers to sit around it, sharing stories of bravery, resilience, and wisdom passed down through generations. Each story carried a lesson, a subtle reinforcement of the strength inherent within their traditions. In the quiet that followed, Aed addressed the group again. Tomorrow we must move deeper into the forest, to places hidden from Roman eyes. There we will preserve what matters most, not our homes, but our heritage. Remember that even in darkness, flames endure, within our hearts, our memories, and our stories. The villagers nodded solemnly, strengthened by his words, their despair replaced by determination. Aed remained awake long after they had settled, staring into the fire, reflecting on the cycles of time. Despite the rise and fall of empires and the arrival and departure of conquerors, the spirit of his people remained unwavering. At dawn, they moved quietly into the deeper woods, leaving behind only the smouldering remnants of their former lives. Aed walked at the head, guiding them confidently towards safety, knowing that his true purpose remained clear. It was not to resist violently, but to safeguard the soul of his people. Days turned to weeks, and slowly the immediate threat faded, as they established a hidden settlement deep within the forest. Aed continued teaching, guiding the younger villagers in druidic lore, rituals, and knowledge of the natural world. Each evening around the fire he shared stories, ensuring that the flame of their heritage continued to burn brightly. Years later, as he lay on his deathbed, Aed felt peace. Surrounded by villagers whose lives he had touched profoundly, he whispered one final message. Remember, the flames we guard are eternal, carried forward through memory and love. His spirit passed gently, leaving behind a legacy that no conqueror could extinguish. The villagers honoured him beneath the stars, sharing stories, repeating lessons learned, and vowing to carry forward his teachings. And in their hearts, the flame Aed had protected continued to burn brightly, unyielding, guiding them through darkness toward an